Welcome to Tyla Walker Romance. You're about to dive into one of Miss Tyla's free full audiobooks. She always knows how to make you forget your life with handsome alpha male billionaire heroes and sassy strong heroines who grab love with both hands. In order for this content to be free, we have to take out the dirty details. Otherwise, we risk disrupting this platform's rules and guidelines. Buy the unabridged version of any Tyla Walker audiobook from tylawalker.com, and with code SAVE40, you can get 40% off any digital product at checkout. Take this moment to subscribe to the channel, and remember that liking and commenting is what makes these free full audiobooks possible. Thank you for choosing to treat yourself with Miss Tyla. Chapter 1. Tiana. The bell chimes as I push open the door to You Can Brew It, my sanctuary in the bustling city. Sweet notes of caramel and chocolate mingle with rich espresso, wrapping around me like a familiar embrace. Indie music floats through the speakers, something about new beginnings and second chances. I take my usual spot by the window, setting down my laptop bag. The leather armchair cradles me as I sink into it, letting my fingers trace the worn wooden table. The barista catches my eye and gives me a knowing nod. I've been here enough times that she knows my order by heart. A couple sits at the table across from me, their hands intertwined as they share a slice of chocolate cake. The woman throws her head back, laughing at something her partner said. My chest tightens. That used to be me, before I learned that some laughter masks darker truths. My hand shakes slightly as I reach for my phone. 3 weeks. It's been 3 weeks since I left Marcus. 3 weeks of jumping at shadows and checking my locks twice before bed. The restraining order sits in my purse like a shield, but paper feels flimsy against memories. A group of friends crowds around a nearby table, their animated chatter filling the space. One girl gestures wildly, nearly knocking over her latte as she tells her story. Her friends lean in, invested in every word. I watch them, feeling a flutter of hope beneath my ribs. This is what normal looks like. This is what I'm working toward. A life where every smile doesn't hide a threat, where friendship doesn't come with conditions. My therapist says it's good that I'm here, surrounding myself with life instead of hiding away. Some days it's harder than others. Today, watching these strangers live their uncomplicated lives, I can almost believe I'll get there too. The coffee shop's warmth seeps into my bones, and for a moment, I let myself breathe in the possibility of better days. Still, it's hard to remind myself that the past is in the past. He can't hurt me anymore. But in my mind, in my thoughts, he still festers. The coffee shop bustle fades as memories crowd in. My fingernails dig into my palms, grounding me in the present, but Marcus's voice echoes through my mind. You're nothing without me, Tiana. Who else would want you? I squeeze my eyes shut. The first time he screamed those words, I was wearing my favorite blue dress, the one with tiny white flowers. He'd torn it off the hanger, shredding the delicate fabric while I cowered in the corner of our bedroom. The dress ended up in the trash, along with pieces of my favorite ceramic mug, the one he'd hurled at the wall, inches from my head. My throat constricts. The signs were there from the beginning. The way he'd check my phone, how he'd surprise me at work. The constant questions about where I was going, who I was seeing. Love bombing one day, cold silence the next. You're getting fat, he'd say, while I picked at my dinner. No one likes a woman who can't take care of herself. I'd stopped eating lunch after that. Started wearing baggy clothes, dropped 3 dress sizes before my best friend Sarah noticed something was wrong. The breaking point came during a dinner party. I'd laughed at our friend's joke, too loud, according to Marcus. Later that night, he grabbed my arm so hard it left finger-shaped bruises. I still remember the sound of our glass coffee table shattering as he shoved me into it. This is your fault, he'd snarled, his eyes ablaze with pure anger. "You're always embarrassing me." My hands shake as I reach for my cup, the ceramic warm against my skin. I force my eyes open, focusing on the cafe's exposed brick wall, the string lights twinkling above. I'm here. I'm safe. He can't hurt me anymore. But the memories persist. The way he'd apologize after each explosion, the flowers, the promises to change, the cycle that kept me trapped for 2 years until I finally gathered the courage to call the domestic violence hotline. "If you leave, I'll find you," he threatened. "You belong to me." I press my palms flat against the table. No, I belong to myself now. I pull out my phone with trembling fingers, needing to break free from the spiral of dark memories. Sarah's contact photo shows her beaming at the camera, golden hair gleaming in perfect waves. "Coffee date? I'm at our spot." I type the message, watching the dots dance as she responds almost immediately. "Tiana, yes." Perfect timing. I have so many ideas for Valentine's Day we need to discuss. Valentine's Day. My stomach drops. Last year, Marcus had promised a romantic evening, only to spend hours berating me about a male coworker who'd liked my social media post. The night ended with me sleeping on the couch, mascara streaking my pillowcase. "Sounds great," I reply, pushing those thoughts aside. "I've got us a table by the window. Be there in 15. Order me my usual. You're the best." I can't help but smile. For all her princess tendencies, Sarah's energy is infectious. She's been there for me through some of my darkest moments, even if she doesn't always understand why I can't just get over it. Her heart's in the right place, though sometimes her privilege shows in the way she tries to solve every problem by throwing money at it. I wave to the barista, catching his eye. "Can I get a vanilla oat milk latte for my friend? Extra foam." He nods, already familiar with our regular orders. Sarah's been dragging me here since we first met, insisting it's the only place in Atlanta that makes her coffee exactly right. Sarah's particular about her coffee, one of her many traits that might make her unappealing to anyone else. But that's just Sarah. Where I overthink everything, she breezes through life on designer heels and determination, treating obstacles like minor inconveniences to be swatted away with her platinum card. Sometimes I envy that confidence, even if it borders on self-absorption. The way she commands attention when she walks into a room, never doubting for a second that she belongs there. It's a stark contrast to how I second-guess my every move nowadays. Having Marcus in my life really screwed me up. It's going to take me a while to undo all of the pain, hurt, and trauma he's caused me. Eventually, the cafe door chimes, and I spot her signature blonde waves before she even turns around. Despite my lingering unease about Valentine's Day, Sarah's presence promises a welcome distraction from the shadows in my mind. Sarah glides into the seat across from me, her Hermes bag finding its perfect spot on the hook under the table. Her cream cashmere sweater dress probably costs more than anything I currently own. God, what I would give to have an incredibly rich dad who pays for anything I could ever want in life. Geez, the traffic was horrible. She adjusts her pearl earrings, the ones I know her dad bought her last Christmas. But look what I picked up on the way. She pulls out a glossy magazine, pointing to an article splashed across the cover. 10 Ways to Find Love Before Valentine's Day. My stomach churns and I grip my coffee cup tighter. Sarah Dash. I know. Marcus was trash. But that's exactly why you need this. She flips through the pages with her manicured fingers, her diamond tennis bracelet catching the light. You're free now. Valentine's Day is the perfect opportunity to put yourself out there. God knows there are plenty of eligible men in Atlanta who'd kill for a chance with you. I'm not sure I'm ready for... Listen to this. She leans forward, her designer perfume wafting across the table. The best way to get over someone is to get under someone else. See? Even Cosmopolitan agrees with me. Her green eyes sparkle with that familiar determination that usually means she's about to drag me into something I'll regret. I wrap my hands around my coffee cup, seeking comfort in its warmth. It's not that simple. Of course it is. Sarah waves dismissively. Marcus is gone. You have a restraining order. Time to move on to bigger and better things. She pauses as the barista delivers her latte. Perfect timing. Now, there's this singles mixer at LeBlanc next weekend. Sarah, please. My voice comes out smaller than intended. I can barely handle being in public spaces some days. She rolls her eyes, taking a delicate sip of her drink. That's exactly why you need to jump back in. Trust me. Once you meet someone new, all this anxiety will disappear. Fine. I cave, knowing it's easier than arguing with her. I'll think about it. That's my girl. She claps her hands together, oblivious to my discomfort. We'll find you the perfect outfit, something that screams, I'm single and fabulous. I force a smile, nodding along as she details her plans for my love life resurrection. Sometimes it's easier to agree than explain why the thought of dating makes my hands shake. While Sarah rambles on and on about her upcoming plans for Valentine's Day, my eyes gaze down at my hands, wondering what I'm going to do with my life now. So many years have gone down the drain. Now I'm all alone. Me and my graphic designer career, that is. Marcus always said I had potential to do so much more in life. He would laugh at my job, saying it was beneath me. Well, screw him. I love what I do. And now that he's gone, I get to enjoy my life without worrying about the next little mistake that would earn me an explosive tirade from him. The weight of the world lifted from my shoulders the moment he stepped out of my life. I plan to keep things that way.
Chapter 2. Charles. I stride through the polished marble halls of Hudson Development's Atlanta headquarters, dodging assistants clutching tablets and junior executives speed-walking between meetings. The energy crackles. Another Monday morning in commercial real estate. Mr. Hudson, the conference call with Las Vegas is in 10 minutes. My assistant materializes beside me, matching my pace. Move it to my office. I need privacy for this one. The Vegas deal has consumed my thoughts for weeks. 3 prime blocks on the Strip, ripe for development. The potential profit margins from a new luxury casino hotel complex make my pulse quicken. A chorus of "Good morning, Mr. Hudson" follows me down the hallway. I nod in acknowledgement, my mind already running calculations. The asking price is steep, $2.8 billion, but the projected returns. My phone buzzes. Another message from the Vegas property owners team pushing for a higher price. The bastards know what they have. I enter my corner office, floor-to-ceiling windows showcasing Atlanta's skyline. The morning sun glints off neighboring skyscrapers, but my focus stays on the deal documents spread across my desk. 25 years I've spent building this company, and this Vegas acquisition could be the crown jewel. Your coffee, sir. An intern sets down my usual black coffee, steam rising from the cup. The board meeting's been moved to 2 p.m., my assistant adds from the doorway. They want updates on Vegas. I loosen my tie slightly. The weight of expectations, from the board, my employees, myself, settles across my shoulders. This deal needs to happen. The Strip's real estate rarely comes up for grabs, and I won't let this opportunity slip away. My phone lights up with the reminder about the incoming conference call. Time to negotiate. I take a deep breath, squaring my shoulders. This is what I live for. The thrill of the deal, the chase, the victory. On my desktop, I accept the call and see a whole screen of faces staring at me. I smile wide. Let's cut through the crap, gentlemen. I lean forward in my chair, eyes fixed on the projected figures. Your asking price assumes peak market conditions. We both know Vegas tourism hasn't fully recovered. Mr. Hudson, our projections... Your projections are optimistic. I've run the numbers myself. I pull up my own spreadsheet, sharing it on screen. Even with aggressive growth estimates, $2.8 billion is steep. Silence fills the line. I let it stretch, taking a slow sip of coffee. We have other interested parties, their lead negotiator says. Of course you do. But who else has successfully developed 3 major casino properties in the last decade? My voice stays measured, controlled. Hudson Development's track record speaks for itself. We deliver on time, under budget, and our properties consistently outperform market averages. More silence. I press my advantage. I'll go to $2.5 billion with accelerated closing terms. You'll have the cash in 60 days. Papers rustle on their end, muted whispers. That's significantly below our asking price, Mr. Hudson. It's a fair offer based on current market conditions. Plus, you know we'll execute. No regulatory holdups, no financing contingencies. I pull up another document. Our preliminary designs would transform that section of the Strip. 3,000 rooms, high-end retail, conference space to rival anything in Vegas. We'll need to discuss it internally. You have 24 hours. I check my Rolex. The market's not getting any more stable. My offer expires tomorrow at noon Eastern. Mr. Hudson, 24 hours, gentlemen. I look forward to your response. The call ends. I lean back, loosening my tie further. The deal isn't locked down, but I've planted the seeds. They'll counter, probably around $2.65 billion. I can work with that. I straighten my tie, gathering the documents for my next meeting. My fingers brush against the gold wedding band I still wear. 5 years since Laura's passing, and some days the weight of her absence crashes into me without warning. I can already imagine how she would have reacted to the Vegas deal. She always pushed me to think bigger, to reach higher. Charles Hudson doesn't settle for second best, she'd say, that sparkle in her eyes that made me feel invincible. My gaze drifts to the silver-framed photo on my desk. Laura and me at our favorite vineyard in Tuscany. Her last birthday. Neither of us knew the cancer was already spreading through her body. You're meant for great things, she'd whispered during those final days in the hospital. Don't let grief stop you from living. But I have, in many ways. The company has flourished, each success filling my days with purpose. Yet my house remains too quiet, my evenings too empty. Sarah keeps suggesting I get out more, but my daughter doesn't understand. How do you replace 30 years of shared dreams? The board meeting documents blur before me. Laura would kick my butt if she saw me now, buried in work, avoiding real connections. She always said life was meant to be shared. My executive assistant knocks, reminding me of the time. I slip the photo back into place, squaring my shoulders. The ache in my chest persists, but something else stirs too. A whisper of possibility. Maybe Laura was right. Maybe it's time to stop merely existing. I check my reflection in the window. Gray threads through my temples now, lines around my eyes that weren't there when Laura was alive. But I'm still here, still breathing, still capable of feeling something beyond the comfortable numbness of routine. The thought terrifies and excites me. Opening myself to new connections means risking pain again. Yet the alternative, letting life pass by in an endless parade of deals and meetings, feels increasingly hollow. I close my eyes, letting the morning sunlight warm my face through the office windows. Laura's voice echoes in my memory, clear as if she were standing beside my desk. "So tell me about this new project," she'd say, perching on the edge of my desk like she always did. Her eyes would light up as I spread out the blueprints, her mind already racing ahead to possibilities I hadn't considered. The Vegas deal would have absolutely captivated her. She'd point out design elements to enhance, suggest ways to make the spaces more inviting. People don't just want luxury, Charles. They want experiences that make them feel alive. My fingers trace the edge of the proposal documents. Laura never saw business as just numbers on a page. She understood it was about creating something meaningful, something that would outlast us. "You're holding back," she'd tell me now, that knowing smile playing at her lips. "Since when do you play it safe? That's not the Charles I know." A small laugh escapes me. She's right, of course. Even now, she knows me better than anyone. The $2.5 billion offer is solid, but it's not the bold move she'd expect from me. Not from the man who turned a modest real estate company into a billion-dollar empire. I pull up the property specs again, seeing them with fresh eyes. The potential isn't just in the profit margins or market projections. It's in what this development could become, a landmark that transforms that section of the Strip, creates thousands of jobs, sets new standards for luxury entertainment. I can already envision the soaring glass towers, the innovative design elements that would make it impossible to ignore. The kind of project that makes competitors sit up and take notice. "That's more like it," Laura's voice whispers in my mind. "Now you're thinking like the man I married. The man who never backed down from a challenge, who saw opportunities where others saw obstacles. She always pushed me to reach higher, dream bigger. Even after all these years, her influence still shapes my decisions, still drives me to be better. Energy surges through me as I start making notes. We'll need to revise the initial designs, push the boundaries further. Make it not just another block of luxury OABLs, but a destination that captures imaginations. I want to make that section a household name. I want everyone to think about my hotels when they think of the Strip. The weight of Laura's wedding ring on my finger feels lighter somehow. Not a chain to the past, but a reminder of her unwavering faith in me. She always knew what I was capable of, even when I doubted myself. I'm not going to lose myself. Not when I'm so close to making my dreams a reality. My phone vibrates again. Sarah's name flashes across the screen. The third text in 10 minutes. I already know what she wants. More money. Every holiday becomes an excuse for extravagant spending. "Daddy, I need to make reservations at Le Cirque for Valentine's. Plus there's this gorgeous Cartier necklace that would be perfect for my skin tone. Here, I can show you pictures." I switch the phone to silent and slide it into my desk drawer. The board meeting demands my full attention. This Vegas deal could redefine Hudson Development's future. I can deal with Sarah's demands later. Spreading the latest renderings across my desk, I review my presentation points. The board needs to understand the full scope of this opportunity. 3 prime blocks on the Strip don't become available often, and certainly not at a price we can leverage. My assistant pokes her head in. 5 minutes until the board meeting, Mr. Hudson. I gather the documents, straightening my tie as I stand. The weight of this presentation settles on my shoulders. Years of building this company has led to this moment. The Vegas project isn't just another development. It's our chance to dominate the Strip, to create something that will make the Bellagio look dated. But I'll need the board's full support and resources to make it happen. My phone buzzes again in the drawer. Sarah will have to learn that the world doesn't revolve around her exorbitant plans. Right now, I have an empire to maintain. I collect my materials and head toward the boardroom, my mind already mapping out how to convince 12 skeptical board members that $2.5 billion is a bargain for what we'll create. Time to show them why I'm still the best in the business.
Chapter 3. Tiana. The elevator doors open to Sarah's penthouse, and I'm greeted by the familiar sight of floor-to-ceiling windows, showcasing Atlanta's glittering skyline. Music pulses through hidden speakers while a dozen or so guests mingle, champagne flutes in hand. Sarah holds court near her walk-in closet, surrounded by a cluster of women cooing over what appears to be her latest Hermes acquisition. Her sequined dress catches the light with every gesture. I smooth down my simple black cocktail dress, grateful for its classic cut, even if it can't compete with the designer labels on display. Making my way toward the drink table, I scan the selection of top-shelf liquor. The Macallan 18 is excellent if you enjoy scotch. The deep voice startles me. I turn and nearly collide with Charles's broad chest. His tailored navy suit accentuates his athletic build, and those piercing blue eyes crinkle at the corners as he steadies me with a gentle hand on my elbow. Tiana, isn't it? Yes, sir. And I'm more of a wine person, actually. I take a small step back, trying to ignore how his touch sends warmth spreading through my arm. Then you're in luck. He reaches past me for a bottle of red. This Chateau Margaux is outstanding. You seem to know your drinks. The words come out more breathless than intended. Up close, the silver threading through his dark hair and the laugh lines around his mouth only add to his appeal. One of the perks of hosting too many business dinners. He pours 2 glasses, hands me one. Though I'd much rather share a drink with someone who isn't trying to close a deal. Is that what we're doing? Sharing a drink? His gaze holds mine. I'd like to think we're getting to know each other better. I only know you as my daughter's close friend, but I think there's much more to you than your relationship to my daughter. I hum. The wine is velvet on my tongue, rich with complexity, like the man before me. I've heard bits about Charles from Sarah, seen him at a few gatherings, but this is the first time we've really talked. And despite the age gap, there's something magnetic about his presence, a quiet confidence that draws me in. So, Tiana, he says my name like he's savoring it. Tell me what brings a talented graphic designer to my daughter's impromptu fashion show. I swirl the wine in my glass, buying time to gather my thoughts. Sarah can be persistent. When she wants something, she doesn't take no for an answer. She's got this way of making everything feel like a command performance. That sounds like my daughter. Charles's jaw tightens, and something flickers in those striking blue eyes. But something tells me there's more to your hesitation than just being socially drained. The genuine concern in his voice catches me off guard. I've gotten used to people glossing over my discomfort, treating it like an inconvenience. I glance around, but we've drifted to a quiet corner near the windows, away from the other guests and their champagne-fueled laughter. My last relationship. The words stick in my throat like thorns. My fingers tighten around the stem of the wine glass. It wasn't healthy, being in crowds, especially at parties like this. It brings back memories I'd rather forget, makes me feel exposed. Charles sets his glass down, giving me his full attention. His presence feels like a shield between me and the rest of the room. There's something steady and grounding about him, the way he stands slightly in front of me, as if he's already picked up on my need for space from the crowd. You don't have to share if you're not comfortable. That's just it. I feel safe telling you. Maybe it's the wine talking. The revelation surprises me as much as him. I clear my throat, staring down at the ground. His name was Marcus. He started out charming, but then the control started. What I wore, who I talked to, where I went. If I didn't listen, I traced the stem of my wine glass. The bruises faded, but the way he made me feel about myself, worthless, stupid, unlovable, that stuck around. Charles's fingers curl into fists, but his voice remains gentle. He's no longer in your life? No, I got out a few weeks ago. Sarah's been helping me rebuild in her own way, but sometimes her pushiness. I shake my head. She means well, but she doesn't understand why I can't just get over it and jump back into the social scene. Trauma doesn't work on anyone else's timeline. Charles's eyes hold a depth of understanding that makes my chest tight. And you're none of those things he said. I may not know you well, but I can see your strength. It takes courage to walk away, to start over. Sometimes I don't feel very strong. The strongest people rarely do, but they keep moving forward anyway, like you're doing right now. Thank you. My voice comes out soft. For listening and for understanding. Most people just throw empty platitudes at me. Charles's eyes hold a familiar pain as he gazes out at the Atlanta skyline. I know what it's like, having your world stop while everyone else's keeps spinning. After I lost Laura to cancer 5 years ago, he pauses, taking a measured breath. Some days I felt like a rock buried in the sand, watching the tide roll in and out, unable to move while life continued around me. My heart aches at the raw emotion in his voice. I resist the urge to reach out and touch his arm. The hardest part wasn't the big moments, holidays, anniversaries. It was the small things. Coming home to an empty house, making coffee for one instead of two, finding her hair tie in the bathroom drawer months later. He turns back to me. But eventually, I learned that being stuck doesn't mean you're not healing. Sometimes you need that stillness to rebuild your foundation. How did you start moving again? One grain of sand at a time. I'd force myself to do one new thing each day, no matter how small. Take a different route to work. Try a new restaurant. Talk to someone I wouldn't normally speak with. His lips curve into a gentle smile. Like sharing expensive wine with my daughter's friend at a party I'd rather not attend. A warmth spreads through my chest that has nothing to do with the wine. And now I understand that moving forward doesn't mean forgetting. Laura will always be part of who I am, just like your experiences with Marcus shaped you. But they don't define where we're going. He meets my eyes. You're already stronger than you know, Tiana. You're here, aren't you? That's not nothing. His words wrap around me like a warm blanket, and for the first time in weeks, I feel truly seen. Not as a victim, not as a project to fix, but as someone who's surviving, one day at a time. The city lights blur through the window as I blink back the sudden wave of emotion washing over me. There's something about Charles's presence that makes me feel anchored, protected in a way I haven't experienced before. Not the suffocating protection Marcus claimed to offer, but something pure and genuine. Charles reaches into his suit jacket and pulls out a sleek business card. He writes a number in precise strokes on the back. Then, his fingers brush mine as he hands it over, and that same warmth from earlier spreads through my hand. I want you to have this. My personal cell is on the back. You can reach out anytime, day or night, whether you need to talk or just want someone to listen. I traced the embossed letters of his name, struggling to find words. I couldn't possibly. You can, and you should. His voice carries that gentle authority that brooks no argument. I see such beauty in you, Tiana. Not just physical, though you're stunning, but in your spirit. The way you carry yourself despite everything, your resilience. He pauses, those blue eyes intense. Don't let anyone dim that light. You have so much potential, and I'd hate to see you lose yourself trying to meet others' expectations. My vision blurs as tears threaten to spill. No one has spoken to me like this before, like I'm valuable, like I matter beyond what I can do for them. I clutch the card like a lifeline. Thank you, I whisper, the words feeling inadequate for the gift he's offering. Not just his number, but his time, his understanding. Charles's expression softens as he notices my emotional state. He shifts slightly, creating a barrier between me and the party guests, giving me a moment to compose myself. With a small nod of acknowledgement, he returns to mingle with the other guests in attendance. I watch Charles's broad shoulders as he moves through the crowd, stopping to shake hands and exchange pleasantries. The weight of his business card feels significant in my hand, and I tuck it carefully into my clutch. The contrast between father and daughter couldn't be starker. While Charles radiates genuine warmth and compassion, Sarah holds court by her closet, brandishing her new Birkin bag like a trophy. Her voice carries across the room as she details the waitlist she bypassed to acquire it. Daddy's connections always come through, she trills, and her audience of socialites nod in appreciation. I take another sip of the wine Charles chose. It really is exceptional. My mind drifts back to our conversation, how he created a safe space in the middle of this glittering party. The way he listened without judgment, shared his own pain, and offered support without trying to fix everything. Across the room, Charles catches my eye and gives me a subtle nod. Something warm unfurls in my chest. Not attraction, though he's undeniably handsome. It's recognition, understanding, the knowledge that someone sees past my carefully constructed walls to the person struggling underneath. Sarah's laughter rings out again, sharp and demanding attention. She hasn't spared me a glance since I arrived, too absorbed in her impromptu fashion show. Some friend, but tonight, for the first time since I met her, I don't feel that familiar sting of rejection. Charles's words echo in my mind. Don't let anyone dim that light. I cradle my wine glass, savoring both the rich flavor and this newfound feeling of being truly seen. The city lights twinkle beyond the windows, and for once, I feel like I belong in this glittering world, not because of designer labels or social connections, but because someone finally took the time to know me.
Chapter 4. Charles. The Atlanta skyline stretches before me, a canvas of glass and steel painted in hues of amber and gold by the setting sun. From my penthouse on the 40th floor, the city unfolds like a living, breathing entity. Cars crawl along the streets below, their headlights beginning to flicker on as dusk approaches. I press my palm against the cool glass. The space behind me echoes with emptiness, despite the carefully curated furniture and artwork that fill it. Laura always knew how to make this place feel like home. Her touches remain everywhere. The antique vase she insisted would perfect the entryway, the abstract painting she fell in love with at that gallery in Buckhead. My fingers trace the edge of the frame I keep on my desk. The silver has dulled over the years, but her smile remains as bright as ever. The photo captures her mid-laugh at our favorite restaurant, the one overlooking the Chattahoochee River. Her hair catches the light, her eyes crinkled at the corners in that way that always made my heart skip. "We'll build something amazing here," she'd said when we first bought this place. Back then, it was just concrete and potential. Now it's the crown jewel of Hudson Developments, the achievement that cemented my place in Atlanta's real estate world. I set the frame down, adjusting it so it faces my chair. "You would have loved what the city's become, Laura." The words disappear into the vast space of the penthouse. "Remember how excited you were about that first development project in Midtown?" The city lights begin to twinkle more intensely as darkness creeps in. Laura and I used to stand here together, planning our next venture, dreaming about the mark we'd leave on Atlanta's skyline. Now each new building feels like both a victory and a reminder of what she's missing. My reflection stares back at me in the window, still fit at 53, but the silver threading through my hair tells its own story of time past, of dreams achieved and dreams lost. I sink into my leather chair, mind drifting to last night's encounter. Sarah's parties always blur together, a carousel of champagne flutes and networking, but this time was different. This time, there was Tiana. She'd commanded attention the moment she walked through the door in that black cocktail dress. The fabric hugged her curves, stopping just above her knees with a tasteful slit that revealed long, toned legs. Her natural curls were swept up elegantly, exposing the graceful line of her neck and shoulders. I'd seen her before at Sarah's events. Always assumed she was just another of my daughter's socialite friends. But watching her last night, the way she carried herself with quiet confidence, how her brown eyes lit up when she spoke to me, she shattered every preconception. Tiana's skin glowed in the soft evening light, and when she smiled, dimples appeared in her cheeks. Her laugh was genuine, lacking the artificial notes I've grown too accustomed to hearing at these functions. The memory of our conversation at the party resurfaces. Tiana's voice had dropped to barely above a whisper when she confided in me about her ex. Her fingers had tightened around her wineglass. My jaw clenches. I've seen too many bright, capable women diminished by men who couldn't handle their light. Laura volunteered at a women's shelter. She'd come home some nights with tears in her eyes, sharing stories that made my blood boil, things that no one should ever go through. I leaned forward in my chair, remembering how I'd wanted to reach out, to steady Tiana's trembling hands. But I'd kept my distance, conscious of the other guests milling around us. Her strength strikes me now as it did then. Here's a woman who'd been through hell and emerged not bitter, but determined. Beautiful not just in her appearance, though God knows she is, with those soulful brown eyes and that radiant smile, but in her resilience. I want to shelter her from any more pain, guide her toward recognizing her own worth. The protective instinct surprises me with its intensity, gripping my chest like a vice. I haven't felt this way since... The realization hits me like a physical blow, stealing my breath. Not since Laura. Not since I watched my wife fight her own battles, saw her pour herself into helping others even when she was struggling. Even in her final days, she'd insisted on making care packages for the women at the shelter. But this is different. The way Tiana makes me feel. It's not just about wanting to protect her. There's an attraction I can't deny, a pull that both excites and terrifies me. My hands itch to touch her, to trace the curve of her jaw, to feel if her skin is as soft as it looks. It's more than physical desire, though. There's something about her spirit, her quiet determination, that draws me in like a moth to flame. The documents pertaining to the Las Vegas deal glows on my monitor, but the words blur together. I've read the same paragraph 5 times without absorbing a single detail. My thoughts keep drifting to those dimples, that infectious laugh. Focus, Charles. I push back from my desk, running fingers through my hair. This deal needs to close. I won't let us lose this deal. The monitor dims to black, reflecting my frustrated expression. Who am I kidding? I haven't been able to concentrate since that party. Since Tiana. She's Sarah's age, for Christ's sake. I paced the length of my home office, past the wall of windows overlooking the city. What the hell are you thinking? But age feels irrelevant when I remember how she stood there, nursing her drink in a dark corner of the party. The way her eyes lit up when I started talking to her. That wasn't the superficial chatter I'm used to at these events. She was genuinely interested in me and what I had to say. You could invite her for coffee. The words escape before I can stop them. Just to discuss some of her ideas. She loves graphic design. Maybe I could find her a better paying job. Introduce her to some people who can help kickstart her career. My reflection in the window raises an eyebrow at me. Right, because that wouldn't be transparent at all. I drop back into my chair, spinning to face my desk. The Vegas documents still need review. The numbers need crunching. The stakeholders need... A deep sigh escapes my nostrils. Damn it! I slam my palm on the desk. Get it together! But I can't. I want to hear more about her graphic design work. Want to watch her face animate as she talks about her dreams. Want to know what makes her smile. What keeps her up at night. One coffee, professional, that's all. I'm bargaining with myself now, knowing damn well it wouldn't stop there. Not with the way she makes me feel. Not with how alive I am in her presence. Suddenly my phone buzzes against the desk, Sarah's face lighting up the screen. I already know what this call will be about. My daughter's timing has always been impeccable, right when I'm wrestling with thoughts I shouldn't be having. Dad, thank God you picked up. Her voice carries that sugary sweetness that always precedes asking for money. The same tone she's perfected since she was old enough to want something. What is it this time? I lean back in my chair, pinching the bridge of my nose. So there's this amazing trunk show happening tomorrow. All the top designers will be there. Limited pieces, totally exclusive. She pauses for dramatic effect. I need 50,000. I click my tongue. $50,000? For clothes? The amount doesn't shock me. I've built an empire that could buy 1,000 trunk shows. But her casual demand does. Not just clothes, Daddy. These are investment pieces, plus some shoes and bags. You know how important networking is at these events. Her voice takes on that wheedling quality that usually gets her exactly what she wants. Everyone who's anyone will be there. I pinch the bridge of my nose. When are you going to get a real job, Sarah? One that actually pays for your lifestyle? I am working on it. I've been talking to some people about amazing opportunities. Her voice takes on that defensive edge I know too well. There's this startup that's really interested in my social media expertise. Social media expertise, I scoff. Posting selfies isn't a career path. That's not fair. I have over 100,000 followers. Do you know how valuable that is? What's valuable is earning your own way in life. Your mother... I stop myself, knowing it won't make a difference. Laura would be so disappointed to see how entitled Sarah's become over the years. Never mind. Please, Daddy. This is really important to me. Her voice softens, playing the Daddy's Girl card she knows I can't resist. The same sweet tone she's used since she was 5 and wanted a pony. I pull up my banking app, already hating myself for what I'm about to do. My thumb hovers over the screen for a moment. This is the last time, Sarah. I mean it. Even as I say it, I know it's crap. You're the best! I love you so much! She squeals into the phone, the manipulation complete. Yeah. I hit transfer, watching another 50,000 disappear from my account like water down a drain. Just try to be responsible with it. The words feel hollow, just like every other time I've said them. Of course, you're amazing! Gotta run, love you! The line goes dead before I can respond. I stare at my phone, wondering when I became such a pushover with my own daughter. This isn't what Laura and I planned when we talked about raising a strong, independent woman. For so long, I just couldn't bear to see Sarah unhappy. Now I'm paying for it in more ways than one.
Chapter 5. Tiana. You have to see this dress. Sarah pulls me through the boutique, her blonde hair swishing as she weaves between racks of designer clothes. It's perfect for the Valentine's Gala. The price tag dangles from a red sequin number that would put most car payments to shame. My stomach does a little flip just looking at those zeros. Even though I've been Sarah's friend for years, I'm still not used to the amount of money she's willing to drop on a single dress. Sarah snatches it off the hanger and holds it against her slim frame, the sparkles catching the boutique's crystal lighting. What do you think? Dad's letting me host my gala at the mansion this year. I'm thinking champagne fountains, ice sculptures, the works. Her green eyes shine with excitement as she admires herself in the mirror. I run my fingers along the silk of a nearby evening gown, pretending to be more interested in the fabric than her obvious display of wealth. That's quite the party you're planning. Only the best. Everyone who's anyone will be there. She twirls with the dress, sequins creating little red dots of light across the walls. Speaking of which, you have to come. No excuses. The way she says it makes it sound less like an invitation and more like a royal decree. The mention of the mansion sends my thoughts straight to Charles. The way his blue eyes locked with mine at Sarah's party. How his deep voice carried across the room when he asked about my past, about my relationship with Marcus. The slight brush of his hand against mine as he handed me his business card with his personal number scribbled on the back. Speaking of which, I've been talking to him here and there over text. I finally got the courage to reach out this morning, typing up a quick message before launching my phone across the room in fear of what'll come next. To my absolute shock, he replied pretty quickly, and we've been talking ever since. He wants to take me out to coffee soon. Coffee. Earth to Tiana. Sarah waves her hand in front of my face. Where'd you go just now? I shake my head, trying to dislodge thoughts of her father. Just thinking about work deadlines. Ugh, boring. Come on. You need to try on this blue one. It'll look amazing with your darker skin tone. Some jewelry would look good on you too. You need to learn how to accessorize. But as Sarah chatters about caterers and guest lists, my mind drifts again. Charles in his perfectly tailored suit, the way his salt and pepper hair fell just so across his forehead, the strength in his shoulders when he reached past me for a glass. 3 days since that party, and I can't shake the electricity I felt every time he came near. And maybe some live doves released at midnight. Sarah's voice breaks through my reverie, though that might be too much even for me. I force myself to focus on the pile of dresses in her arms. Maybe stick to the ice sculptures. My phone buzzes in my purse. I peek at the screen while Sarah's occupied with the mountain of dresses she's selected. Would love to grab that coffee tomorrow afternoon if you're free. There's a great spot downtown I think you'd enjoy. My fingers hover over the keyboard, my heart doing that ridiculous flutter thing it's been doing since the party. Downtown means far from Sarah's usual haunts. Private, quiet, just what I need to sort through these feelings without her questions. That sounds perfect. What time? Who's got you grinning like that? Sarah drapes another dress over her arm, this one a sparkly number that probably costs more than the damn car she drives. Spill. I slip my phone back into my purse, trying to school my expression into something less revealing. Just a friend. A friend? She raises one perfectly shaped eyebrow, her green eyes sharp with curiosity. Must be some friend to put that look on your face. I haven't seen you smile like that since, well, I can't remember when. It's nothing serious. I busy myself with a rack of evening gowns, pushing hangers back and forth without really seeing them. Well, good for you. Sarah bumps my shoulder with hers. About time you started moving on from that loser Marcus, and just in time for Valentine's Day, too. She winks. Maybe this mystery person can be your +1 to my gala. My stomach twists into knots. If she knew the mystery person was her father, God, I can't even imagine her reaction. The thought alone makes me break into a cold sweat. I haven't really thought that far ahead. I pull out a black dress at random, desperate to change the subject. What about this one? Too funeral chic. She wrinkles her nose and pushes it back on the rack. But seriously, I'm glad you're putting yourself out there again. Marcus was such a waste of your time. That jerk never deserved you. My phone vibrates again, sending a thrill through my body that I try hard to suppress. I resist the urge to check it immediately, but Sarah notices my eyes dart to my purse. The thought that it might be Charles makes my heart race, and I hate how obvious I must look. Go ahead, answer your friend. She emphasizes the word with a knowing smirk that makes me wonder if she suspects something more is going on. I'll be in the fitting room with these. She sachets away with an armful of designer dresses, leaving me torn between guilt and anticipation. I wait until Sarah's blonde head disappears behind the fitting room curtain before pulling out my phone. My fingers tremble as I unlock the screen. How about 2 p.m. at Café Noir? It's a quiet spot where we can talk without interruption. The underlying meaning in his words sends a spark through my body. Quiet. Private. Away from prying eyes. I glance over my shoulder, but the only other people in the boutique are occupied with their own shopping. Sounds perfect. Looking forward to it? I bite my lip, debating if I should add something more flirtatious. Before I can second-guess myself, another message appears. I haven't been able to stop thinking about you since the party. Heat floods my chest. The proper thing would be to ignore this attraction, to maintain appropriate boundaries with my friend's father. But there's something magnetic about Charles that draws me in, makes me want to throw caution to the wind. Neither have I. I type back, my heart pounding against my ribs. Tiana, come zip me up, Sarah calls from the fitting room. I quickly add a heart emoji to my message and hit send before shoving my phone away. The thrill of our secret exchange lingers as I walk toward the fitting rooms, checking over my shoulder one last time. This thing with Charles, whatever it is, should feel wrong. But as my phone buzzes again in my purse, all I can think about is tomorrow afternoon and the way his blue eyes will look at me across a coffee table. Coming, I call back to Sarah, unable to wipe the smile from my face. I enter the fitting room, where she's struggling to reach the zipper on her back. Holding back a laugh, I make my way over and relieve her of the trouble. Hold still. I zip up the red sequined dress, careful not to catch any of the delicate fabric. The dress hugs Sarah's slim figure perfectly, highlighting every curve. It looks amazing on you. Sarah preens in front of the mirror, turning this way and that. I know, right? Dad's going to flip when he sees the price tag. But whatever. A girl needs options for her own gala. I smooth down a few wayward sequins while she practices different poses. Have you thought about doing something different this year? Maybe make it a fundraiser for cancer research? Ugh, why would I want to make it depressing? Sarah fluffs her hair, completely missing my point. This is supposed to be about celebration and showing everyone what the Hudsons can do. Besides, Mom wouldn't want us moping around forever. My chest tightens at her dismissive tone. Laura Hudson had been more than just Sarah's mother. She'd been a pillar of the community, always organizing charity events and supporting local causes. What about these shoes? Sarah kicks off her heels and reaches for a pair that probably cost more than my rent. I need something that says, I'm the hostess, but also, I'm totally approachable. I watch her twirl in front of the mirror again, cataloging every angle of her reflection. 5 years since Laura passed, and Sarah's still stuck in this endless loop of parties and shopping sprees. Each event bigger than the last, each outfit more expensive. As if she's trying to fill some void with sparkles and champagne. Perfect! She claps her hands together. This is totally going to be the event of the season. Everyone will be talking about it for months. I nod along, the way I always do. Sometimes I wonder if anyone else sees past the designer labels and practice smiles to the lost girl underneath. The one who hasn't processed her grief, who measures her worth in Instagram likes and society column mentions. You're being quiet. Sarah narrows her eyes at me in the mirror. This isn't about the price again, is it? Because I told you I can totally loan you something from last season if you're worried about... No, it's not that. I adjust a strap on her dress, just thinking about the gala details. Oh, don't worry about that. I have the best event planners on this already, she says, turning to me and fluffing out my curls. I need to get you a Birkin of your own, or some better heels. Those are way too short. I'm fine, Sarah. Honestly. She shakes her head as she presses her lips into a thin line. You deserve to get treated right after everything you've been through. And trust me, all of your troubles will ebb away once you have a Birkin on your arm. Trust me? I sigh. Maybe one day she'll realize there's more to life than jewelry and purses.
You won't know what hit you, baby. I'm going to take you, break you, and make you mine. And when I'm done, you're...
Now hold on just a minute.
What?
I got something to say.
What's the meaning of this?
Now you may be some fine-looking white boy.
Got that right, baby. It takes hard work.
And you might got the money.
Fat stacks, baby, to spoil you with.
But that doesn't mean I'm going to give it up to you without a fight.
A fight?
You want some limp wilting flowers? Go to historical romance, baby. But you want sassy and spicy strong black queens that tame their alpha male bad boys?
I think our listeners do.
Then you go on and look at Miss Tyla's Bougie Brides and Billionaires audio bundle.
50 hours of me whispering the most romantic things in your ears. Fake marriages, alpha male billionaires, strong black women, steamy scenes that will make your eyes roll back. Everything wrapped up in a happily ever after that will put you in an afterglow.
Use code SAVE40 to get 40% off this bundle and any other digital product in Miss Tyla's store.
Unabridged and uncut.
Just like you?
You're gonna have to find out.
Tyla Walker Romances. Escape your life with sassy romance.
Chapter 6. Charles. I stare at the stack of papers scattered across my desk, each one detailing another aspect of the Las Vegas Strip development project. My mind drifts as Robert from Legal drones on about zoning regulations and building codes. The city council's primary concern centers around the height restrictions for... His words fade into white noise. Instead, I see Tiana's face from yesterday afternoon, her beautiful brown eyes sparkling as she told me about her latest graphic design project, the way her hands moved animatedly while she spoke, how her laughter filled our corner of Café Noir, drawing envious glances from other patrons. She had so much life in her tone, so much happiness. It was worlds different from the meek woman I saw standing alone at my daughter's party. No, Tiana Williams is a force to be reckoned with. She just doesn't make it apparent. Mr. Hudson. Robert's voice cuts through my daydream. Did you catch that last part about the environmental impact assessment? No. I straighten in my chair, running a hand through my hair. Damn, I need to focus. This is a multi-billion-dollar deal I'm letting slide because I can't get her out of my head. Run it by me again. He shuffles his papers, clearly frustrated. His jaw tightens. A tell I've learned means he's holding back choice words. As I was saying, we need to address the concerns about... My phone buzzes. A text notification. For a split second, I hope it's her. My heart actually skips, like I'm some teenager instead of a grown man who runs one of the largest development companies in Atlanta. Should we reschedule? Robert asks, his tone clipped. The way he's gripping his pen suggests he'd rather throw it at me. No. I wave off his suggestion, forcing myself to tear my eyes from the phone. Business first. That's how I built my empire, and that's how I'll keep it. Continue. But as he launches back into his presentation, my thoughts return to yesterday, to the way Tiana's fingers wrapped around her coffee cup, to her genuine interest when I explained the intricacies of property development. Most women's eyes glaze over, but not hers. She asked intelligent questions, challenged my perspectives. Mr. Hudson, this really requires your full attention. You're right. I forced myself to focus on the documents before me. Let's take it from the top. But even as Robert starts over, I can't shake the memory of her smile, the sound of her laugh, the way she makes me feel 20 years younger just by being in her presence. I force my wandering thoughts into submission and dive into the paperwork. Line by line, clause by clause, I dissect every detail with Robert until we've hammered out a solid strategy for the upcoming meeting. That should cover everything. Robert gathers his papers, but hesitates before standing. If you don't mind me saying, you seem distracted today. Just a lot on my plate. I lean back in my chair, loosening my tie. When's the last time you took a break? His expression shifts from frustrated colleague to concerned friend. And I don't mean working from home instead of the office. I don't need... Charles. He cuts me off, something few people dare to do. I've known you for 15 years. You're running yourself ragged. I rub my temples. It's not the work. Take a weekend. Go to Tybee Island. Get a massage, something. He tucks his portfolio under his arm. The company won't collapse if you step away for 48 hours. You're right. The words come automatically. easier than explaining the real reason for my distraction. Thanks for looking out, Robert. He nods and heads for the door, but I barely register his departure. My mind's already racing back to Tiana, to the way she fits so naturally into my world despite our differences. I want to hear her perspective on everything. Art, business, life. Want to watch her face light up when she talks about her passions. Want to protect her from whatever shadows still haunt her eyes when she thinks no one's looking. I check my phone. No messages from her. Just meeting reminders and emails that can wait until tomorrow. Screw the beach. Screw massages. I know exactly what I need. More time with the woman who's turned my carefully ordered world upside down. I pull up Tiana's contact on my phone, thumb hovering over the call button. One coffee date wasn't enough. I want dinner, drinks, weekends. Hell, I want it all. But my company's stock price flashes across my desktop screen, a constant reminder of the responsibilities weighing on my shoulders. Sir? My assistant's voice crackles through the intercom. The board members are waiting in the conference room. I set my phone down. On my way! The walk to the conference room stretches longer than usual. Every step reminds me of the delicate balance I'm trying to maintain. The board expects a certain image, the focused, driven CEO who built Hudson Development from the ground up, not a man distracted by thoughts of a woman half his age. I push through the heavy double doors. 12 pairs of eyes turn to me, expecting answers about quarterly projections and market expansions. I take my place at the head of the table, spreading out the Las Vegas documents. Hello, everyone. I'd like to begin with the updated Las Vegas Strip Project timeline. Robert and I just went over all the details, so this information is the most recent I have for you all. But as I outline construction phases and profit margins, my mind drifts to Tiana's latest Instagram post, her creative workspace, splashed with vibrant colors that match her personality. The caption mentioned a deadline for a major client. Christ, Charles, these numbers seem optimistic, Thomas Morales interrupts my thoughts. Are we certain about the tourist projections? I mean, what if it fails? One down season in Vegas might topple us. I clear my throat, forcing myself to focus. Our market research indicates. My phone vibrates in my pocket. The urge to check it nearly overwhelms me. What if it's her? Charles, Jenkins raises an eyebrow. The market research? Right. I straighten my tie, guilt gnawing at my conscience. These people trust me with their investments, their futures. Every distraction, every moment of divided attention could cost millions. The data shows a consistent upward trend in tourism, particularly in the luxury sector. This is what we need to capitalize on. The meeting continues, but the weight of my position sits heavier than usual. I've always known exactly who I am. A businessman first, everything else second. It's what got me here. It's what kept me going after losing Laura. But now? Now I'm questioning if success is worth sacrificing everything else. What's the status on securing the Las Vegas deal? Thomas leans forward, his gold cufflinks catching the afternoon light streaming through the floor-to-ceiling windows. They countered our $2.5 billion with $2.6. I tap my pen against the polished mahogany table. Expected move. They're testing our limits. Linus Reed folds his hands. And your strategy? We go in at 2.55. Final offer. The room falls silent. I scan their faces, reading the blend of concern and curiosity. Look, I've dealt with their CEO before. Romeo loves to posture, but he needs this deal as much as we do. His shareholders are breathing down his neck after that Miami fiasco. You're certain about this play? Patricia Oliver's dark eyes narrow. She's been with the board longest, seen every major deal I've closed. The numbers support it. Their stock dropped 12 points last quarter. They're desperate for a win, and we're their best shot at staying relevant in the luxury market. It's a gamble, Thomas says, but there's no real concern in his voice. He's worked with me long enough to trust my instincts. A calculated one. I pull up the projection charts on the screen behind me. Their counter was aggressive but predictable. At 2.55 comma, we still clear our target margins while giving them enough face-saving room to accept. Patricia nods slowly. You've never steered us wrong on these calls, Charles. The rest of the board murmurs in agreement. This is why they keep me here, why they trust me with billions. I read people, predict moves, close deals. It's what I do best. Make the offer, Thomas says. We're behind you on this one. Thank you for your confidence. I stand, buttoning my suit jacket. I've never let this board down, and I don't plan to start now. The Las Vegas deal will put Hudson Development at the forefront of luxury hospitality. We'll be famous across the industry before you all know it. The board members gather their materials, exchanging quiet words as they file out. Thomas claps my shoulder on his way past. Patricia lingers by the door. Good to see you focused again, Charles. For a moment there... She leaves the thought unfinished, her knowing look saying enough. The door clicks shut behind her. I sink back into my chair, loosening my tie. The afternoon sun bathes the conference room in golden light, highlighting the empty seats where minutes ago 12 people entrusted me with billions of dollars. My phone sits heavy in my pocket. I pull it out, finally checking that notification from earlier. It's not from Tiana, just a market update about a competitor's latest acquisition. Her face fills my mind again. The way she listened intently when I explained property valuations, asking questions that showed real understanding. Not the superficial interest I'm used to from women who see me as nothing but a wealthy catch. No, Tiana's different. She sees me, not just the CEO, not just the bank account. But what if I'm being delusional? What if, deep down, she ends up having the same personality as the rest of Sarah's friends? Shallow, vapid, only caring about how much money I bring to the table. Sir? My assistant's voice crackles through the intercom. The zoning commission representatives are here for your 3 o'clock. I straighten my tie, tucking thoughts of Tiana away for later. Send them in.
Chapter 7. Tiana. A gust of chilly February wind whips around me as I step outside Marcel's, one of Atlanta's swankiest diners. My phone buzzes in my hand, Charles's name lighting up the screen. I glance through the window at Sarah, who's absorbed in her menu, before answering. Hey, I whisper, moving away from the entrance. Ducking behind one of the ornate stone columns that frame Marcel's facade. There's my girl. Charles's deep voice sends warmth through my body, despite the cold. That rich baritone never fails to make my knees weak. How's your day going? Good, just having lunch with Sarah. I rub my arms, wishing I'd grabbed my coat. The thin fabric of my silk blouse offers zero protection against the winter chill. Sorry for whispering. I stepped outside. He chuckles, and I can picture the way his eyes crinkle at the corners when he's amused. Always so careful. I can't wait to see you tomorrow night. Me too. I bite my lip, picturing his blue eyes and that confident smile. My stomach does a little flip, just thinking about our upcoming date. Yes, I'm calling them that. Referring to them as coffee meetings or dinner hangouts just doesn't seem right. Oh, and I sent something to your apartment. Should be waiting for you when you get home. What? Charles, you shouldn't have... Don't start. His tone leaves no room for argument. Commanding yet tender. You deserve it, every bit of it. I swallow thickly. Thank you. No one has ever treated me as well as you do, so it's something to get used to. You know? I understand, but you should learn to get comfortable around me, seriously. I want you around for the long term, Tiana. I wouldn't be doing any of this if not. Even if... I trail off, grimacing at the thought of Sarah's reaction. She'll have to find out about us one day, but when and where and how are questions I don't want to linger on right now. All right then, I'll try to relax a bit more. Anyway, I should get back inside before Sarah sends a search party. Go on then. I'll talk to you later. I end the call, pressing the phone against my chest. Part of me feels guilty keeping this from Sarah. She's become such a good friend since we met years ago, even with her shallow tendencies. But telling her I'm dating her father? That conversation needs perfect timing. Through the window, I see her waving at me to come back inside. I take a deep breath of the crisp air, trying to compose myself before heading back to our lunch date. I slide back into my seat across from Sarah, who's beaming with excitement. The waiter hovers at her elbow, notebook in hand, his crisp white shirt and black bow tie screaming expensive service. I went ahead and ordered for both of us. Sarah waves her perfectly manicured fingers, the massive diamond on her right hand catching the light. The seafood tower to start, then the lobster thermidor, and you'll absolutely die for their Wagyu ribeye. My stomach drops at the thought of the bill. The prices on the menu had made me want to crawl under the table when we first sat down. Sarah, I can't. Don't be silly. She dismisses my concern with another wave, leaning back in her chair like she owns the place, which given her family's real estate empire, she might. Daddy's card, remember? When I mentioned going out with you, he insisted I'd take you out for lunch. Besides, Marcel's is the hottest spot in Atlanta right now. Did you see their write-up in Bon Appetit? Everyone who's anyone is dying to get a reservation. The waiter disappears with our orders, or rather, Sarah's orders. I fidget with my napkin, thinking about how different lunch with Charles would be. He always asks what I want, notices when something makes me uncomfortable. A few days ago at that Italian place, he caught my hesitation over the wine list and smoothly suggested we split a bottle I could actually afford. But of course, he paid the entire bill without a moment's hesitation at the very end, anyway. You'll love it, I promise. Sarah leans forward, her diamond tennis bracelet catching the light. The chef trained in Paris. Everyone who's anyone is trying to get a table here. I force a smile, wondering if she realizes not everyone measures worth by price tags and magazine mentions. Charles never pushes me into situations that make me squirm. It's one of the things I admire most about him. He has all this money and power, but he uses it to make people comfortable, not to show off. Hey, Tiana. Sarah snaps her fingers. What's up with you? You seem distracted today. Everything okay? Just work stuff. I take a sip of water, avoiding her sharp green eyes. Big project coming up. Sarah's eyes narrow as she studies me over her wine glass. Come on, spill. There's someone new, isn't there? What? No. I straighten my silk blouse, cursing internally at how obvious I must seem. Why would you think that? Please. She sets down her glass with a delicate clink. Your hair is different. You finally splurged on that Brazilian blowout I recommended. And that perfume. She leans forward, taking an exaggerated sniff. That's Joe Malone's Myrrh and Tonka. Way above your usual price range. Heat explodes across my body. The perfume was a gift from Charles a couple days back, delivered to my office with a note saying the scent reminded him of me. Warm, complex, unforgettable. I'm just trying new things. After Marcus, I figured I needed to rediscover myself, you know. Sarah's perfectly shaped eyebrows arch. Rediscovering yourself includes those Louboutins you wore to work last Tuesday? The ones you said you'd never waste money on? They were on sale. Another gift from Charles, but she doesn't need to know that. And that designer bag? And those new earrings? Sarah ticks off each item on her French manicured fingers. Face it, honey. You're dressing to impress someone. I take a long sip of water, buying time. The cool liquid does nothing to ease the knot in my stomach. After what happened with Marcus, I just want to focus on myself, build my confidence back up. He never let me spend money on myself. He always said it was a waste of time. The memory of his controlling behavior makes my jaw clench. Years of being told what to wear, what to buy, how to exist. It makes me sick to my stomach to think about it. I was tolerating that crap when a man like Charles Hudson exists, who buys me things without even having to ask. Uh-huh. Sarah's tone drips with skepticism. She leans forward, perfectly manicured nails drumming against her wine glass. That's why you keep checking your phone and sneaking outside to take calls? Work calls. This new project is intense. I'm the lead on it. My voice rises an octave too high, and I know she caught it. Damn it. I fidget with my napkin, avoiding her piercing gaze. Right. Because work calls make you giggle and smile like that. She gestures at my face, a knowing smirk playing on her lips. I know that look, T. You've got it bad for someone. I shake my head, grateful for the waiter arriving with our appetizers. The smell of garlic shrimp provides a welcome distraction. You're imagining things. Can we talk about something else? Like anything else. Anything but the way her father's messages make my heart race every time my phone lights up. Sarah huffs out a breath, rolls her eyes, and slumps slightly in her seat. One of these days you're going to screw up and let it slip. I'll be waiting for that moment. She sits up a little straighter. Whatever. Let's talk about me, or more specifically, my Valentine's Day gala. The waiter glides over, placing a towering seafood display between us. Ice-glazed shrimp, perfectly arranged oysters, and chunks of fresh lobster gleam under Marcel's crystal chandeliers. Sarah barely pauses her rapid-fire speech to acknowledge him setting down our drinks. A sparkling water for me and another glass of wine for her. So Daddy's mansion, as it turns out, is perfect for the gala. The grand ballroom can hold at least 300 people. Sarah plucks a shrimp from the tower, dragging it through cocktail sauce. I've already hired the top event planner in Atlanta. She did the governor's New Year's Eve party. I nod, selecting an oyster. The briny taste helps ground me as Sarah launches into more details. The theme is modern romance. Everything will be crystal and chrome, with these gorgeous floating arrangements. She pulls out her phone, scrolling through photos. See? White orchids and roses suspended in clear boxes. And look at these light installations. The waiter returns with our entrees, her lobster thermidor steaming in its shell, my Wagyu ribeye perfectly seared. Sarah barely takes a breath. The guest list is incredible. Half of Atlanta's elite already RSVP'd yes, and Daddy promised to make an appearance. She takes a delicate bite of lobster. Though knowing him, he'll probably duck out early. He hates these kinds of events. My fork pauses halfway to my mouth. I know exactly why Charles dislikes society parties. He told me over coffee how fake and exhausting he finds them. But I can't share that insight. I hardly even go to these events to begin with. The ballroom's going to have this massive LED wall with abstract hearts. Sarah gestures with her fork. And we're flying in this DJ from Miami who's absolutely fantastic. Did you see him at Art Basel? No? Well, trust me, he's worth every penny. I continue eating, making appropriate noises of interest as Sarah details the champagne tower, the specialty cocktails, the hand-calligraphed place cards. Each time she mentions Daddy's mansion or Daddy's ballroom, my stomach does a little flip, but I keep my expression neutral. At least she's too wrapped up in party planning to notice.
Chapter 8. Charles. I pour another glass of Cabernet for Tiana, watching her eyes sparkle in the dim lighting of my penthouse living room. The fire crackles behind us, casting a warm glow across her face as she tucks her legs underneath her on the leather couch. So tell me more about this company you want to start. I take a sip of wine, settling back into the cushions. I've been dreaming about it since college. She traces the rim of her glass. A boutique design agency focused on helping small businesses build their brand identity. Something intimate where I can really connect with clients. That's impressive. You've clearly thought this through. I have spreadsheets and everything. She laughs, the sound rich and melodic. My friends think I'm crazy detailed, but I want to do this right. Detail-oriented is good. Means you're serious. I shift closer, drawn to her enthusiasm. What made you choose graphic design? Art was always my escape growing up. But I wanted something practical too, you know? Her hands animate as she speaks. Graphic design lets me be creative while helping others bring their visions to life. Speaking of visions, that logo I saw in your portfolio was exceptional. It's incredibly unique. Stop. She playfully swats my arm. But seriously, thank you. That project helped me realize I could actually do this. You absolutely can. I've seen enough startups to recognize potential. Says the real estate mogul. She raises an eyebrow. But I'll take the vote of confidence. The conversation flows effortlessly between us, punctuated by laughter and shared glances. In this moment, the age gap dissolves. There's just this brilliant young woman sharing her dreams, and I find myself completely captivated. I want to create something lasting, she continues, leaning forward. Not just pretty designs, but real partnerships with clients who become like family. That's rare in business these days. Most focus solely on profit. Well, I'm not most people. Her chin lifts with determination. No, I murmur. You certainly aren't. I can't help but notice every detail about her as we talk. Her natural curls frame her face like a halo, some strands catching the firelight in a mesmerizing dance. Those full lips curve into the most genuine smile I've seen in years. Her dark skin glows with a vitality that makes her look ethereal in this lighting. My eyes trace the graceful line of her neck, down to where her fitted sweater hints at curves that have been driving me to distraction all evening. She's wearing a simple gold necklace that draws attention to her collarbone, and I fight the urge to run my fingers along it. You're stunning. The words slip out before I can stop them. Her eyes widen slightly. I mean it. I place my hand on her knee, watching her reaction carefully. Everything about you is breathtaking. She doesn't pull away. Instead, she places her wine glass on the coffee table, her movements deliberate and measured. The atmosphere shifts, becomes charged with possibility. I slide closer until our thighs are almost touching. Her perfume, something light and floral, fills my senses. Up close, I can see the flecks of gold in her brown eyes, the way her lashes cast subtle shadows on her cheeks. Charles. Her voice is barely above a whisper. Tell me if you want me to stop. But she doesn't tell me to stop. She stays perfectly still, her breathing slightly quickened as I move even closer. I close the final inches between us, capturing her lips with mine. The kiss starts gentle, exploring, but the moment she sighs against my mouth, something ignites inside me. Her lips are impossibly soft, tasting of wine and promise. My hand slides up to cup her face, thumb brushing her cheek as I deepen the kiss. She responds with equal fervor, fingers gripping my shirt to pull me closer. A small moan escapes her when I trace her bottom lip with my tongue. Tiana. I breathe her name between kisses, threading my fingers through her curls. She shifts, pressing herself against me, and the feeling of her body flush against mine sends electricity through my veins. My arm wraps around her waist, drawing her even closer until she's practically in my lap. The heat of her skin burns through her sweater, making my pulse race. Her hands explore my chest, trailing fire in their wake. Each touch stokes the growing flame between us. When she nips at my bottom lip, a growl rumbles in my throat. Damn, I mutter against her mouth, fighting the urge to lay her back on the couch. Every cell in my body screams for more, to taste every inch of her, to discover what other sounds I can draw from those perfect lips. But not like this. Not yet. She deserves better than a heated moment on my couch, no matter how much I want her. With tremendous effort, I gentle the kiss, letting my hands rest safely at her waist. She's breathing hard when we finally part, her lips deliciously swollen from our kisses. Her eyes are dark with desire, matching the need coursing through my own body. I rest my forehead against hers, trying to calm my racing heart. Tiana pulls back slightly, though her hands remain on my chest. Her eyes search mine, desire and uncertainty clouding their depths. What are we going to tell Sarah about this? The question cuts through the heated moment. I run a hand through my hair and let out a low chuckle. We don't have to tell Sarah anything. But she's my friend. Tiana shifts away, creating space between us. It feels wrong keeping this from her. Trust me, involving Sarah right now would only complicate things. I reach for her hand, running my thumb across her knuckles. Let's give ourselves time to figure out what this is first. I don't know how much longer I can keep sneaking around here. I think she suspects something going on with me. Her fingers tighten around mine. She'll be hurt if she finds out we kept it from her. Sarah has a complicated way of dealing with my relationships. I choose my words carefully. The last thing I want is for her to make this more difficult than it needs to be. You're her father. She deserves to know. And it seems like you barely know my daughter. I lean back, maintaining my grip on her hand. Sarah can be incredibly possessive. The moment she finds out about us, she'll do everything in her power to interfere. That's exactly why we should be honest from the start. No. My tone comes out sharper than intended. I soften it. Please, just give me time to handle this my way. Sarah finding out too soon could ruin everything. Tiana pulls her hand free, wrapping her arms around herself. It sounds like you're ashamed of this. Of me. God, no. I cup her face, forcing her to meet my eyes. You're the first woman in years who's made me feel alive again, but Sarah, she needs to be handled delicately. Let me protect what we have, at least for now. I notice Tiana's shoulders tense, her expression clouded with uncertainty. Before she can spiral further into doubt, I stand and offer my hand. Come with me, I have something to show you. She hesitates for a moment before placing her hand in mine. Her skin feels impossibly soft, and I can't resist running my thumb across her knuckles. I lead her through the living room toward my gourmet kitchen, keeping her fingers intertwined with mine. The warmth of her touch sends electricity through my entire body. Close your eyes. Charles, what are you? Humor me. My voice comes out deeper than intended, betraying my excitement for her reaction. When she complies, I guide her carefully to the marble island where I've arranged an elaborate display of chocolates while she had gone to the bathroom earlier. Premium Swiss truffles, handmade pralines, dark chocolate-covered strawberries, and artisanal bonbons from that boutique chocolatier she mentioned loving. I'd made a special trip across town just to get them, wanting everything to be perfect. The crystal serving plates catch the light, making the display look even more enticing. Okay, open them. I squeeze her hand gently, already imagining the smile that's about to light up her face. Her sharp intake of breath is worth every minute I spent tracking down her favorites. Her eyes go wide as she takes in the spread before her. Oh my God! She steps closer, examining each variety with growing excitement. You remembered. I barely mentioned chocolate that one time. I pay attention. I wrap my arms around her waist from behind, resting my chin on her shoulder. These are all yours. Eat as many as you want. All of them. There must be dozens here. Consider it making up for asking you to keep us quiet for now. I press a kiss to her neck. Plus, watching you enjoy them will be entertainment enough for me. Her fingers hover over a dark chocolate truffle, still hesitating. I reach around her and pick it up, holding it to her lips. Go on, they're not just for looking at. She takes a bite, and her moan of pleasure sends heat straight through me. Her eyes close as she savors the rich chocolate, and I find myself transfixed by the pure joy on her face. My ex never let me eat treats, she whispers, her hand lingering near her mouth. He said it would ruin my figure. Screw him for ever saying that to you, I say, pressing a kiss against her shoulder. You deserve all of this and more. Never forget that. She nods, leaning over to kiss me on the cheek as she reaches for another truffle.
Chapter 9. Tiana. The glare from my monitor burns into my retinas as I squint at the latest client revisions. 3 rounds of feedback, and they still can't decide between cerulean and azure for their logo. My fingers hover over the keyboard when a commotion at the front desk catches my attention. Delivery for Tiana Williams? I peek over my cubicle wall to spot Mark from reception, struggling with what has to be the largest flower arrangement I've ever seen. Roses in deep burgundy and cream spill over the crystal vase, accented with delicate sprays of baby's breath. My coworker Jen whistles from the next cube over. Someone's got an admirer. My heart skips as Mark places the massive arrangement on my desk, the roses perfuming the entire office space. A small cream envelope nestles among the blooms. With trembling fingers, I pluck it free and slide out the card. Thank you for bringing color back into my world. Dinner tonight? Charles. Heat floods my chest. In my previous relationship, gifts always came with strings attached, usually after another explosive fight. But this feels different. The thoughtfulness behind it, the way Charles noticed how much I love deep, rich colors in my designs. Tiana? Jen waves her hand in front of my face. Who's Charles? And why haven't you mentioned him? I tuck the card away, unable to stop the smile spreading across my face. He's complicated. Complicated enough to send what looks like half a flower shop? Girl, come on. I promise I won't say a word to anyone else. I shake my head, which makes Jen sigh and trudge back to her desk with hunched shoulders. My phone buzzes with a text from Charles. Did they arrive safely? The care in that simple question makes my chest tight. I type back, they're beautiful. Thank you. His response comes instantly. Not as beautiful as your smile. I sink into my chair, surrounded by roses and the lingering scent of possibility. For the first time in forever, I'm starting to believe that maybe, just maybe, I deserve this kind of attention, the kind that comes without conditions or consequences. The rose's heady scent reminds me of the last time Marcus brought me flowers, wilted carnations from the gas station after he'd shoved me into a wall. You made me do it, he'd said, thrusting them at me like a weapon. If you hadn't talked back. My fingers trace the pristine petals of Charles's roses. The thorns have been carefully trimmed away, each stem perfectly cut at an angle. Even in something as simple as flower delivery, the differences between the 2 men stand incredibly apparent. Marcus would rage if I didn't respond to his text within minutes. But Charles, when I'd missed his call yesterday because of a client meeting, he'd simply left a warm voicemail saying he hoped I was having a productive day. Where Marcus demanded, Charles asks. Where Marcus took, Charles gives. Where Marcus tore me down, Charles builds me up. I pull out my phone and reread Charles's latest message about my smile. No manipulation, no guilt trips, no hidden agenda, just genuine appreciation. A few nights ago, when I accidentally dropped my wine glass on Charles's floor in his penthouse, staining his rug, I'd frozen, waiting for the explosion, the names, the thrown glass. Instead, Charles had rushed to make sure I hadn't cut myself on the broken stem. "It's just a rug," he'd said, his hand gentle on my shoulder. "You're what matters." The memory of his touch lingers, warm and secure. That's what safety feels like. That's what respect feels like. My eyes drift back to the roses. Marcus never bothered learning my favorite colors, my dreams, my fears. But Charles notices everything, from the burgundy accent wall I painted in my apartment to the way I take my coffee. He listens when I speak, actually listens instead of waiting for his turn to talk. A real man. The phrase floats through my mind as I breathe in the rose's perfume. Charles is what a real man looks like. Strong without being cruel, confident without being controlling, successful without using it as a weapon. My phone buzzes again, but this time it's Sarah's name that lights up the screen. My stomach tightens. "Hey, girl. How's your day going?" I stare at the message, my fingers frozen above the keyboard. The roses on my desk suddenly feel like a spotlight. Does she know? Has she noticed something different about her father? Has she figured out what's going on between us? "Pretty good. Just working on some client designs." I keep it casual, neutral. 3 dots appear as she types. "We need to go out again. ASAP. Lunch and shopping this weekend. We need to get ready for Valentine's Day. That new boutique on 5th just opened." Same old Sarah, shopping, lunch dates, designer labels. Her tone should put me at ease, but something about it makes my skin prickle. Is this another one of her tests? "Sounds fun. I'll check my schedule." The response feels hollow as I type it. "Perfect. Dad's been so busy lately I barely see him. At least I'll have you to keep me company." My eyes dart to the roses again. Their deep red petals a reminder of the passion and secrecy wrapped up in my relationship with Charles. The mention of him in such an innocent way from his daughter twists my insides into knots. Each time she brings up her father, I wonder if she can hear the change in my voice, see the tension in my shoulders. "All right, Sarah, I'm in," I respond, hating how the lies keep stacking up. Each one feels heavier than the last, weighing down my conscience like stones. Sarah fires back instantly. "Yay. I need retail therapy and my favorite shopping buddy. Text you details later." I set my phone face down, guilt and anxiety churning in my stomach. My fingers linger on its edge, half hoping she'll cancel, half dreading our upcoming meeting. Every interaction with Sarah feels like walking through a minefield now. One wrong step, one slip of the tongue, and everything could explode. The thought of facing her across a restaurant table, pretending I don't know how her father's lips feel against mine, makes me dizzy. The roses that brought such joy minutes ago now feel like evidence of my betrayal. Their sweet scent fills my apartment with memories of stolen moments and heated kisses. How long can we keep this secret? How long before Sarah sees through our careful facades? The question haunts me, echoing in my mind with each passing second. My mind drifts to last summer, when Sarah discovered one of her friends had gone on a date with her ex-boyfriend. I watched her transformation from bubbly socialite to calculated destroyer unfold in real time. First came the anonymous tips to her friend's workplace about substance abuse. Then the carefully orchestrated social media campaign, spreading just enough truth mixed with lies to make everything believable. Within weeks, her former friend lost her job, her reputation, and most of her social circle. "Nobody crosses me and gets away with it," Sarah had declared over martinis, scrolling through the wreckage she'd created with a satisfied smirk. "Daddy taught me that. You have to show people there are consequences to their bad actions." The memory makes my hands shake as I stare at Charles's roses. Sarah's voice echoes in my head. Consequences. What would those consequences look like for me? For the woman secretly dating her father? "No," I whisper to myself. I'm being paranoid. She wouldn't actually. But the image of her friend's systematic destruction plays on repeat in my mind. The calculated precision of it all. The way she'd smiled while doing it, like a cat toying with its prey. I glance at Charles's roses again, their beauty now tinged with danger. What started as a beautiful secret suddenly feels like a ticking bomb. Sarah Hudson, the daughter who rules her father's world, with carefully crafted manipulation and spite, stands between us. And I've seen firsthand what happens to people who dare to threaten her perfect world. I force my attention back to my computer screen, determined to lose myself in color schemes and typography. The client's indecision between blues suddenly seems trivial compared to the storm brewing in my personal life. I adjust the logo's hue for the fourth time, trying to focus on kerning and white space instead of the weight pressing against my chest. My phone lights up with 2 notifications, stacked one above the other. Charles. Looking forward to dinner. I made reservations at that Italian place you mentioned. Sarah. OMG found the perfect dress for you. Can't wait to show you this weekend. The messages sit there like opposing forces. Charles's warmth and Sarah's artificial enthusiasm. My finger hovers between them, unsure which to answer first or how to maintain this delicate balance. Each notification represents a different version of me. The woman falling for an incredible man, and the friend living a lie. The screen blurs as my eyes unfocus, the messages melding together into an accusatory glow. I set the phone face down again, but its presence burns into my consciousness. The rose's perfume mingles with my guilt, making it hard to breathe. How did I end up here? Caught between a father and daughter. Each text a reminder of the impossible situation I've created. I stare at my monitor, the logo's blues swimming before my eyes. Client feedback and color choices feel like problems from another lifetime. Simple, solvable things with clear right and wrong answers. Unlike my current predicament, where every choice seems wrong and every path leads to someone getting hurt. The cursor blinks steadily on my screen, waiting for decisions I can't seem to make, both in my work and in my life. I'm trapped in the middle of a family dynamic I never meant to disrupt, with no clear way forward that doesn't end in pain.
Chapter 10. Charles. I adjust my tie, navigating through the sea of guests in my own home. Sarah's outdone herself again, transforming her formal living room into what looks like an upscale cocktail lounge. Crystal glasses clink, laughter echoes, and the soft jazz music floats through the air. Then I spot her. Tiana stands near the floor-to-ceiling windows, her natural curls catching the warm lighting. She's wearing a deep purple dress that makes her skin glow. Our eyes meet across the room, and I make my way over. "Quite the party," I say, offering her a fresh glass of champagne. "Your daughter knows how to throw them." Tiana accepts the glass, her fingers brushing mine. "Though I get the feeling you don't really want to be here right now. What gave it away? The way you keep tugging at your collar when you think no one's watching." I laugh, surprised by her observation. "Guilty as charged. I prefer quieter settings. Like that little Italian place you mentioned?" "Exactly." I lean against the window frame, creating our own private bubble amid the chaos. Good food, better company. No need to make small talk with people whose names I'll forget in 5 minutes. Tiana's shoulders relax as she takes a sip. "So why do you let Sarah throw these with your money?" "Because sometimes it's worth suffering through 100 meaningless conversations to find one that matters." Her eyes dance with amusement. Smooth, Charles. Very smooth. I try. I wink, and her resulting laugh draws a few glances our way. We fall into easy conversation about her latest design project. The way she talks about her work with such passion and creativity pulls me in completely. I find myself forgetting about the party around us, focused solely on the way her hands move as she describes her vision. A group of guests nearby has grown conspicuously quiet, their attention clearly fixed on our interaction. I notice Sarah across the room, her champagne glass frozen halfway to her lips as she watches us. But for once, I don't care about the attention. Tiana's telling me about a particularly demanding client, and her impression of him has me struggling to keep my laughter appropriate for the setting. "You're terrible," I say, unable to wipe my smile off my face. "You love it." Her smile is radiant, unguarded. And damn if she isn't right about that. As I glance towards the rest of the room, I catch Sarah's gaze. Her smile drops, transforming into something dark and unfamiliar. She downs a gulp of her champagne in one swift motion, her knuckles wide against the delicate stem. The sight unsettles me. I've seen that look before, usually right before she orchestrates some social catastrophe. "Dad." Sarah materializes at my side, her fingers digging into my arm with enough force to make me wince. "I need you for a minute." Tiana gives an understanding nod, though I catch a flicker of disappointment in her eyes. "I should check on my friend Amy anyway." She smooths her dress, and I hate that our conversation is being cut short. Before I can protest or make any attempt to delay this interruption, Sarah drags me toward the study with surprising strength. Her grip doesn't let up until we're through the heavy oak doors. The moment we're inside, she turns to face me, her face a mask of concern that doesn't quite reach her eyes. "Daddy, we need to talk about Tiana." Her voice has that sugary quality I recognize from childhood, the one she used right before asking for a pony or a new car. "What about her?" My voice comes out sharper than intended, an edge of warning that Sarah either doesn't notice or chooses to ignore. I'm worried. She paces the room, her heels clicking against the hardwood in an irritating rhythm. Her champagne glass is still clutched in her hand, threatening to fly out of her hand with each dramatic turn. "Have you considered what people will say? She's my age, for God's sake. Do you have any idea how this looks?" I scoff, shaking my head at Sarah's theatrics. "You're being ridiculous. There's nothing going on between Tiana and me." "Oh, please, Dad. I saw the way you were looking at her." Sarah sets her glass down with enough force to crack the surface, like she's the only person in the room. "We were having a conversation. That's what people do at parties. And frankly, I don't appreciate you monitoring who I talk to." "Really? Because I heard she's been asking about you. Amy told me she's practically stalking you on social media." Sarah's eyes narrow as she leans forward, her perfectly manicured nails drumming against her arm. "That's absurd." I cross my arms, fighting to keep my voice level despite the growing irritation. "Tiana barely uses social media. And Amy? The same Amy who she barely mentioned tonight? What does she have to do with this situation? Christ, Sarah, you're reaching." Sarah's mouth opens, then closes. A flicker of uncertainty crosses her face before she recovers quickly, shaking her head. Her lips curve into that manipulative pout I've seen too many times before. "Would you lie to me, Daddy?" "No, and you know that. Stop acting silly." I run a hand through my hair, exhausted by this childish interrogation. "Well, did you know she dated married men before?" Sarah's voice rises an octave, taking on that shrill tone that sets my teeth on edge. "And I heard she..." "Enough." My tone cuts through her rambling. "You don't know anything about her, and these accusations are beneath you. I raised you better than to spread baseless rumors." "But Jessica told me..." "Jessica who?" Sarah falters again. "You know, Jessica, from the country club. We haven't been members there in 2 years." I fix her with a stern look. "Want to try another story?" Her shoulders slump slightly, but the determined glint in her eyes doesn't fade. "I'm just trying to protect you. She's obviously after your money. Why else would someone like her..." "Someone like her?" My voice drops dangerously low. Choose your next words very carefully. Sarah frowns and her eyebrows furrow. She stares at me with a trembling bottom lip as I make another step towards her. Someone her age? Someone with her career? Or were you going for something else entirely? I step closer, my jaw clenched. Because I've watched you and Tiana laugh together at brunches, share stories, plan shopping trips. And now suddenly she's the enemy? Sarah's face flushes. You don't understand. I've seen how she really is when you're not around. She's cruel, manipulative, like spreading rumors about your supposed friends. I'm trying to protect you. Sarah's voice cracks. She talks about you behind your back, makes fun of everything you do. Says you're just some rich old man she can wrap around her finger. Bull. The word comes out harsh, making Sarah flinch. I've seen how Tiana treats other people. She's genuine, hardworking, and kind, unlike what I'm seeing from you right now. Why won't you listen to me? Sarah stamps her foot, tears welling in her eyes. I'm your daughter. You're supposed to believe me. I believe in truth, Sarah. And right now, all I'm hearing are jealous lies from someone who should know better. Jealous? She lets out a bitter laugh. Of her? Please. I'm trying to save you from making a fool of yourself, but clearly you're too blind to see it. The only fool here is the one throwing around baseless accusations about someone she called a friend for years. Sarah's face contorts with rage. She grabs her champagne glass and hurls it against the wall. The crystal shatters, sending drops of champagne sliding down the expensive wallpaper. Fine, don't believe me, but don't come crying to me when she breaks your heart and takes half your money. She storms toward the door, her heels clicking furiously against the hardwood. The door slams behind her with enough force to rattle the frames on the wall. I stare at the shattered glass, champagne dripping down the study wall. Sarah's outburst leaves a heavy silence in its wake. My hands clench and unclench as I process what just happened. This isn't just another one of Sarah's tantrums. The look in her eyes, that calculated fury mixed with determination. I've seen it before. Usually right before she systematically destroys someone's reputation. Damn! I grab my phone, thumb hovering over Tiana's contact. But what would I even say? Hey, my daughter's about to make your life hell because she figured out that we're together? The party continues outside these walls, the muffled music and laughter a stark contrast to the knot forming in my stomach. Sarah knows exactly how to wield her social influence. One whispered rumor here, a fabricated story there. She's done it before to people who've crossed her. I know what my daughter is capable of when she's enraged. But this is different. This is Tiana. Strong, genuine Tiana, who's already fought her way through enough in life. The thought of Sarah targeting her makes my blood boil. I pace the study, my shoes crunching over scattered glass. I could shut down Sarah's access to money, but that would only fuel her vendetta. I could try reasoning with her again, but that look in her eyes told me logic won't work here. The real problem is I can't control what Sarah does next. She's an adult with her own connections, her own resources. And she's learned exactly how to hurt people where it counts. Their relationships, their careers, their reputations. My jaw clenches as I realize I'm caught between protecting my daughter and protecting Tiana. One wrong move could make everything worse. But doing nothing isn't an option either. The party suddenly feels suffocating. I need to find Tiana, warn her somehow without causing panic. But first, I have to figure out how to handle Sarah, my own daughter who's become someone I barely recognize.
Chapter 11. Tiana. The hostess leads me to a table where Sarah already sits, her perfectly manicured nails tapping against her water glass. My stomach twists. Charles's warning about her suspicions echoes in my mind. Tiana, I'm so glad you could make it. Sarah's smile gleams as bright as her diamond earrings. She stands to give me an airy kiss on each cheek. I slide into my seat, smoothing my skirt. Thanks for inviting me to lunch. This place looks amazing. Doesn't it? Daddy took me here last week. Sarah flags down a waiter. We'll have 2 glasses of the Veuve Clicquot. Oh, just water for me. I have to head back to work after. Her eyes narrow for a fraction of a second before widening again. Live a little. 1 glass won't hurt. The waiter hovers, pen poised. I shake my head. Water is fine, thank you. Your loss. Sarah shrugs, ordering herself the champagne. So how's work going? Any exciting new projects? I describe my latest design campaign while she scrolls through her phone, occasionally nodding. The casual dismissal sends ice through my veins. It's too casual, too normal given what Charles told me. They had a confrontation at the most recent party we all attended after she saw us talking. Apparently, Sarah wasn't too happy about what was happening, but Charles reassured her that nothing was going on. And if that's the case, why is she acting so normal? That's all fascinating, Tiana. You're so preoccupied with your work, it inspires me. Maybe I'll start finding a job after Valentine's Day. Sarah sets down her phone, leaning forward with a conspiratorial gleam in her eyes. Speaking of which, there's this guy who keeps pursuing me. He's older, like way older. My fingers tighten around my water glass. Oh, really? Mm-hmm. He's successful, powerful, runs his own company. She takes a delicate sip of champagne. But I just don't know. The age gap thing? It's kind of predatory, don't you think? The word hits like a slap. I force myself to maintain eye contact. Age is just a number if both people are consenting adults. Sure, if you want to sound like a Hallmark card. Sarah laughs, the sound sharp as broken glass. But let's be real. What could a man in his 50s possibly have in common with someone our age, besides the obvious? Heat creeps up my neck as I avert my gaze. Maybe shared interests, values? Please. Men like that? They're just trying to recapture their youth, trading in for a newer model. She traces the rim of her glass. And the girls who fall for it? They're usually damaged somehow. Daddy issues, bad relationships, makes them easy targets. My stomach churns. The waiter arrives with menus, providing a momentary reprieve. It's sad, really, Sarah continues after he leaves. These men convince themselves they're in love, when really they're just having a midlife crisis. And the poor girls end up being nothing but expensive accessories. I take a long drink of water, willing my hand not to shake. Every word feels calculated, aimed with precision at my deepest insecurities about Charles and me. But enough about that. Sarah waves her hand dismissively. Though I have to ask, how's your love life going? Dating anyone? Interesting? Not really dating at the moment. I focus on unfolding my napkin, avoiding her piercing stare. Just focusing on work and myself. What a shame. Sarah swirls her champagne. Though maybe it's for the best, after what you went through with your ex. You probably need time to heal before jumping into anything serious. Definitely, I say, reaching for my water. This conversation has sucked the life out of me. You know what I've noticed? Sarah leans forward. Men who go after younger women, they can smell vulnerability. Like sharks sensing blood in the water. They know exactly what to say, how to make you feel special. She pauses. Until they get bored and move on to the next conquest. My throat tightens. Not all men are like that. Of course not. But the ones with money and power, they collect beautiful young things like art pieces, display them at parties, shower them with gifts. Her smile doesn't reach her eyes. Makes them feel young again, powerful, until reality sets in and they remember the age gap, the different life stages, how little they actually have in common. Each word chips away at the foundation of confidence I've built. Charles's gentle touches, his passionate kisses, the way he looks at me like I'm precious. Were those real? Or am I just another midlife crisis, a temporary distraction? But hey, Sarah reaches across the table to pat my hand. I'm sure you're too smart to fall for something like that. You deserve someone your own age, someone who sees you as an equal, not a trophy. The weight of her words settles over me like a shroud. I stare at my untouched water, seeing my reflection ripple and distort. I clear my throat. So, how's your photography going? I attempt to shift the conversation, remembering Sarah's Instagram posts about her new hobby. Oh, that. Sarah dismisses it with a wave. Just a phase, like most things, really. People change their minds all the time, don't they? One day they're passionate about something or someone, and the next, she lets the words hang. I scan the menu, pretending to be absorbed in the entree options. My fingers trace over the glossy pages, desperate for any distraction from this increasingly uncomfortable conversation. The salmon looks good. That just reminds me of something, actually. Sarah continues as if I hadn't spoken, her manicured nails tapping against her water glass in a rhythm that sets my teeth on edge. My friend dated this older guy once. He made her feel so special at first. Called her his breath of fresh air. Said she made him feel alive again. My hand freezes on the menu, my stomach dropping as the words hit too close to home. Charles had used those exact words last week when we were alone in his home, his blue eyes sparkling with sincerity as he'd held my hand. But then reality hit. His friends kept asking if she was his daughter. She couldn't relate to any of his references. And the worst part, his actual daughter hated her, made everyone's lives miserable. Sarah's voice drips with sweetness, but there's venom underneath. I force myself to look up, meeting her razor-sharp gaze. My throat feels dry, but I keep my voice steady. That must have been difficult for everyone involved. It was devastating. For her, mostly. She really thought they had something real. Sarah's perfectly glossed lips curve into a sympathetic smile. The daughter made sure everyone knew exactly what she thought about the situation. It got pretty uncomfortable. My chest tightens. Every word strikes a nerve, feeding the doubts I've tried to suppress, the age gap, the complications, the judgment from others. Should we order? I gesture for the waiter, desperate for any interruption. Of course. Though I should mention, that friend, she ended up completely heartbroken. Had to leave her job, move to another city. Sarah's eyes bore into mine. Sometimes the smartest thing is recognizing when something isn't meant to be, before it gets too messy. The menu trembles slightly in my hands. Charles's warm smile flashes through my mind, followed by the image of him introducing me as his friend at social events. Was Sarah right? Was I just another phase? A temporary distraction from his loneliness? I set my menu down, something inside me snapping. Why are you so focused on this topic, Sarah? You seem to have a lot of thoughts about age gap relationships. Oh? She blinks, the picture of innocence. I didn't realize I was. It's just something that's been on my mind lately. You know how these things strike a chord sometimes? A chord? Sarah traces her finger along the stem of her champagne glass. I just think it's predatory, you know? These older men taking advantage of younger women, using their money and status to manipulate them. She leans back, signaling the waiter. I'll have the duck confit with the truffle risotto. The waiter turns to me, but my appetite has vanished. Just a small house salad, please. As the waiter walks away, I stare into my water glass, Sarah's words echoing in my head. Everything she said, it can't be coincidence. She knows something. She knows what's going on. I need to talk to Charles. We've been dancing around defining our relationship, keeping things casual and private. But now, with Sarah's thinly veiled threats and warnings, I can't ignore the warning signs flashing in my head. Everything about this lunch is calculated, from her choice of topic to that predatory smile. My phone buzzes in my purse, a text from Charles asking about dinner tonight. My stomach twists. We need to have an honest conversation about where this is going, about Sarah's suspicions, about everything we've been avoiding, about how this thing between us started and evolved into something that makes my heart race every time I see him. Sarah chatters on about some upcoming charity gala, but I barely hear her. My mind races with questions I've been too afraid to ask Charles. Are we fooling ourselves? Is this relationship destined to crash and burn under the weight of expectations and judgment? I grip my water glass tighter, trying to ground myself. The age gap never bothered me before. It was Charles's kindness, his strength, the way he makes me feel safe that drew me in. But Sarah's words have planted seeds of doubt that are taking root despite my best efforts to weed them out. I thought I was getting a fake marriage, but I didn't know my story was being told by Miss Tyla.
This isn't just any fake marriage, now is it?
No, you introduced me to the devil.
Come on, girl, Jacob isn't that bad.
Oh, I love Jacob. His family, on the other hand?
Beggars can't be choosers, Nyla. You should be grateful I even let Jacob Stone look your way.
I just wanted to save my granddaddy. Is that so bad? Why couldn't you let this be a normal fake marriage? Instead, you put me in a twisty story filled with money, betrayal, power, and lies.
Let's not forget love.
That's what keeps me going. But not gonna lie, Miss Tyla. This story you got me in ain't the simple fake marriage, happy ending I thought it would be.
It's not. Because where would be the fun in that?
Treat yourself to Say Less I Love You. Tuesdays and Thursdays. New seasons premiere every month. Or skip the wait and grab the full series bundle from TylaWalker.com. Treat yourself with Miss Tyla.
Chapter 12. Charles. I stare at the stack of documents spread across the mahogany conference table, but the words blur together. The Las Vegas development deal should have my complete attention, yet my mind keeps circling back to Sarah's text from this morning. She's not who you think she is, Dad. Damn. I rub my temples and lean back in the leather chair. The Atlanta skyline stretches out beyond the windows, but I barely notice the view. My phone sits silent next to the paperwork. No messages, no distress signals from Tiana. Mr. Hudson, the contractors are waiting for your decision on the foundation specs. My assistant's voice crackles through the intercom. Tell them I'll have it within the hour. I flip through another page of technical specifications, but Sarah's face keeps appearing in my mind. That look of concern she wore at the party seemed genuine. Or was it manipulation? The thought of her sitting across from Tiana right now, potentially poisoning her against me. My jaw clenches. I check my phone again. Still nothing from Tiana. That has to be a good sign, right? She wouldn't stay quiet if Sarah was causing problems. Unless... God damn it. I stand up and pace the length of the conference room. This deal needs my focus, but all I can think about is what Sarah might be saying to Tiana. About my past. About her mother. About the kind of man I am. The foundation specs lay forgotten as I stop at the window, pressing my forehead against the cool glass. Downtown Atlanta bustles 40 stories below, but up here it's just me and my thoughts. And right now, those thoughts are a mess. I pull out my phone one more time, thumb hovering over Tiana's number. No. I need to trust that she can handle herself, that Sarah won't cross too many lines, that whatever is happening at that lunch won't undo everything Tiana and I have built. The door clicks open and Mark strolls in, 15 minutes early for our meeting. Perfect timing. I need the distraction. Charles, you look like you're about to wear a hole in that carpet. Mark drops his briefcase on the table. I force myself to stop pacing. Just one of those days. Tell me about it. You hear about Johnson over in acquisitions? Mark loosens his tie and settles into one of the chairs. His wife found out about his thing with that junior analyst. What? The words snap me back to reality. David Johnson? The one and only. Apparently they weren't as discreet as they thought. His wife showed up at the office yesterday, made quite the scene. I sink into my chair, grateful for the change in mental direction. I always thought he was smarter than that. Yeah, well, love makes people do stupid things. Mark leans forward. Word is she's threatening to go to the board. Could get messy for everyone involved. The irony of discussing office relationship drama while my own daughter might be dismantling my personal life isn't lost on me. My phone stays stubbornly quiet. You know what the worst part is? Mark continues. His kids are involved now. Daughter's about to get married, and this whole thing might blow up the wedding. My stomach tightens. Family drama spreading like wildfire. Reputation's at stake. Damn. What if Sarah decides to escalate? She knows enough about my past, about the company, to cause real damage if she wants to. Charles, you with me? I realize I've been staring at my phone again. Yeah, just thinking about the Vegas specs. Right. Mark's tone suggests he doesn't believe me. Speaking of which, did you hear what Johnson's wife said about the project? But I'm barely listening now. The thought of Sarah's jealousy affecting not just my relationship with Tiana, but potentially spilling into my professional life. I grip the armrest harder. One lunch. I just need to get through one lunch without everything falling apart. You know what I admire about you, Charles? Mark's voice cuts through my spiraling thoughts. In all the years I've known you, there's never been a whiff of scandal. No drama, no nonsense. Just work and family. I take a slow breath, adjusting my tie. That's what keeps the board happy. Exactly. You're the gold standard around here. Johnson could learn a thing or two from you about keeping his personal life in check. The words hit like a punch to the gut. If Mark only knew about Tiana, about the way my heart races when she walks into a room, about our stolen moments and private dinners, about the fact that she's the same age as my daughter. The board practically worships you, Mark continues. Squeaky clean reputation, laser focus on the business. Hell, even after Laura passed, you kept it together, threw yourself into work instead of going off the rails. My fingers tap incessantly against the armrest. The Vegas development represents billions in investment capital. The board's trust in my judgment, my stability, is the foundation of deals like this. One hint of impropriety. That's what they want to see, Mark adds on with a nod. No distractions, no messy personal life spilling into business. The image of Tiana at my home flashes through my mind. Her bright smile, the way she lights up the room. But in the board's eyes, would they see past her age? Past her background? Would they view her as a distraction? A midlife crisis that could derail their golden boy? The Vegas investors specifically requested you, Mark adds. Said your reputation was a deciding factor. Damn. The weight of expectation settles heavy on my shoulders. One wrong move, one leaked photo or whispered rumor, and it could all come crashing down. Not just my relationship with Tiana, but the deals, the projects, the empire I've built. Mark's words about being the gold standard echo in my head. Clean reputation, no drama, no distractions. If they only knew. I clear my throat, adjusting my posture. Thanks, Mark. I appreciate the vote of confidence. No problem. Mark shuffles through his briefcase. You've earned it. 20 years of solid leadership speaks for itself. The pressure in my chest builds as I glance at the Vegas paperwork. This deal could cement my legacy or destroy everything I've worked for, Billions in development contracts, thousands of jobs, an entire neighborhood revitalization hanging in the balance. The board's watching my every move. The investors are right to trust you, Mark says. Your track record is bulletproof. This Vegas deal, it's going to be the crown jewel of your career. I nod, but my mind flashes to Tiana again. To Sarah. To all the carefully constructed walls between my personal and professional life that feel like they're starting to crack. The pressure must be intense, though, Mark adds, spreading out his own copy of the specs. Biggest development deal in company history. Board's got their microscope out. Nothing I can't handle. The words come out automatic, rehearsed, the same confident tone I've used in 1,000 meetings. But the weight of expectations from the board, the investors, my own legacy, settles heavier on my shoulders. Damn, even breathing feels like a calculated move these days. Mark looks up from his papers. That's why you're the best man for the job. Ice in your veins, Charles. Nothing phases you. If he only knew how my body tenses every time I think about Sarah and Tiana at that lunch, how close everything feels to unraveling. The image of Sarah's cold smile, the hurt in Tiana's eyes. It's like a time bomb ticking in my head, threatening to blow apart everything I've built. Decades of ruthless dedication to this company, and now I'm letting my personal life crack the foundation. What the hell is wrong with me? The quiet hum of the conference room fades as I stare at the Vegas development plans. Sarah's social circle, the country club elite, board members' wives, charity organization heads, they all overlap with mine. One whispered comment about Tiana, one raised eyebrow about our age difference, and the gossip mill would grind into overdrive. I'll be back in a few minutes, I tell Mark as I rise my seat. Need to make a call. Back in my private office, I loosen my tie and sink into my chair. Sarah knows exactly which buttons to push, which ears to whisper in. I've seen her do it before, orchestrating social disasters with surgical precision. The thought of Tiana becoming her target. My phone buzzes, a text from Patricia Montgomery, head of the hospital board. Lovely catching up with Sarah at brunch yesterday. However, she did mention some concerns. Damn. The word escapes through gritted teeth. It's starting already. I don't even bother reading the rest of that message. I dial Tiana's number before I can stop myself. She answers on the second ring. Charles? We need to talk, tonight. A pause. About Sarah? About us. About where this is going. I lean forward, elbows on my desk, feeling the weight of every decision I've made these past few months bearing down on me. I want to be clear about what we mean to each other before things get complicated. They're already complicated. Her voice stays steady, but I catch the tension underneath. Tiana is good at masking her emotions, but I've learned to read between the lines. I know. That's why we need to get ahead of it. Figure out what we want and how to handle external pressure. My jaw clenches. Your daughter, you mean? The way she says it, direct, unflinching, reminds me why I'm drawn to her. No games, no manipulation. Among other things. I glance at the Vegas paperwork spread across my desk, the development plans that could change everything. My fingers drum against the mahogany surface. Can you come over tonight? We'll talk everything through. Okay. One word, but it carries the weight of possibility, and all the risk that comes with it, too.
Chapter 13. Tiana. The aroma of pepperoni and melted cheese fills the break room, but my stomach churns at the thought of eating. My coworkers huddle around the conference table, pizza slices in hand, laughing at some joke I missed. Tiana? Tiana? You still with us? Maya waves her hand in front of my face. You haven't touched your pizza? What's going on with you today? I force a smile. Just tired? Deadlines, you know. This new client project is kicking my butt. Girl, please. You've been spacing out all week. Maya leans in closer, lowering her voice. Is it a guy? Because that's your, I'm thinking about someone special face. The question makes my chest tighten. If only they knew about Charles, about the way he makes me feel, about Sarah's threats, about the uncertainty gnawing at me, about how his blue eyes set my soul on fire every time he looks at me across a conference table. Ooh, that face says it all. Jordan chimes in from across the table, raising his red solo cup filled with apple juice. Spill the tea. I pick at the crust of my untouched slice, tearing it into tiny pieces. There's nothing to spill. I'm just swamped with work. Come on, we're your work family. Maya nudges my shoulder, nearly making me drop the mangled pizza crust. At least tell us if he's hot. Give us something. Anything. An image of Charles in his tailored suit flashes through my mind. His confident stride, those piercing blue eyes that see right through me, the memory of his last phone call with me, about meeting him later tonight at his place, about needing to talk. I should get back to work. I stand up, my chair scraping against the floor. That Henderson project won't design itself. It's a pizza party, Jordan protests, slamming his palm against the table. The Henderson project can wait. But I can't stay here, pretending everything's fine when my whole world might come crashing down tonight. Has Sarah convinced Charles that I'm not good enough? That I'm just using him? My hands shake as I gather my things. You sure you're okay? Maya's concerned expression only makes it harder. Perfect. The lie tastes bitter. Just behind on work. As I retreat to my desk, their laughter fades behind me. The clock on my computer shows 3:47 p.m. Hours until I see Charles. Hours until I know if what we have is ending, before it really had a chance to begin. Back at my desk, I stare at the Henderson mock-ups without really seeing them. The colors blur together as my mind drifts to Charles, to Sarah, to everything hanging by a thread. Okay, seriously. Maya appears at my cubicle entrance, arms crossed. What's going on with you? Nothing. I told you. Don't give me that deadline nonsense. She perches on the edge of my desk, pushing aside a stack of printouts. I've known you long enough to tell when something's eating at you. And don't think I haven't noticed you checking your phone every 5 minutes. I click aimlessly through design files, hoping she'll take the hint. She doesn't. Maya has always been like a dog with a bone when she senses something's wrong. Is it, about Marcus? Her voice softens. Because if he's trying to contact you again. God, no. The name sends an involuntary shiver down my spine, and my fingers freeze over the keyboard. That chapter's closed, locked, buried 6 feet under. The restraining order made sure of that. Then what? Because you've been different lately. Sometimes you're glowing like you've won the lottery, and other times, like today, you look like you're carrying the weight of the world. She leans in closer, her dark eyes searching my face. And don't think the whole office hasn't noticed. Even Jim from accounting asked if you were okay, and that man barely notices when it's his own birthday. My cursor hovers over the color palette, red, blue, green. Each shade reminds me of choices, of consequences, of Sarah's cutting words at our last encounter at lunch. Maya, I appreciate you caring, but nothing. Remember when I went through that mess with Derek? You were there for me. Let me return the favor. I close my eyes, fighting the urge to spill everything. About falling for someone I shouldn't. About his daughter hating me. About feeling like I'm walking through a minefield blindfolded. About how Charles makes my heart race every time he walks into a room. And how Sarah's cold stares make me want to disappear into the floor. Some things are better left unsaid. I turn back to my screen. pretending to focus on the logo design that's been sitting untouched for hours. Sometimes talking just makes everything more real, you know? And right now, I need things to be less real, not more. That's exactly why you should talk about it. You're doing that thing where you bottle everything up until you explode. Not today. Closing my eyes, I try to hold back the tears. My voice comes out harder than intended, sharp enough to cut glass. Please. Maya stays silent for a moment, then slides off my desk. Her heels click against the floor as she stands. All right, but I'm here when you're ready. And Tiana, whatever it is, you deserve to be happy. If only it were that simple. If only happiness didn't come packaged with complications and sharp edges that threatened to slice me open every time I reached for it. As Maya's footsteps fade, I swipe at the tears threatening to spill down my cheeks. The office space around me blurs through the moisture in my eyes. My fingers tremble as I pull a tissue from my drawer, dabbing at my face before my mascara can betray me. Is any of this worth it? The constant anxiety churning in my stomach, the way my phone becomes a ticking bomb every time Sarah's name appears on the screen. My cursor blinks on the screen, mocking my indecision. I've fought so hard to rebuild my peace after Marcus. Spent countless hours in therapy, learning to trust my instincts again, to value myself, to recognize when something isn't right. And now, my shoulders slump. Maybe Sarah's right. Maybe I'm fooling myself thinking I could ever fit into Charles's world. Maybe I'm just a midlife crisis after all. The galas, the charity events, the constant scrutiny, it would be so damn exhausting. And Sarah? She's relentless. Each day brings a new way to remind me I don't belong. I pull up my phone, thumb hovering over Charles's contact. One call. That's all it would take to end this before it destroys the peace I've worked so hard to build. Before Sarah's threats escalate from words to actions. Before I'm in too deep to walk away without shattering completely. Better to break my own heart now than let someone else do it later. Better to choose my exit than be forced out. Better to... My thumb trembles over the call button as fresh tears blur my vision. No, he deserves better than a damn call. I promised that I would see him later today, and that's what I plan to do. I take a deep breath, squaring my shoulders. The Henderson project won't complete itself, and I need something to focus on, besides the impending conversation with Charles. Opening my design software, I dive back into the mock-ups. The familiar rhythm of adjusting layouts and tweaking color schemes grounds me. My fingers move across the keyboard with practiced precision, muscle memory taking over where emotions threaten to derail me. An hour passes. Then two. The office empties around me as people head home, their cheerful good nights echoing through the space. I barely notice, lost in the flow of work. Looking sharp, I murmur to myself, examining the final layout. The client wanted modern, yet approachable, and I've managed to strike that balance. At least something's going right today. My phone buzzes. Charles. Looking forward to seeing you tonight. My stomach drops. Those simple words carry so much weight now. I close the message without responding and gather my things, shutting down my computer with trembling fingers. The elevator ride down feels endless. Each floor brings me closer to what needs to be done. The chrome walls reflect a woman trying desperately to hold herself together. In my car, I grip the steering wheel until my knuckles start aching. You can do this, I whisper to my reflection in the rearview mirror. You've survived worse, much worse. The memory of Marcus's anger flashes through my mind. The shouting, the accusations, the way he'd tower over me. No, Charles isn't Marcus. This isn't the same. This time, I'm choosing to walk away before things get messy, before Sarah's threats become reality, before I lose myself in the intensity of what I feel for Charles. God, What I feel for him is like nothing I've experienced before, and that's what makes this so damn hard. I start the engine. The drive to Charles's place looms ahead, each mile a step closer to ending something beautiful before it can turn ugly. Better to break clean now than shatter later. My hands shake as I put the car in reverse. The playlist we made together starts automatically through the Bluetooth, and I quickly jab the power button. I can't listen to our songs. Not now, not when I'm about to break both our hearts.
Chapter 14. Charles. The wine glass catches the light, casting prisms across the stark white tablecloth as I position it precisely 2 inches from the edge. Everything must be perfect. I've spent the last 3 hours preparing this dinner, from selecting the finest cuts at my private butcher to timing each dish down to the second. The aroma of herbs and garlic wafts from the kitchen where 2 rye beef steaks rest under foil, cooked to medium rare perfection. I've paired them with roasted fingerling potatoes seasoned with fresh rosemary and thyme from my terrace garden, and grilled asparagus drizzled with a light lemon vinaigrette. Ambiance is everything. I adjust the dimmer switch until the pendant lights cast a warm glow across the dining room. The city skyline stretches beyond floor-to-ceiling windows, twinkling like scattered diamonds against the darkening sky. My fingers trail along the edge of the Waterford crystal decanter as I pour a 2015 Cabernet, letting it breathe. The deep, ruby liquid swirls, releasing notes of black cherry and oak. I've chosen this vintage specifically, bold enough to complement the steak, but smooth enough to encourage conversation. The silverware gleams in perfect parallel lines. I adjust a fork that's slightly askew, remembering how Tiana's eyes light up when she notices small details. The centerpiece, a low arrangement of white peonies and garden roses, won't obstruct our view of each other. I check my watch. 20 minutes until she arrives. Just enough time to plate the first course, a butter lettuce salad with shaved parmesan and toasted pine nuts. The dressing, a champagne vinaigrette, waits in a small crystal bowl. Focus, Charles. I straighten my collar in the reflection of the window. This dinner needs to be more than perfect. After everything that's happened with Sarah's accusations, I need Tiana to understand exactly where I stand. No distractions, no interruptions, just honest conversation over excellent food in an environment I can control. The candles flicker as I light them, casting soft shadows across the table setting. One final adjustment to the table runner, and everything is exactly as it should be. Now all I need is her. The minutes drag like hours as I pace near the elevator. My Italian leather shoes click against marble floors with each step. Another check of my Patek Philippe. 7 minutes past 8. My phone buzzes. Mr. Hudson, there's a Miss Williams requesting access, the security desk announces. Send her up. Authorization code 2847. I adjust my cuffs, straightening the platinum links. The elevator's soft hum grows louder. My pulse quickens, anticipation building as the numbers climb. 45, 46.47. The doors slide open. Tiana stands there in a dress that hugs every curve, her natural curls framing her face like a halo. Her beauty steals my breath. Come here. I reach for her, drawing her into my arms. Her lips meet mine, soft and sweet. But something's different. The usual spark, the way she melts against me, it's missing. Her shoulders remain tense under my touch. You look stunning. I pull back, studying her face. Those expressive brown eyes that usually dance with warmth seem clouded, distant. Thank you. Her smile doesn't reach her eyes. She clutches her small purse like a shield. Everything all right? I brush my thumb across her cheek. Of course. She steps away, her gaze darting around the foyer. Something smells amazing. The deflection is obvious, but I don't push. Yet. I thought we deserved a proper dinner, just us. I rest my hand on the small of her back, guiding her toward the dining room. But the tension in her body tells me more than words ever could. Something's definitely wrong. I pull out Tiana's chair, watching as she sinks into it with unusual stiffness. The candlelight dances across her features as I pour her some water, but she barely acknowledges the gesture. Her fingers trace the rim of the glass absently, lost in thought. First course. I place the butter lettuce salad before her, arranging each plate with practiced precision. The dressing is house-made. I've spent hours perfecting this meal, wanting everything to be just right. But her distant demeanor is making my stomach knot. Her fork moves listlessly through the greens. The silence stretches broken only by the soft clink of silverware against fine china. I take a sip of water, studying her over the rim of my glass. The woman who usually matches my wit with playful banter seems to have vanished. And in return, I get silence. Only silence. After clearing the salads, I present the main course, hoping to spark some reaction. Ribeye cooked to your preference. The presentation is immaculate. The steak perfectly seared, the potatoes golden, the asparagus vibrant. I've pulled out all the stops, drawing on skills learned from the personal chef who taught me years ago. But even this fails to draw more than a quiet "thank you" from her lips. A tear splashes onto the white tablecloth, the dark spot spreading like an ink stain across the pristine fabric. Tiana. I'm at her side in an instant, kneeling beside her chair, my knee protesting against the floor, but her pain matters more than any physical discomfort. Baby, what's wrong? Her shoulders shake as more tears fall, each one hitting me like a punch to the gut. I can't do this anymore. Do what? My hand finds hers, seeking to comfort, to anchor, but she pulls away as if my touch burns. Damn, this isn't how tonight was supposed to go. The pressure. All of it. Her voice cracks, the sound splintering through my chest. Sarah, she keeps saying things. Ice forms in my chest, spreading outward until my whole body feels frozen. What things? That men like you. She wipes her eyes, smearing her mascara in dark streaks that make her look even more vulnerable. That you only go after younger women because we're damaged, because we're easier to control, that it's predatory, that... She what? The words come out as a growl. I stand, hands clenching into fists. My own daughter said that to you. We went to lunch today, I think I told you this. She kept bringing up age gap relationships and how they're predatory, how older men have midlife crises and seek out younger women, how it's all a game to these men. She even referenced a friend who got heartbroken over her relationship with an older man. The rage building inside me threatens to explode. Sarah has crossed a line, one there's no coming back from. Look at me. I cradle her face between my palms, thumbs brushing away the tears that streak her cheeks. None of what Sarah said is true. Not a single word. Her eyes meet mine, swimming with uncertainty. But... no buts. I press my forehead to hers. You want to know what's true? Since you walked into my life, everything's changed. Colors are brighter. Food tastes better. Music has meaning again. For the first time since losing Laura, I feel alive. She draws in a shaky breath. Charles, I'm not finished. My fingers thread through her curls, anchoring her close. You challenge me, make me laugh, call me out on my crap. That's not someone being controlled. That's an equal, a partner. More tears spill, but these feel different. The tension in her shoulders starts to ease. You've become such an important part of my life in such a short time. And I know that scares the hell out of me sometimes. So I can only imagine how it feels for you. I stroke her cheek, watching her eyes soften. But I need you to hear this. I've fallen for you. Completely. Irreversibly. Her lip trembles. Really? Instead of answering with words, I capture her mouth with mine. The kiss is gentle at first, a whisper of reassurance against her lips. Then she sighs, melting into me, and everything ignites. My fingers tighten in her hair as I deepen the kiss, pouring every ounce of emotion I feel for her into this moment, letting actions speak louder than any words could. When we finally break apart, Tiana's eyes shimmer in the candlelight. Her fingers grip my shirt, holding me close as if afraid I'll disappear. "Charles, Her voice trembles barely above a whisper. "I think I've fallen in love with you." My heart thunders against my ribs. The words I've been longing to hear, wrapped in that sweet voice that haunts my dreams. I pull her from the chair into my arms, crushing her against my chest. "Say it again." My lips brush her ear. "I love you." This time stronger, surer. Her hands slide up my chest to cup my face. The stakes grow cold. The wine sits untouched. But none of it matters. I capture her mouth again, drinking in the taste of her confession. She responds with equal fervor, her fingers threading through my hair as I lift her onto the edge of the table. Silverware clatters to the floor. The tablecloth bunches beneath her. I knock over a wine glass, reaching for her waist, but I can't bring myself to care about the spreading stain. Not when she's making those soft sounds against my lips. Not when her legs wrap around my hips, pulling me closer. "I love you too," I murmur between kisses. "So damn much." She tastes like hope and promises, and everything I thought I'd lost. Each press of her lips erases Sarah's poison, replacing doubt with certainty. The carefully planned dinner becomes meaningless compared to this moment, this confession, this woman in my arms who's brought color back into my world.
Chapter 15. Tiana. Charles's lips find mine again, hungry and insistent, as he leads me through the dimly lit penthouse. Our path is haphazard, guided by desire rather than direction. His hands, confident and strong, begin to unzip my dress, fingers brushing against my skin with a reverence that makes me shiver. "You're beautiful, Tiana," he murmurs against my lips, his words a warm whisper that sends a thrill down my spine. Each piece of clothing he removes feels like a layer of my past shed, a step closer to the woman I'm becoming. His touch is not just physical, it's healing, reminding me that I'm worthy of this. Of him. He takes a step back, his eyes roaming over me with an intensity that makes me feel seen, truly seen. "Every inch of you," he says, his voice low and husky, "is perfect." I stand before him, naked and vulnerable, yet empowered by the desire in his gaze. He scoops me up effortlessly, his arms strong and secure around me. I let out a soft gasp, clinging to his shoulders as he carries me to his bedroom. The room is vast, dominated by a king-sized bed that promises comfort and intimacy. He lays me down gently, his body following mine onto the soft mattress. His hands explore my curves, tracing lines of fire across my skin. "You deserve to be cherished," he says, his voice a warm rumble. His words aren't just sounds, they're actions. Promises kept with every touch and every kiss. I hate to put a stop to a good time, but it looks like we've hit this platform's limit for spiciness.
This platform's got some rules we have to play by if we want to keep giving you these stories for free.
And trust me, this scene isn't something you want to miss.
While we can't get into all the details here, you can still dive into the full, uncut version at tylawalker.com.
Miss Tyla has an entire collection of unabridged audiobooks and ebooks waiting for you.
And the best part? You can treat yourself with 40% off when you use the code SAVE40.
That's right. You'll save on any digital product, even bundles that are already discounted.
Miss Tyla would never let anyone feel the kind of disappointment you must be feeling right now.
So why wait? Treat yourself with Miss Tyla. "I never thought I could feel this way again," he admits, his eyes never leaving mine. You've brought something back into my life that I thought was lost forever." His words wrap around me like a warm embrace, filling me with a sense of belonging and completeness. I trace the lines of his face, drinking in every detail, every imperfection that makes him perfect. "You make me feel like I can be more than I ever thought possible," I confess, my voice steady despite the emotions swirling within me. "You make me feel loved, truly loved." Charles smiles, a slow, sexy curve of his lips that sends a thrill down my spine. "And you make me feel alive again," he says, his voice filled with gratitude and desire. He leans down, capturing my lips in a slow, lingering kiss that promises more. His body shifts against mine, still hard and ready, a testament to his insatiable appetite for me. "Ready for another round?" he asks, his eyes twinkling with mischief. I smile against his lips, my hands trailing down his back, feeling his muscles flex beneath my touch. "Of course I am."
Chapter 16. Charles. I adjust my burgundy tie in the mirror, smoothing down the silk with practiced fingers. The reflection staring back at me shows a man who spent decades perfecting his appearance, yet tonight feels different, more weighted. Damn these cufflinks. The platinum pieces slip from my grip for the third time. My thoughts drift to Tiana, wondering if she'll appreciate the classic Tom Ford suit I've chosen. The way her eyes light up when she looks at me, my phone buzzes. Another text from Sarah about the party preparations at my mansion's grand ballroom. I swipe it away, needing a moment of peace before diving into what promises to be an overwhelming evening. The twinkling skyline stretches before me through the penthouse windows, city lights shining like the diamonds Sarah insisted on using for the centerpieces. 200 guests, a live band, ice sculptures. My daughter never does anything halfway. Damn! I rake a hand through my hair, messing up the careful styling. This party feels like a power play, her way of asserting control over the situation. But I'm done letting my daughter dictate my personal life. I grab my watch from its leather case, the vintage Patek Philippe that's accompanied me through countless deals and negotiations. Its weight on my wrist usually centers me, but tonight it feels like another obligation, another reminder of time slipping past. My phone buzzes again. Sarah's name flashes across the screen, but all I can think about is seeing Tiana walk into that ballroom tonight. The way she carries herself, confident yet gentle. How she challenges me without trying. Makes me question everything I thought I knew about myself at 53. My phone buzzes again, and this time I answer, knowing Sarah won't stop until I do. This is her big night after all. An extravagant Valentine's Day party that will boost her reputation and social media within the circles she often frequents. "Daddy, where are you? The caterers just arrived and the ice sculpture is absolutely perfect." Sarah's voice carries that familiar, excited lilt, the one that reminds me of when she was little and couldn't contain her joy over a new toy. "Just finishing getting ready, Princess. I'll head over soon." The ballroom looks amazing. You won't believe what we did with the lighting. And the flowers. Oh my God, the arrangements are exactly what I wanted. I adjust my cufflink, finally getting it right after fumbling with the damn thing for what feels like forever. Sounds like you've outdone yourself. The platinum glints in the light of my bedroom, reminding me of the extravagant price tag that comes with everything my daughter arranges. "Everyone who's anyone in Atlanta will be here." She pauses, her tone shifting like a winter breeze through autumn leaves. Tiana confirms she's coming too. Did she now? I keep my voice neutral, though my pulse quickens at the mention of her name. Memories of our last encounter flash through my mind. I had her on the bed behind me, naked and beautiful against my bedsheets. Speaking of which... Sarah's excitement dims, that familiar edge of judgment creeping into her voice. "Have you thought about what I said?" about how inappropriate it would be if you two... Stop right there. My jaw clenches as I cut her off. Are you still on about those ridiculous accusations? I'm tired of dancing around this subject with her. They're not ridiculous, Daddy. I see how you look at her. She's my age, for Christ's sake. Do you know how awful it would be if that sort of thing happened to our family? The petulant tone in her voice reminds me she's still my little girl throwing a tantrum when she doesn't get her way, even at 24. I thought you'd gotten over this childish jealousy, Sarah. She scoffs, the sound sharp through the phone. Jealousy, please. I'm trying to protect you from making a fool of yourself with some gold digger who... That's enough. My voice drops low, carrying the edge I usually reserve for hostile takeovers. There's no reason to speak like this, Sarah. Like I said, there's nothing going on between us. Are you sure? Absolutely. Do you really think I'd risk everything I have, everything I've built for a younger woman? The lie flows gracefully out of my mouth. The Las Vegas deal means far too much to me to just throw away. Sarah hums. I think I finally convinced her. If you say so, Daddy, I want to trust you. When have I ever failed you? She sighs. You're right. Fine. Get here soon, okay? The line goes dead before I'm able to reply. I stare at my reflection, adjusting the silk pocket square one final time. The man in the mirror looks composed, but beneath this polished exterior, my mind races with the weight of conflicting loyalties. Tiana deserves better than being hidden away like some dirty secret. The memory of her smile, genuine and warm, twists something in my chest. She's brought light back into my life, awakened parts of me I thought died with Laura. Yet here I stand, denying her importance to me, to my own daughter. Screw this whole situation. My fist clenches against the marble countertop. The Las Vegas deal looms over everything. My investors are watching every move, scrutinizing my personal life for any hint of instability. One whiff of scandal, one tabloid photo of me with a woman half my age, and the whole thing could implode. My phone lights up with an email from my lead investor, another request for a meeting to discuss concerns. The timing couldn't be worse. I loosen my tie slightly, feeling confined. Sarah's party will be crawling with Atlanta's elite board members, investors, media. All eyes tracking my every interaction. One wrong move could tank years of work, hundreds of jobs hanging in the balance. The bourbon decanter catches my eye. A drink would steady my nerves, but I need my wits sharp tonight. Instead, I splash cold water on my face, careful not to wet my suit. Get it together, Hudson. The reflection shows the steel returning to my eyes. I've built an empire by making hard choices. But watching Tiana across a crowded room tonight, pretending she means nothing, that might be the hardest choice yet. I grab my keys from the crystal dish by the door. Their weight familiar, yet somehow foreign tonight. Each step toward the elevator feels heavier than the last. My Italian leather shoes clicking against marble floors that have witnessed countless confident strides. The private elevator opens immediately. A perk of penthouse living. But instead of stepping in, I pause. My reflection fragments across the mirrored walls, showing a man who's built his life on calculated risks and unwavering control. Tonight could shatter all of that. This is insane. My words bounce off the empty elevator walls as I finally step inside. The descent gives me too much time to think about every possible way this evening could implode. One lingering look at Tiana, one moment of weakness, and the Vegas deal could evaporate. Sarah's reputation in tatters. My legacy reduced to tabloid fodder. The parking garage is quiet, my footsteps echoing off concrete walls until I reach my Aston Martin. The engine purrs to life, but I sit there, hands gripping the leather steering wheel. 5 years ago, Laura would have known exactly what to say. She always had a way of cutting through my crap, helping me see what really mattered. Traffic crawls through downtown Atlanta, each red light another opportunity for doubt to creep in. Maybe I should call Sarah, make up some emergency. The thought barely forms before I dismiss it. Running away isn't my style. Never has been, never will be. Besides, she would throw a fit if I flaked on her on a day like this. Sarah works hard at throwing her little parties. I wish she could put this type of effort into finding a real job, but this is a fine hobby in the meantime. At least she's not out getting into trouble like some of her friends from college. The mansion looms ahead, its windows already blazing with light, each one a reminder of the extravagant lifestyle I've provided. Cars line the circular driveway, valets scurrying between Bentleys and Rolls-Royces like well-dressed ants. Music drifts through the evening air, a symphony of wealth and expectation. The whole scene screams old money Atlanta, exactly the way Sarah likes it. I pull up to the entrance, my chest tight with an unfamiliar sensation. Worry? Anticipation? Both, maybe. I haven't felt this unsettled since my first major development deal 20 years ago. The valet opens my door and I step out into the cool February air, straightening my jacket with practiced ease. The kid can't be more than 20, practically tripping over himself to take my keys. I know that crossing this threshold means there's no turning back, but I've never been one to let uncertainty stop me from getting what I want.
Chapter 17. Tiana. The marble countertop feels cool beneath my fingertips as I lean forward to examine my reflection in the gold frame mirror. This bathroom alone is bigger than my entire apartment bedroom. Crystal sconces cast a warm glow across the space, highlighting the imported Italian tiles in what appears to be a shower with more settings than my car. My God. Charles really has it all. I twist one of my curls around my finger, trying to get it to lay just right. The humidity from earlier made it a bit unruly, but I refuse to let that bother me. My lip gloss needs a touch-up, though. As I reach into my purse, Sarah's earlier comment about my cheap drugstore makeup rings in my ears. The fancy hand soap dispenser catches my eye, probably costs more than my entire makeup collection. I shake my head, attempting to silence the voice of doubt that's becoming all too familiar. Charles never makes me feel less than. But Sarah, every time I'm around her, I find myself second-guessing everything from my clothes to the way I speak. My hands smooth down the front of my dress, a splurge from that boutique downtown. The emerald green looked perfect in the store, but now under these lights, I wonder if it's too bold, too attention-seeking. Sarah had rolled her eyes when I walked in, muttering something about trying too hard. She's been acting different towards me, more cold, more snarky. God damn it, I know it's because of my secret relationship with Charles. She doesn't have to tell me. I can feel her anger. Stop it, I whisper to my reflection. You're here because Charles wants you here. But the nagging thoughts persist. What if I'm just not enough? Not polished enough? Not sophisticated enough? Not from the right background? The weight of being in another one of Charles's properties, this one apparently just a weekend mansion, settles heavy on my shoulders. The mirror reflects back all my insecurities. The small scar above my eyebrow from my past, the curls that refuse to conform, the jewelry that's tasteful but nowhere near the designer pieces Sarah casually throws on. Charles says he loves my natural beauty, but surrounded by all this opulence, I can't help but feel like an imposter. A knock at the bathroom door startles me from my reflection. Everything okay in there? Sarah's voice carries through, dripping with fake sweetness. The other guests are asking about you. My stomach clenches. Earlier, when I first arrived at the party, she'd cornered me by the appetizer table. That dress is brave, she'd said, sipping her champagne. I mean, most people wouldn't dare wear something so attention-grabbing to a sophisticated gathering like this. Really? It's a Valentine's Day gala. I know, she shrugged. but still. Closing my eyes, I shake away the earlier encounter and I grip the edge of the sink. I'll be right out. Just looking out for you. Her heels click against the marble floor as she walks away. Daddy's friends can be quite judgmental. Wouldn't want anyone getting the wrong impression. The wrong impression. The words twist in my gut. When I'd first met Sarah through mutual friends, she'd been different, warmer, genuine. But lately, every interaction feels loaded with double meanings. Like when she'd introduced me to one of Charles's business partner earlier tonight. Henry. This is Tiana. She does graphic design. For small businesses mostly. The way she'd emphasized small made my achievements feel microscopic. I closed my eyes, remembering Charles's words the night we made love, when he held me in his arms in his bed after the fact. "You're extraordinary," he'd said, his fingers tracing my jawline. But standing here now, surrounded by wealth I can barely comprehend, Sarah's subtle digs hit their mark. What if she's right? What if I'm just some temporary fascination for Charles, a departure from his usual world of luxury and refinement? God, I mutter, dabbing at my lip gloss one final time. Get it together. But Sarah's earlier words keep replaying. Dating must be so hard. I mean, finding someone who truly understands your world? She'd said it with such practiced innocence, but I caught the slight curl of her lip, the calculated gleam in her eye. The worst part? She doesn't even know about Charles and me yet. At least, I don't think she does. This is just her being casually cruel. I can't imagine how she'll react when she discovers the explicit truth about her father and me. I straighten my spine and push open the bathroom door. The sounds of clinking glasses and polite laughter wash over me as I step back into the party. The grand living room sparkles with decorative hearts and roses. Sarah's idea of a sophisticated Valentine's Day celebration. My eyes scan the crowd, seeking Charles's commanding presence. Just a glimpse of him would steady my nerves. Instead, I spot Sarah by the floor-to-ceiling windows, pressed close to Henry. Her hand rests on his arm as she throws her head back, laughing at whatever he's saying. The same Henry she'd introduced me to earlier, with such disdain, is now the target of her attention. He must be at least 50, around Charles's age. Her body language screams seduction. The way she angles toward him, the subtle hair flips, the batting eyelashes. "Would you like another drink?" A server passes with a tray of champagne. "Yes, thank you." I grab a flute, needing something to occupy my hands. Sarah's voice carries across the room. "Oh, Henry, you're too funny. I just love hearing about real estate development." She places her perfectly manicured hand on his chest. The hypocrisy twists my stomach. Here she is, actively pursuing a man her father's age while making snide comments about my choices. Not that she knows about Charles and me, but still. The double standard is glaring. I continue my scan of the room, desperately seeking Charles's familiar face among the sea of wealthy strangers. My shoulders remain tense, my grip too tight on the champagne flute. Around him, I can breathe. Around him, Sarah's sharp words lose their sting. "Did you hear?" a woman whispers too loudly nearby. "Henry's divorce was just finalized last month." Ah, that explains Sarah's sudden interest. I watch as she guides Henry toward a more private corner, her predatory smile firmly in place. My chest tightens as another wave of laughter ripples through the crowd. The champagne tastes bitter on my tongue. These people move through the space with such practiced ease. Air kisses, inside jokes, casual mentions of vacation homes and private jets. I drift toward an ornate pillar, seeking something solid to ground myself. The room spins a little, though I've barely touched my drink. My free hand presses against the cool marble as I try to steady my breathing. The catering is divine, though not quite up to the standards of that little place in Paris. Did you hear about the new yacht club membership requirements? Simply must tell you about our winter in Gstaad. The conversations swirl around me like smoke, suffocating. I close my eyes, trying to focus on happier moments. Charles and I curled up on his couch, sharing takeout. His genuine laugh when I got sauce on my chin. The way he looks at me like I'm the only person in the room. But right now, in this room full of his peers, I feel invisible. Or worse, like an exhibit on display. Being quietly judged and found wanting. My hands shake as I set down my champagne flute. The exit beckons. Just a quick escape to catch my breath. But leaving would prove Sarah right. Show everyone I don't belong. Remember why you're here, I whisper to myself. Love. Real love. But even Valentine's Day feels twisted in this setting. The elaborate decorations mock me with their perfection. Every rose perfectly placed, every heart exactly symmetrical. Nothing natural or genuine about it. The walls seem to close in. My throat constricts. I need air, need space, need... Darling, there you are. Charles's voice cuts through the noise in my head. I turn toward him instinctively, but he's across the room, embracing some elegant woman in a designer gown. Not me. Never me. Not in public, anyway. My chest heaves as I try to draw in air. The room tilts dangerously. Too many faces, too many judgments, too many reminders that I'm playing at, belonging in a world that wasn't built for people like me. I push through the French doors onto the garden terrace, gulping in the cool night air. The perfectly manicured hedges and topiaries stretch into darkness, illuminated by strategically placed landscape lighting. Even nature here feels controlled, shaped to someone else's vision of perfection. My heels sink slightly into the grass as I move away from the party's glow. The sound of classical music and polite laughter fades with each step. Out here, I can breathe. Out here, I don't have to pretend. The stone bench beside a bubbling fountain offers refuge. I sink down, not caring if the moisture seeps into my dress. What's one more imperfection? Who am I kidding? The words escape in a whisper. The night air carries the scent of roses, probably some rare variety imported from across the world. Everything in Charles's life comes with a pedigree, a lineage, a price tag that would make my head spin. When it's just us, none of that matters. In his arms, I feel worthy, special. But here, surrounded by the trappings of his world, my fingers trace the rough edge of the stone bench, a small imperfection in all this manufactured perfection. Like me. Charles tells me I'm different, that I bring something real to his life. But watching him navigate this world with such ease, the casual way he discusses million-dollar deals, the comfortable familiarity he has with people who vacation on private islands, I wonder if different is what he truly needs. A burst of laughter from inside makes me flinch. Sarah's earlier words echo. Wouldn't want anyone getting the wrong impression. But what if she's right? What if I'm the wrong impression personified? The fountain's steady rhythm matches my heartbeat. Constant, reliable. Everything I thought I could be in Charles's world. Now, I'm not so sure. The gap between our lives feels like a chasm, and I'm standing on the edge, wondering if I have the strength to jump.
Chapter 18. Charles. I take another sip of champagne, watching Sarah weave through the crowd with unsteady steps. Her laughter pierces through the elegant background music, drawing stares from nearby guests. My jaw clenches as she practically falls into Mr. Thompson, one of my most important business partners. Oh my God, your tie is just so shiny. Sarah's voice carries across the room. The crystal flute in my hand might crack under my grip. This isn't the first time she's made a spectacle of herself, but tonight she seems determined to outdo her previous performances. She stumbles again, catching herself on a waiter's arm and nearly upending his tray of drinks. The poor kid scrambles to keep the glasses from toppling while Sarah just giggles, completely oblivious to the mess she almost caused. "Sarah, darling," Mrs. Peterson's overly enthusiastic greeting makes me wince. The old gossip will have this story spreading through half of Atlanta by morning. "You're just full of energy tonight." "Mrs. P, you look amazing. Have you lost weight? You must tell me your secret." Sarah's words slur together as she practically shouts in the woman's face. I down the rest of my champagne in one gulp. The bubbles burn my throat, but it's better than watching my daughter continue to embarrass herself. A small group of younger guests has gathered around her now, feeding into her need for attention with their own boisterous behavior. "Did you hear about Daddy's new project?" Sarah's voice rises above the others. "It's going to be huge, like, literally huge, the biggest thing ever." My teeth grind together as she waves her arms dramatically, nearly hitting another guest in the process. The confidential details of that development aren't meant for public consumption yet, especially not delivered through drunken ramblings at a Valentine's Day party. She spins around, losing her balance and stumbling into a decorative plant stand. The porcelain vase wobbles precariously before a quick-thinking server steadies it. Sarah doesn't even notice, already moving on to her next victim with that too loud laugh trailing behind her. I set my empty glass on a passing tray and cut through the crowd, jaw clenched tight. Each step feels heavier as Sarah's voice grows louder, more grating. The Valentine's Day decorations blur past as I push forward with singular focus. She's draped across the back of an expensive settee now, drink sloshing over the rim of her glass, threatening to stain the imported silk upholstery. "And then I told him—" She's gesturing wildly, clearly 3 sheets to the wind. My fingers wrap around her upper arm, grip firm but controlled. Time to get some air. The last thing I need is this development deal torpedoed because my daughter can't hold her liquor. "Daddy!" She jerks away, lipstick smeared at the corner of her mouth, eyes glassy. I'm in the middle of a story. The whine in her voice grates against my last nerve. "Now." My voice drops low enough that only she can hear, the steel edge unmistakable. "You're making a goddamn fool of yourself." Years of boardroom negotiations have taught me exactly how to command attention without raising my voice. Her eyes narrow, mascara slightly smudged beneath them. The rebellion in her expression is all too familiar. "Let go of me." The words come out as a hiss between clenched teeth. "Not until we're somewhere private." I guide her toward the terrace doors, keeping my grip firm but gentle. "You're drunk, and you're embarrassing both of us." She yanks her arm free, stumbling back into a table. The crystal glasses rattle. "How dare you!" Her shriek draws every eye in the room. "You have no right to manhandle me like this!" "Lower your voice." Heat crawls up my neck. "You're acting like a child." "And you're acting like a jerk!" She jabs a finger at my chest. "I'm having fun with my friends. Just because you've forgotten how to enjoy life doesn't mean I have to be miserable too." "Sarah, no!" She backs away, tears gathering in her eyes. "You don't get to control me anymore. I'm not some business deal you can just strong-arm into submission." The silence in the room is deafening. Even the music seems muted as Sarah stands there, chest heaving, mascara starting to run down her cheeks. "I hate you!" Her voice cracks. "You think you can just push everyone around because you're Charles Hudson? Well, you can't push me!" "Stop it, Sarah. Let's go." Sarah's face twists into an ugly sneer. "Is this about her? Your precious little Tiana?" My blood runs cold. "Not here. Not now. You're disgusting, you know that?" She staggers forward, jabbing her finger into my chest again. "Dating someone my age? What kind of sick freak does that?" "That's enough." I grab her wrist, but she yanks it away. "No, everyone should know." She spins to face the crowd. My father is dating a girl half his age. She could be his daughter. Her voice rises to a screech. She is my age. What kind of predator? I wrap an arm around her waist and lift her off her feet. The stench of vodka wafts from her as she kicks and screams, her designer heels nearly catching my shins. I carry her toward the exit, jaw clenched so tight my teeth might crack. Let me go! Help! He's hurting me! Stop making a scene. My voice comes out as a growl against her ear. You're drunk and hysterical. Just like her mother used to get. I think bitterly, though I'd never say it aloud. She claws at my arm, her manicured nails leaving angry red welts. I'm not the one screwing someone young enough to be my child. The party guests part like the Red Sea as I stride through with my thrashing daughter. Their whispers follow us down the hallway, and I catch fragments of shocked conversations. This will be all over Atlanta's social circles by morning. The board members won't be happy about this little display, but right now, I couldn't care less about their opinion. You're acting like a spoiled brat. I push through the side door into an empty corridor, my jaw clenched so tight it hurts. What is wrong with you? I taught you better than this. What's wrong with me? She stumbles as I set her down, grabbing the wall for support, her designer dress wrinkled and wine-stained. You're the one who replaced Mom with some gold-digging tramp! My patience snaps like a rubber band pulled too tight. The rage that floods through me is white-hot and immediate. Don't you dare speak about Tiana that way. She's twice the woman you're acting like right now. She works her butt off and hasn't asked me for a damn thing. Oh my God, you're actually defending her? Tears stream down Sarah's face, leaving black mascara trails in their wake. Your own daughter isn't good enough, but that nobody is? Some random girl you saw one night? This isn't about Tiana. This is about you getting wasted and humiliating yourself in front of half of Atlanta's elite. I grip her shoulders, forcing her to look at me, to see the disappointment in my eyes. What happened to my little girl? When did you become this bitter, hateful person? The daughter I raised would never act like this. When you stopped being my father and started being her sugar daddy. She spits the words at me like venom, each one designed to wound. When you decided some young piece of tail was more important than your family. Her words hit like a physical blow. I stare at my daughter, trying to reconcile this venomous creature with the sweet little girl who used to beg me to push her on the swings. Is that what you think this is? My voice comes out rough. That I'm choosing Tiana over you? Sarah's lip curls into a sneer. Please. You've made it perfectly clear where your priorities lie. She straightens her spine, and something cold enters her expression. But don't worry, Daddy. I won't let you destroy our family name by parading around with some charity case. What are you talking about? You think the board will keep you as CEO when they find out you're screwing a girl like that? Do you think your precious Las Vegas deal will go through when everyone knows about this scandal? Her words drip with malice. My blood turns to ice. Sarah, you're drunk. You don't know what you're saying. Oh, I know exactly what I'm saying. She steps closer, her breath reeking of vodka. Drop the gold digger, or I'll make sure everyone knows what a perverted old man you really are. Your reputation will be in tatters. She smooths her dress with shaking hands. Your choice, Daddy. Your daughter or your little plaything. Before I can process her threat, she spins on her heel and stalks away, leaving me frozen in the corridor. The click of her heels echoes off the walls, each step hammering home the reality of what just happened. My hands clench into fists at my sides, rage and disbelief warring inside me. My own daughter just threatened to destroy everything I've built, over jealousy, over Tiana, the empire I've created, my reputation, all the deals in motion. She'd burn it all down because she can't handle sharing my attention. Holy crap. The words die in my throat as Sarah disappears around the corner. For the first time in decades, I'm completely speechless. I lean back against the wall, my expensive suit jacket catching on the textured surface. How the hell did we get here? When did my little girl turn into this vindictive woman who'd use blackmail against her own father?
Chapter 19. Tiana. The sound of Charles's commanding voice and Sarah's protests fade into the distance as they exit through the double doors of the grand ballroom. My stomach twists, the champagne I sipped earlier threatening to make a reappearance. The Valentine's Day decorations, hearts, roses, and twinkling lights, mock the heaviness in my chest. I press my fingers against my temples, watching the other party guests whisper and point. Their judgment weighs on me like a physical force. Sarah's drunken display wasn't just about the alcohol. It was a cry for attention from her father. Attention she believes I'm stealing. The memory of our secret kisses, stolen moments in his penthouse, and late-night phone calls flash through my mind. Each one feels tainted now, marked by the pain we're causing his daughter. My throat tightens as I remember Sarah's glazed eyes, the way she yelled at Charles, and accusing him of choosing Tiana over her. The sounds of their argument had pierced through the elegant music, drawing every eye in the room. A tear slides down my cheek. I swipe it away, but more follow. The guilt crashes over me in waves. I'm the other woman, the intruder who's come between a father and daughter. The weight of it presses against my chest until breathing becomes difficult. My hands shake as I gather my clutch, needing to escape the suffocating atmosphere of judgment and whispers. The reflection in the ballroom's mirrored walls shows a woman I barely recognize. My carefully styled curls now droop, mascara threatening to run. I'm no better than Marcus was, causing pain to someone else for my own selfish desires. The thought stops me cold. Sarah's acting out, her rebellion, her pain. It's all because of me. Because I couldn't stay away from Charles Hudson, couldn't fight the magnetic pull between us. The crystal chandelier above catches my tears, transforming them into prisms of light. Each sparkle reminds me of the brightness Charles has brought to my life and the shadow I've cast over his relationship with Sarah. I stumble through the mansion's grand entrance, the Georgia night air hitting my face. The stone steps leading down to the circular driveway blur through my tears. My heels click against the pavement as I fumble in my clutch for the valet ticket. "Miss, are you all right?" A man in a tailored suit approaches, his bow tie slightly askew and concern etched across his features. I turn away, dabbing at my eyes with trembling fingers. The last thing I need right now is an audience to my breakdown. "I'm fine. Thank you." My voice cracks, betraying the lie. I swallow hard, trying to regain my composure, but the knot in my throat only tightens. "Did you see what happened in there?" He gestures toward the mansion's illuminated windows, practically vibrating with gossip-fueled excitement. The way Sarah Hudson went off on her father? Never seen anything like it at one of these events. The whole thing was just... He shakes his head in disbelief. My stomach lurches. The memory of Sarah's voice rings in my ears. Her accusations, the hatred in her eyes when she mentioned me. And the pit in my stomach only grows wider. I wrap my arms around myself, as if I could somehow hold the pieces together. "Everyone's talking about it," he continues, oblivious to my distress, leaning in like we're sharing secrets at a coffee shop rather than standing in the wake of destruction. Poor Charles Hudson, having his daughter cause such a scene at her own Valentine's Day party. Did you hear what she called him? And that glass of champagne she threw at the waiter afterwards. The guilt slams into me with fresh force. I wrap my arms around myself, trying to hold the pieces together. Sarah's right. I'm destroying their family, coming between a father and daughter, all because I couldn't resist Charles's magnetic pull. I need to go. I thrust my valet ticket at the attendant who's appeared beside us, desperate to escape this man and his unwitting daggers of truth. The way she stumbled around, screaming about some woman her father's seeing, His words follow me as I retreat to the edge of the driveway. Do you know who she was talking about by any chance? I don't, sorry. Bye. I press my hand against the cool stone of a decorative pillar, willing the world to stop spinning. The perfectly manicured lawn, the elegant fountain, the sweeping Georgian architecture. It all feels like it's closing in on me. Everything about this place screams of a world I don't belong in, a family I'm tearing apart. My phone vibrates in my purse, and as I peek into the bag, I see Charles's name lighting up the screen. Fresh tears blur my vision as I decline the call. I can't face him right now. Can't hear his deep voice trying to rationalize everything away. He'll say Sarah was drunk, that she didn't mean it, that we can work through this. But the raw pain in her eyes told a different story. The valet driving my car pulls up, and I barely wait for him to step out before grabbing the keys from his hand. Thank you. My voice comes out as a whisper. I slide into the driver's seat, the leather cool against my bare shoulders. The engine purrs to life, and I catch a glimpse of my reflection in the rearview mirror, mascara tracks marking paths down my cheeks. I wipe them away desperately, but I know it's useless. My phone buzzes again, and again. Each vibration feels like an accusation. I switch it to silent and toss it into my purse again. The tires crunch against the gravel as I navigate down the winding driveway, past the ornate gates that separate the Hudson mansion from the rest of the world, past the life I foolishly thought I could be part of. The security guard gives me a sympathetic nod as he opens the gate. Did he hear the scene too? Does everyone know I'm the woman who's come between Charles Hudson and his daughter? I press harder on the accelerator, desperate to put distance between myself and this nightmare of a Valentine's Day party. The Atlanta skyline glitters in my rearview mirror, a reminder of everything I'm leaving behind. The streetlights blur through my tears as I drive through Atlanta's quiet streets. My knuckles ache as I grip the steering wheel tight. What were you thinking, Tiana? My voice echoes in the empty car. A billionaire real estate developer and his picture-perfect life? You really thought you could just walk into that world? I pull over into an empty parking lot. Unable to focus on driving, the tears in my eyes are too much of a distraction. The engine idles as I drop my head against the steering wheel. Sarah trusted you, called you her friend, and this is how you repay her. The memory of our first coffee date floods back. Sarah's bright smile as she talked about her love for fashion, the way she'd insisted on splitting the check despite her wealth. Although she had been overwhelming, she was still kind to me, introducing me to her social circle, recommending my graphic design services to her friends. And now look what you've done, destroying her relationship with her father, after everything she's been through losing her mother. A sob escapes my throat. The irony isn't lost on me. I ran from Marcus because he hurt people, and here I am, causing just as much pain. God, I'm such an idiot. I slam my palm against the dashboard. Charles Hudson? Really? Of all the men in Atlanta, you had to fall for your friend's father. The dashboard clock blinks 11:47 p.m. Less than 15 minutes until Valentine's Day officially ends. Some holiday this turned out to be. Sarah was right. I don't belong in their world. Never did. I wipe my eyes, smearing expensive mascara across the back of my hand. Just a girl from the wrong side of town playing dress-up in their mansion, pretending I could ever fit in. The worst part is knowing exactly how Sarah feels. Watching someone you love slip away. The betrayal. The helplessness. I've become everything I despised about Marcus. Selfish, destructive, leaving broken relationships in my wake. I take several deep breaths, pressing my forehead against the cool leather of the steering wheel. My phone buzzes again in my purse, and again, and again. With shaking hands, I pull it out. The screen lights up with a string of texts from Charles. Please talk to me. Where are you? Let me explain. Tiana, don't do this. Don't shut me out. I'm worried about you driving upset. His concern only makes the ache in my chest worse. I switch the phone to silent and toss it back in my purse. The engine roars to life as I pull out of the parking lot, heading toward my side of town. The contrast hits me as I leave the manicured lawns behind. My apartment complex on the east side feels a world away from the Hudson mansion. No security gates, no valet parking, just a simple building with peeling paint and window AC units humming in the night. I park in my usual spot between a rusty pickup and Mrs. Johnson's ancient Corolla. The familiar sight of my neighbor's potted plants and welcome mats grounds me. This is my reality, not champagne parties and crystal chandeliers. The stairs creak under my heels as I climb to the third floor. My hands still shake as I unlock my door, but at least the tears have stopped. Inside, the silence wraps around me like a blanket. No whispers, no judgmental stares. Just the soft whir of my refrigerator and the distant sound of traffic. My phone weighs heavy in my purse. I know without looking that Charles is still trying to reach me, but I can't face him right now. Can't hear his voice trying to smooth everything over. Some things can't be fixed with wealth or charm or good intentions. I kick off my heels and sink onto my worn couch, letting the familiar texture of the fabric remind me where I belong. The Hudson mansion, with its marble floors and gilded mirrors, was just a beautiful dream. And like all dreams, it's time to wake up.
You think you can catch me? You think you can tame me?
Oh, I know I can. And you know it too, baby.
I gotta tell you, you're not the first to try.
But don't worry, baby. I'll be the last.
With sass like that, maybe I'll be the one that needs to tame you.
Let's cut to the chase, big boy. What you selling me?
Your appetite is big AF. I have just the thing that'll satisfy you.
Oh, really? And what's that?
Over 120 hours of romance audiobooks. Brought to you by Tyla Walker Romances in the Big AF Audio Bundle.
120 hours? That sounds amazing.
Your knees won't work afterwards if I do my job right.
Don't make promises you can't keep.
Well, I can keep this promise. Because these audiobooks are unabridged with all the spicy scenes that will make you put your earbuds on. You know, Tyla can get freaky because she marked the bundle down by 69% for a limited time.
I can't wait to take this bundle for a ride.
Visit TylaWalker.com and get this audio bundle. Just don't start listening if you're going to be cooking dinner. Because you might just forget to feed your family.
TylaWalker.com. Escape your life with Tyla.
Chapter 20. Charles. I sit at the head of the mahogany conference table, my jaw clenched as Richard Barnes, our PR director, scrolls through social media posts on the large screen. Photos of Sarah from last night's party flash by, each one more damning than the last. My daughter sprawled across the grand piano, Sarah arguing with security. The final image shows her being escorted out by me, where she thrashed and screamed all on the way out. The videos have gone viral, Mr. Hudson. Richard adjusts his tie. Over 50,000 views since this morning. The board members shift uncomfortably in their seats. I've known most of them for decades, watched their children grow up alongside Sarah. Their silence speaks volumes. Let me be clear. I lean forward, meeting each person's gaze. My daughter's behavior was completely unacceptable. As CEO of Hudson Development Group, I take full responsibility for what happened at my residence. Charles, Margaret speaks up, we're concerned about potential impact on the Las Vegas investors. They're already nervous. I understand. My fingers drum against the polished wood. I've already reached out to our top investors personally. The company's reputation won't suffer from my daughter's indiscretions. With all due respect, sir, Richard interjects, this isn't the first incident. Remember the yacht club scandal last summer? Heat creeps up my neck. Of course I remember. Sarah had nearly sunk a competitor's $1 million yacht during what she called a minor parking mishap. I apologize to everyone in this room. You've put your trust in Hudson Development Group, in me. Sarah's actions reflect poorly on us all. I straighten my tie. I'm implementing immediate damage control. Our PR team will release a statement, and Sarah will make a public apology. And if she refuses? Margaret's question hangs in the air. She won't. The words come out harder than intended. I'll make sure of it. Unimpressed murmurs spread throughout the room, igniting a spark of fury within my chest. I don't let that show, however. Instead, I force a smile and clap my hands together. Thank you all for coming. I rise from my chair, signaling the end of the meeting. The board members gather their materials, muttering amongst themselves as they file toward the door. Walter Heumann hangs back, his weathered face tight with concern. He's been with the company since I founded it 20 years ago, and I've never seen him this uncomfortable. His usual confident demeanor has been replaced by something that sets my teeth on edge. Charles, got a minute? Walter approaches once the room clears, fidgeting with his gold cufflinks, a nervous habit I've noticed over the years. What's on your mind? He glances at the door, then back at me, lowering his voice to barely above a whisper. There's something else from last night. About Sarah. My shoulders tense, and I fight the urge to slam my fist on the polished mahogany table. Go on. She was all over Henry Emanuel at the party, and I mean all over him. Walter's face reddens as he adjusts his tie. The man just got divorced, Charles. It's not a good look, and his ex-wife will absolutely cause a stir about this. The coffee I had earlier turns acid in my stomach, and I resist the urge to loosen my own tie. Just what I need. Another fire to put out. Henry Emanuel, our biggest commercial investor, the one backing the downtown development project? That's not all. Walter shifts his weight. Tom Mitchell mentioned she's been sending him private messages. Brad Peterson, too. Several of the younger executives have approached me, worried about how to handle her advances. I grip the back of my chair, knuckles white. How long has this been going on? From what I gather, she's been making rounds through our major partners for the past few weeks. Most have been too uncomfortable to bring it up. The magnitude of Sarah's behavior hits me like a physical blow. It's not just about her public spectacles anymore. She's actively undermining relationships I've spent decades building. I appreciate you telling me this, Walter. My voice comes out gravelly, rough with barely contained fury. I'll handle it. This nonsense ends today. Walter claps my shoulder, his expression full of sympathy and relief. Good luck with Sarah. You're gonna need it. He hesitates before adding, let me know if there's anything I can do to help smooth things over with the partners. I stride down the hallway toward my office, yanking my phone from my pocket with enough force to nearly tear my jacket. 3 calls to Sarah go straight to voicemail, each unanswered ring fueling my rage. On the 4th attempt, a groggy voice finally answers. What? Where are you? I keep my tone measured despite the anger churning in my gut. My free hand clenches into a fist at my side, knuckles white with tension. Home, sleeping, or trying to. Sarah's words slur together, and I catch the unmistakable sound of pills rattling in the background. Can this wait? No, it absolutely cannot wait. We need to discuss what happened at the Valentine's party. I slam my office door behind me, the sound echoing through the phone. And your recent behavior with our business partners. Daddy, please. Don't daddy me. Not after that display last night. I shut my office door behind me. I want you in my office within the hour. I can barely move. Everything hurts. Should have thought about that before climbing onto a $100,000 piano in front of our most important investors. I drop into my chair. 1 hour, Sarah. Not a minute later. Fine, she groans. But I need coffee first. And aspirin. Lots of aspirin. Whatever you need to be coherent enough for this conversation. I loosen my tie, And Sarah, dress appropriately. This is a business meeting. The line goes dead. I toss my phone onto the desk and press my fingers against my temples. The throbbing behind my eyes intensifies as images from last night flash through my mind. Sarah's mascara-streaked face, her shouts and yells, and her accusations against me for falling in love with Tiana. My daughter is spiraling, and I've let it happen. Between running the company and my own grief these past few years, I've given her too much latitude. That ends today. Sarah needs boundaries, structure, everything I should have maintained after her mother died. Instead, I buried myself in work and let her run wild. With a loud sigh, I stare at my phone, thumb hovering over Tiana's name. 3 missed calls today, 5 unanswered texts. The last message I sent sits there, marked as delivered but unread. Please let me know you're okay. The silence is deafening, and for the first time in years, I feel utterly powerless. My head drops into my hands. What has happened? How could everything go wrong in such a short amount of time? One minute, I'm falling for the most incredible woman I've ever met, and the next, my own daughter is trying to destroy any chance of happiness I might have. Damn it. I grab my phone again, typing another message, desperately hoping this one will get through to her. My fingers move quickly across the screen, driven by a mix of anger and regret. I'm so sorry about Sarah. What she said was inexcusable. Please give me a chance to make this right. The message sends. No response. Just that damn delivered notification mocking me. I've faced hostile takeovers and cutthroat business deals, but the silence from Tiana is killing me more than any boardroom battle ever could. My office feels suffocating, the walls closing in as I imagine losing Tiana forever. She's brought light back into my life, showed me it's possible to love again after Laura. The thought of Sarah destroying that with her jealousy and spite makes my blood boil. I pull up a photo from last weekend, Tiana laughing as we walk through the sculpture garden, her natural curls catching the sunlight. The joy in her expression, so different from how she looked last night, twists like a knife in my chest. Come on, sweetheart, I whisper, dialing her number again. It rings 4 times before going to voicemail. Her warm voice fills my ear. Hi, you've reached Tiana. Leave a message and I'll get back to you soon. I end the call without leaving a message. What could I possibly say that would fix this? Sarah's words were brutal. I understand why she wants to keep her distance, but it doesn't make it hurt any less. I push away from my desk, unable to sit still any longer. Tiana means everything to me, and I don't intend to lose her that easily. I grab my keys and jacket, striding past my secretary. Cancel my afternoon meetings. But sir, the zoning commission. Reschedule everything. I jab the elevator button, and when Sarah arrives, tell her to wait in my office. The drive to Tiana's favorite flower shop feels endless. I need her to understand that Sarah's jealous outburst doesn't change how I feel. Inside, I bypass the pre-made arrangements and head straight to Maurice, the owner. I need something special, something that shows I screwed up and I'm sorry. Maurice raises an eyebrow. The language of flowers is complex, Mr. Hudson. Then make it clear. I pull out my credit card. Price isn't an issue. 20 minutes later, I'm back in my car with an arrangement that could fill my back seat. White orchids for sincerity, purple hyacinths for forgiveness, and deep red roses because I'm completely in love with her. I dial Tiana's number again while parked outside her office building. Straight to voicemail. Fine. I'll wait. I've got all day if that's what it takes. My phone buzzes, a text from my secretary. Sarah's here. Very agitated. Let her wait. For once in her life, Sarah isn't my priority. I grab the flowers and head inside the studio, determined to make things right with the woman who's brought meaning back into my life.
Chapter 21. Tiana. I stare at my phone screen, watching it light up for the 10th time today with Charles's name. My thumb hovers over the answer button before I let the call go to voicemail. Again. The walls of my apartment feel both suffocating and protective. I've been working remotely all week, sending designs to clients through email, avoiding video calls. The Valentine's Day party keeps replaying in my mind. Sarah's words, the judgment, the whispers. My phone buzzes with another text. Please talk to me, Tiana. I need to know you're okay. I toss the phone onto my couch and wrap myself tighter in my oversized sweater. The last time I felt this way was after Marcus. Those first few days after I finally broke free, I'd barely left my bed. Every shadow made me jump. Every notification had my heart racing. The difference is that back then, the messages were threats. Marcus wouldn't leave me alone, calling from different numbers, showing up at my workplace. Now, Charles's genuine concern only makes me feel worse. A knock at my door startles me. I freeze, memories of Marcus forcing his way in flooding back. My heart pounds against my ribs as I remember the sound of splintering wood, his fists pummeling the door until it nearly gave way. Tiana, it's my neighbor Mrs. Chavez. Got your mail by mistake again. I exhale slowly, unclenching my fists. The tension in my shoulders eases, but my hands still shake. Coming. When I open the door, she hands me a stack of envelopes, her eyes scanning my unwashed hair and baggy clothes. Her motherly concern is written all over her face. Haven't seen you out much lately? Just busy with work. I force a smile, knowing she can see right through it. Sometimes staying in feels safer. She pats my arm. But don't let the world become your prison again. She knows. She was there that night Marcus tried breaking down my door, the one who called the police. I'll never forget how she stood in the hallway in her nightgown, phone clutched to her chest, refusing to leave until she heard the sirens. She's been keeping an eye on me ever since. Back inside, I slide down against the wall, letters scattered around me. Mrs. Chavez is right. This feels too familiar. But with Marcus, I was hiding from danger. With Charles, I'm hiding from possibility, from hope, from the chance that Sarah might be right about me not belonging in their world. My phone lights up again, but this time it's not Charles. It's an unknown number. The text message glows on my screen. You need to back off from Charles. He's been mine for months, and I won't let some charity case ruin what we have. My fingers go numb. The phone slips, clattering to the hardwood floor. I snatch it back up, pulse thundering in my ears. Who is this? How did you get my number? I type, delete, then type again. 3 dots appear, disappear, then appear again. Let's just say I know everything about you, Tiana Williams. The graphic designer who can't seem to stay away from taken men. Charles tells me all about your desperate attempts to contact him this week. But he's been the one calling me. My hands tremble so hard I can barely type. You're lying. Charles wouldn't do that. Wouldn't do what? Keep secrets? You don't know him like I do. All those nights at his penthouse, in his bed, while you were playing dress up at that Valentine's Day party, thinking you belonged, I was the one he really wanted. Bile rises in my throat. Prove it. Who are you? Ask him about December 15th, about the weekend in Miami, about the diamond bracelet he bought at Cartier last month. Or better yet, don't ask him anything. Just disappear. It's what you're good at, isn't it? Running away? The words blur through my tears. I want to throw the phone, block the number, pretend this isn't happening. But I can't stop reading, can't stop my fingers from shaking as I type. If you're so secure in your relationship with Charles, why are you texting me? Because you're becoming an annoying distraction. And I protect what's mine. Don't contact me again. I block the number with trembling fingers, then slide down against my kitchen counter until I hit the floor. The cold tile seeps through my leggings as I pull up my phone's browser. Maybe if I search the number, I'll find answers. But each search comes up empty. No social media profiles, no public records, nothing. Just a generic listing showing it's a local area code. My stomach twists as I scroll through photos from my outings with Charles on my phone. His smile, his hand on my lower back, the way he looked at me like I was the only person in the room. Was it all fake? December 15th, Miami, a diamond bracelet. The details burrow into my mind like thorns. I pull up Charles's social media, scanning for any hints. His Instagram shows him at a charity gala that weekend in December. In Miami. God, I'm so stupid. My voice cracks in the empty apartment. The texts replay in my head. All those nights at his penthouse. How many other women has he brought there? Was I just another conquest? Someone to pass the time with until he got bored? I clicked through more photos, searching for clues I might have missed. Signs of another woman. A glimpse of that diamond bracelet, but there's nothing concrete, just the gnawing doubt eating away at my certainty. My phone buzzes with another call from Charles. His contact photo appears, the one I took of him laughing at dinner last week. He looked so genuine then, so real. The crinkles around his eyes, the way his whole face lit up when he told that stupid joke about architects. God, I'd fallen for every bit of it. But Marcus looked genuine too, in the beginning, before the lies started, before I caught him with someone else, before the excuses, before everything fell apart. He had the same warm smile, the same way of making me feel like I was the only woman in the world, until I wasn't. I pressed my palms against my eyes until stars burst behind my eyelids. The worst part isn't even the possibility that Charles has been lying. It's that I let myself believe I could trust again, that I deserved something real, something lasting. The phone stops buzzing, and the silence feels like an accusation. Another missed call, another moment of weakness where I almost picked up, almost let myself hear his voice. I need answers. I need to speak to him. I need to ask him if this is true, if he has someone else. Am I just another fool? A stupid woman who thought she could truly be happy with a man like him? The phone lights up again. Charles's name flashes across my screen, and this time, after taking a deep breath, I answer. Tiana, thank God. His voice wraps around me like a warm blanket I want to shake off. I've been so worried. I press my lips together, fighting the urge to melt into the familiar comfort of his tone. The unknown woman's texts burn in my mind. I need to apologize for Sarah's behavior at the party. What she said was completely out of line, and I'm about to have a serious talk with her about what happened. I also dropped by your office to give you some flowers. They said you weren't there. Are you all right? Were you in Miami on December 15th? The words tumble out before I can stop them, my heart pounding against my ribs like a trapped bird. What? Just answer the question. My fingers clutch the phone tighter, my knuckles turning white with the force of my grip. Were you in Miami? Yes, for the Children's Hospital fundraiser. But I don't understand. Is there someone else, Charles? My voice cracks, betraying the emotion I'm desperately trying to contain. Another woman? The line goes quiet for a moment. The silence stretches between us like a physical thing, heavy with unspoken accusations. When he speaks again, confusion colors every word. Another woman? Tiana, what are you talking about? Don't. I swallow hard, fighting against the lump forming in my throat. Don't pretend you don't know what I mean. The penthouse, the diamond bracelet from Cartier, the nights you've spent together. Each piece of evidence falls from my lips like poison, burning as they come out. The nights Tiana, slow down. Where is this coming from? His voice takes on an edge I've never heard before. somewhere between concern and frustration. Just tell me the truth. Tears streaked down my face. I deserve that much, don't I? There is no other woman. His voice turns firm, almost angry. I don't know who told you these things, but they're lying. The only time I've been to Cartier recently was to get Sarah's birthday present. A necklace, not a bracelet. And the only woman who's been to my penthouse is you. I want to believe him. God, I want to believe him so badly it hurts. But the unknown texter's words echo in my head. Then why would someone tell me all these things? How would they know about Miami? Someone who contacted you. Tiana stays silent. She swallows the knot at the back of her throat and lets out a trembling sigh. I need to know the truth, Charles. An unknown number contacted me saying it's your mistress, and she wants me out of the picture. Do you know who I could be talking about? There's a long pause. And then, Charles lets out a sigh of his own. Yes, I have an idea.
Chapter 22. Charles. I gripped the steering wheel with one hand while pinching the bridge of my nose, tension building behind my eyes. The leather seat of my car offers little comfort as Tiana's shaky breath comes through the phone speaker. Baby, I need to tell you something, and it's not easy. My jaw clenches. Those messages you've been getting? I'm almost certain Sarah's behind them. Silence stretches between us. The parking garage's fluorescent lights cast harsh shadows across my dashboard. I drove back to my penthouse after dropping off Tiana's flowers at her workplace. What? Tiana's voice cracks. But why would she? Because she's always been like this. Possessive, territorial. I loosen my tie, the weight of this revelation pressing down on my chest. This isn't the only thing she's been up to. Apparently, she's been trying to flirt with my business partners and investors, probably as a way to get back at me. Charles, I don't know what to say. You don't have to say anything. This is my mess to clean up. I run a hand through my hair, frustration building. She's my daughter, and I've enabled this behavior for far too long. The way she's trying to come between us, making you feel unwelcome, sending those threatening messages. It stops now. I never wanted to come between you two. You haven't. Sarah's doing this to herself. The words taste bitter. I've given her everything she's ever wanted, and somehow it's made her think she can control my life. But she can't control who I love. The word slips out before I can catch it, hanging in the air between us. Love. It's too soon, too raw, but it's there and I can't take it back. Don't want to take it back if I'm being honest with myself. A heavy breath escapes me as I grip the leather steering wheel of my Bentley. Listen, I know it's late, but can I come over? I'll grab some food on the way. My fingers tap against the steering wheel, a nervous habit I thought I'd outgrown decades ago. Thai from that place you mentioned last week. The one with those spring rolls you were raving about? Tiana pauses, and I can practically see her looking around her apartment with that adorable, worried expression. My apartment's kind of a disaster right now. I've got client work spread everywhere, and the dishes. Do you think I give a damn about dishes? My voice softens, the tension in my shoulders easing just from hearing her voice. I just want to see you, hold you, make sure you're okay after all this crap. Sarah's messages were way out of line. It's nothing like your place, though. No fancy furniture or... Her voice carries that self-conscious edge that makes me want to pull her close and never let go. Stop. I shift in my seat, already planning the route to her neighborhood. The only thing that matters is you being there. Besides, my penthouse feels empty most nights anyway. Too much space, not enough life. You're not going to let this go, are you? A small laugh breaks through her worried tone, and the sound warms something deep in my chest. Not a chance. So, pad thai, extra spicy like how you like it. I'm already picturing her face lighting up at the first bite, the way she always dabs at her forehead when the heat kicks in. Sometimes her curls get stuck to her skin, and I tend to reach over, brush them out of the way for her. And spring rolls, she adds, her voice warming like honey. Don't forget the spring rolls. Wouldn't dream of it. I start the engine, the familiar purr of the car filling the garage. My fingers drum against the leather steering wheel, already impatient to see her. Text me your address. I'll be there in 30. Charles? Yeah? Thank you for telling me about Sarah, for wanting to be here. The vulnerability in her voice makes my chest tighten. Baby, there's nowhere else I'd rather be tonight. I pull out of the parking spot, determination replacing the earlier tension. The thought of her alone, dealing with Sarah's crap, isn't something I can stomach. Now about those spring rolls. How many orders are we talking? Because I've seen how you demolish them when you think no one's watching. Her laugh echoes through the speaker, genuine and bright, chasing away the shadows of Sarah's actions. It's exactly what I need to hear. After a few minutes of driving, I pull into the Thai restaurant's parking lot, the neon sign casting a warm glow across my dashboard. Inside, the familiar scent of lemongrass and basil hits me as I approach the counter. The elderly Thai woman recognizes me from my previous visits with Tiana. Ah, Mr. Hudson. No Miss Tiana tonight? Getting food to bring to her place. I scan the menu, though I already know what I want. I'll take 2 orders of pad thai. 1 extra spicy for her, mild for me. 4 orders of spring rolls. My finger traces down the menu items. The green curry she likes, some tom yum soup, and that mango sticky rice dessert she couldn't stop talking about last time. Big order tonight? She beams, punching it into the register. Had some of those crispy wontons too. And that tea she always gets. The Thai iced tea? I pull out my credit card. Make that 2 of those, it looks delicious. While waiting, I check my phone. No new messages from Sarah, which is probably for the best. My jaw tightens thinking about those threatening texts she sent Tiana. The fact that my own daughter would stoop so low. Order ready, Mr. Hudson. The woman's voice pulls me from my thoughts. She's arranged everything in neat bags, the containers carefully labeled. Extra sauce packets, just how Miss Tiana likes. Perfect. I grab the bags, the warmth seeping through. Thanks for getting this together so quickly. Back in my car, the aroma of Thai spices fills the air. The food's probably enough to feed 4 people, but I want Tiana to have options, leftovers for tomorrow. After the stress she's been under, she deserves to be spoiled a little, or a lot. I set the drink carrier carefully in the passenger seat, making sure nothing will spill during the drive. The sticky rice is secured between the seats. Can't risk ruining her favorite dessert. Everything needs to be perfect tonight, not because I'm trying to make up for Sarah's behavior. There's no making up for that. But because Tiana deserves to feel cherished, especially now. The streets grow narrower as I navigate away from downtown Atlanta's gleaming towers. My car feels wildly out of place here, drawing sideways glances from people hanging out on their porches. Tiana's neighborhood sits on the edge of an area that's seen better days. Cracked sidewalks, graffiti-tagged walls, and security bars on most windows. The weight that's been crushing my chest since our phone call starts to lift. At least I can do something about this. My hands grip the steering wheel tighter as I pass a group of guys loitering outside a convenience store, their eyes following my car. The GPS directs me to turn onto her street. The apartment complex rises before me, a tired 3-story building with peeling paint and rusty railings. My stomach knots at the sight of a broken security gate hanging off its hinges. This is where my girl lives? Pulling into a spot near her building, I notice missing letters on the building's sign, making it almost unreadable. The parking lot's uneven surface is dotted with potholes that could swallow a tire. A flickering street lamp casts uncertain shadows across the crumbling asphalt. "Screw this," I mutter, gathering the Thai food bags. No way in hell am I letting her stay here much longer. She deserves better, deserves to feel safe, protected. The thought of her walking home alone at night in this neighborhood makes my blood run cold. I check her text again. Apartment 2C. The stairwell smells of stale cigarettes and something worse, maybe mold or decay. Each step creaks under my feet, and I notice several missing chunks in the concrete. The handrail wobbles when I grip it, threatening to pull away from the wall completely. The second-floor hallway's no better, with buzzing fluorescent lights that make the dingy walls look even more depressing. A discarded pizza box lies abandoned in one corner, collecting dust. But then I see her silhouette through the frosted glass panel of 2C, and everything else fades away. My steps quicken, the food bag swinging in my grip. The scent of authentic pad thai cuts through the musty air, reminding me why I'm here. She's here, she's safe, and I'm going to make damn sure she stays that way. The relief flooding through me is unexpected but welcome. I've spent the whole day in meetings, dealing with contractors and city permits, but this moment right here makes it all worthwhile. Whatever Sarah throws our way, whatever obstacles we face, none of it matters right now. I've got Thai food, my woman's waiting behind that door, and I'm going to make sure she never has to call this place home for much longer. Hell, I'll buy the whole building and tear it down if that's what it takes to get her out of here.
Chapter 23. Tiana. I watch Charles as he moves around my tiny apartment, a smirk playing on my lips. It's almost comical. This tall, powerful billionaire navigating his way around my cozy space. He's picking up dishes from the table, his hands dwarfing my colorful, mismatched plates. I grab the leftovers and head to the kitchen, shaking my head slightly at the surreal sight. You know, I never imagined I'd see Charles Hudson doing dishes in my apartment. I tease, nudging him gently with my elbow as I pass him to get to the fridge. He chuckles, a warm, rich sound that fills the room. Well, Tiana, I'm a man of many talents. He rolls up the sleeves of his crisp shirt, revealing his tanned, muscular forearms. I can't help but stare for a moment before catching myself and turning back to the fridge. I put away the leftovers, feeling his eyes on me. When I turn around, he's standing there, a dish towel thrown casually over one shoulder, his gaze intense. My heart flutters and I swallow hard. There's something about the way he looks at me, like I'm the only person in the world. It's overwhelming and exhilarating all at once. "Come here," he says, his voice low and commanding. I hesitate for a moment, then step closer. He reaches out, his hands finding my hips, pulling me against him. I can feel the heat of his body, the strength in his grip. My breath hitches, and I look up into his piercing blue eyes. "You're beautiful, Tiana," he murmurs, his thumb tracing a circle on my hip. I start to protest, but he cuts me off with a shake of his head. "No, don't argue with me, you are." His hands tighten on my hips, and he leans down, his lips capturing mine. The kiss is fierce, passionate, all-consuming. I melt into him, my hands reaching up to tangle in his hair. He growls low in his throat, deepening the kiss. It's like a fire is igniting between us, burning away any doubts or fears. There's only Charles and me, lost in this moment, lost in each other. Charles pulls away, his hands still firm on my hips, and guides me towards my bedroom. I lead the way, acutely aware of his presence behind me, his warmth radiating against my back. As we step into my room, he pauses, looking around with a soft smile playing on his lips. "Cute," he remarks, taking in the fairy lights strung across the headboard, the plush pillows, and the eclectic mix of art prints on the walls. I can't help but grin, feeling a slight ounce of vulnerability as he takes in my personal space. I hate to put a stop to a good time, but it looks like we've hit this platform's limit for spiciness.
This platform's got some rules we have to play by if we want to keep giving you these stories for free.
And trust me, this scene isn't something you want to miss.
While we can't get into all the details here, you can still dive into the full, uncut version at tylawalker.com.
Miss Tyla has an entire collection of unabridged audiobooks and ebooks waiting for you.
And the best part? You can treat yourself with 40% off when you use the code SAVE40.
That's right. You'll save on any digital product, even bundles that are already discounted.
Miss Tyla would never let anyone feel the kind of disappointment you must be feeling right now.
So why wait? Treat yourself with Miss Tyla. He collapses on top of me, his body slick with sweat, his breath ragged. I wrap my arms around him, holding him close as we both come down from the high. The room is filled with the sound of our breaths, the scent of our lovemaking. There's a sense of completion, of rightness in this moment, and I can't get enough of it.
Chapter 24. Charles. I stand at my floor-to-ceiling windows, watching Atlanta's skyline transform into a canvas of oranges and pinks. The city stretches before me, a testament to ambition and progress. Yet tonight my focus narrows to creating something more intimate, more personal. My phone buzzes. A text from Tiana. Can't wait to see you tonight. A smile tugs at my lips as I type back. The pleasure's all mine, beautiful. I move with purpose through my penthouse, mentally mapping out the evening. The space needs to reflect the warmth I feel whenever Tiana's around. First, I clear the marble coffee table of architectural plans and contracts pertaining to the Las Vegas deal work can wait. From the kitchen cabinet, I retrieve dozens of candles I had my assistant purchase. Each one promises notes of vanilla and jasmine. Strategic placement is key. I position them across various surfaces. Some on the mantel above the gas fireplace, others dotting the expansive kitchen island, a few creating a path toward the balcony. Alexa, play my jazz playlist. The smooth sounds of Miles Davis fill the space. As I light each candle, the golden glow mingles with the sunset's rays streaming through the windows. The combination bathes everything in amber warmth, softening the modern edges of my typically stark decor. I adjust the dimmer switches until the lighting perfectly complements the candlelight. The city lights below begin to twinkle as dusk settles in, creating a backdrop that rivals any five-star restaurant view. My hands, usually steady when signing million-dollar deals, shake slightly as I position the last candle. I haven't felt this nervous about impressing someone since before I became who I am today. But Tiana deserves this effort. She deserves everything. Checking my watch, I get to work on preparing this dinner. Preparing might not be the right word for it. I'm ordering in, but the presentation matters to me. I pull up my phone and open the app for Umi, Atlanta's finest sushi restaurant. Their delivery service might cost extra, but the quality is worth every penny. My fingers tap through the extensive menu, selecting pieces I know will impress. Let's see. 2 orders of the fatty tuna nigiri. Those melting textures are unmatched. I scroll further. Yellowtail with jalapeno. That perfect kick of heat. The dragon roll with its eel and avocado. The order grows as I think of combinations Tiana might enjoy. Salmon belly, nigiri. Its rich oils practically visible. The rainbow roll, dressed in layers of fresh fish. Spicy scallop hand rolls, wrapped in a crisp nori. The signature umi roll with its lobster and truffle oil. I add tamago nigiri for its subtle sweetness, and uni for its decadent ocean essence. The shopping cart fills with more options for her. Traditional California rolls, spicy tuna, and an order of their butterfish carpaccio with ponzu sauce. I can't help but add their signature miso black cod, too. It's a dish that never fails to impress with its buttery, caramelized glaze. My phone pings with the confirmation. Your order will arrive in approximately 20 minutes. I pace the penthouse, adjusting candles that don't need adjusting, straightening artwork that's already straight. The city lights twinkle through the windows as I check the wine's temperature for the third time. The minutes crawl by until finally my phone buzzes with the doorman's alert. "Mr. Hudson, your delivery has arrived." "Send them up," I command, giving the dining room one final scan. The elevator dings moments later. A young man in Umi's crisp black uniform presents 2 large bags filled with elegant black boxes. The rich aroma of fresh seafood and warm rice fills the air, making my mouth water. "Your order, sir?" I tip him generously and bring the feast to my kitchen. Each box reveals pristine pieces of sushi, arranged with mathematical precision. The nigiri gleams under the pendant lights, fish oils catching the glow. Rolls sit in perfect spirals, their cross-sections displaying intricate patterns of ingredients. I transfer everything onto sleek black plates, positioning each piece with care. The presentation transforms my kitchen island into something worthy of a high-end omakase experience. The final touch: 2 sets of chopsticks resting on ceramic holders shaped like waves. I arrange the last piece of sushi on the crystal platter, making sure each selection from Umi stands out against the black ceramic plates. The spread covers my dining table. Everything from fatty tuna to uni to specialty rolls. The owner himself prepared this order when I called, knowing exactly what I wanted. The finest cuts, the freshest fish, presented with artistic precision. My phone pings with the notification from the building security system. Tiana's on her way up. My pulse quickens as I do one final check of everything. Candles still flickering, music perfect, temperature just right. The gentle hum of the private elevator grows louder. I straighten my collar, smooth down my navy dress shirt. The doors slide open with a soft chime. "Charles?" Tiana's voice carries through the foyer, melodic and warm. "In here?" I move toward the entrance, drinking in the sight of her. She's wearing a deep purple dress that hugs her curves, her natural curls framing her face perfectly. Her eyes widen as she takes in the transformed space. "Oh my God." She steps further in, gaze moving from the candles to the elaborate spread on the table. "This is... wow." "I remember you mentioning how much you love sushi." I guide her toward the table with a light touch at the small of her back. "This is from Umi. I had Chef Fuyuhiko prepare everything specially." "Charles, this must have cost..." "Don't." I press a kiss to her temple. "You're worth every penny and more. Now shall we?" I pull out her chair, watching as she settles in, still taking in the array before her. The way her face lights up at the spread makes every detail worth it. This is what I want, to see that smile, to be the reason behind it. I watch Tiana's delicate movements as she picks up a piece of fatty tuna with her chopsticks. Her eyes close in appreciation as she savors the first bite. "This is incredible." She reaches for the spicy scallop roll. "Thank you for this, Charles. It's so perfect. But I'm going to have to kill the moment because I need to tell you something." "What's on your mind?" I select a piece of yellowtail, but pause when I notice her expression shift. "It's about Sarah." Tiana sets down her chopsticks. She's been posting about Oswald Trenton." My hand freezes midway to my mouth, one of my lead investors for the Vegas Strip acquisition. What exactly has she been posting? "They're together. She's been sharing intimate photos from his penthouse, his private jet." Tiana pulls out her phone, fingers sliding across the screen. "Look." The images hit me like a punch to the gut. Sarah draped across Oswald's lap. Sarah kissing him in what's clearly his office. Each swipe reveals another compromising shot, each one tagged with suggestive captions about Daddy's business partner and mixing pleasure with business. Damn. The chopsticks clatter against my plate. The Vegas deal is worth billions. 3 blocks of prime strip real estate. Oswald's investment firm holds the key to making it happen. And now my daughter is flaunting their affair all over social media. When did this start? My voice comes out rough. The post began like 2 days ago, but from what she's writing, it's been going on for weeks, or so she says. The candlelight suddenly feels too warm, too close. I loosen my collar, my appetite vanishing. Oswald is married to a state senator's daughter. I know. Sarah mentioned that too, in the comments. Blood pounds in my ears. This isn't just about Sarah's usual attention-seeking behavior. This is a deliberate move that could torpedo the biggest deal of my career. And knowing my daughter, that's exactly what she wants. I push back from the table, jaw clenched. This is exactly what she wants. To sabotage me, to hurt me, to make me pay attention to her tantrums. Charles. Tiana reaches across the table, her fingers brushing mine. No. I've enabled this behavior for too long. The realization hits hard, years of giving in to Sarah's demands crystallizing into this moment. Ever since her mother died, I've let her get away with everything. The crashed cars, the maxed credit cards, the scandals. I always cleaned up her messes. You were trying to protect her. I was failing her. I stand, pacing the length of the dining room. Every time I bailed her out, every time I smoothed things over, I taught her there were no consequences. And now she's screwing with my business deals because she's jealous that I'm dating you. Tiana's brow arches. What are you going to do? My laugh comes out harsh, echoing off the dining room walls. Something I should have done years ago. She wants to play games with my business? Fine. But she's about to learn that games have consequences. I've built this empire from the ground up, and I'll be damned if I let her tear it down because she's throwing a tantrum. Charles, that sounds ominous. Tiana shifts in her seat, concern etched across her beautiful features. It should. I return to my seat, taking Tiana's hand. Her skin is soft against my calloused palm, grounding me. I won't let her destroy what I've built, or what we have. Trust me when I say Sarah's about to learn some very hard lessons about real life. It's time she understood that Daddy's money won't always be there to catch her. You're not going to tell me what those lessons are you? No, not yet. I squeeze her hand, running my thumb across her knuckles. The tension in my shoulders eases slightly at her touch. But I promise you this. When I'm done, she'll never pull something like this again. Sometimes tough love is the only way forward.
Chapter 25. Tiana. The familiar scent of coffee beans and fresh pastries wafts through the air as I stand before you can brew it. My fingers curl around the door handle, heart pounding. Sarah's Instagram story showed her here 20 minutes ago, a perfectly posed shot with her caramel macchiato. I push open the door, the bell chiming overhead. The morning rush has died down, leaving scattered clusters of people typing on laptops or engaged in hushed conversations. My gaze sweeps across the shop until I spot Sarah's distinctive blonde waves. She's leaning across a corner table, practically draped over a dark-haired man I've never seen before. Her manicured fingers trace patterns on his forearm while she laughs at something he said. My stomach twists. 2 days ago, she was all over Oswald, according to her social media profiles, and now here she is with someone new. The weight of what I know about her affair with Charles's business partner sits heavy in my chest. I straighten my spine and walk over to their table, my heart pounding against my ribs with each step. Sarah's perfectly made-up face hardens when she spots me, her lips pressing into a thin line. The expensive diamond studs in her ears catch the light as she tilts her head. Well, if it isn't my father's latest charity case, Sarah's voice drips with disdain, each word calculated to wound. She turns to her companion, running her fingers through her blonde waves. Brad, give us a minute. The man, Brad, glances between us, clearly picking up on the tension crackling in the air, before gathering his phone and coffee. Sure thing, beautiful. I'll be right over there. He slides away from the table, his designer shoes clicking against the hardwood floor. Once he's out of earshot, Sarah's fake smile vanishes like it never existed. What do you want? Her manicured nails tap against her coffee cup in an irritated rhythm. We need to talk about what you're doing. I keep my voice low, sliding into Brad's vacated seat. The leather cushion is still warm. Your father? My father doesn't need you sticking your nose where it doesn't belong. She leans forward, her green eyes flashing with barely contained fury. Her designer perfume fills the space between us. And neither do I. Sarah, you're playing with fire. These games you're playing, the affair with Oswald. Keep your voice down. Her perfectly manicured nails dig into the wooden table. You have no idea what you're talking about. Your father knows about Oswald. I lean in closer, dropping my voice. And when he finds out about all these other men, oh, please. Sarah's laugh rings sharp and hollow. You think you understand anything about my father? About our relationship? She takes a deliberate sip of her coffee, her red lips curling into a smirk. You've been around for what, 5 minutes? I understand enough to know he won't stand for what you're doing. The way you're trying to sabotage his business deals, spreading rumors. Listen carefully. Sarah sets her cup down with a sharp clink. My father and I have a dynamic that existed long before you stumbled into our lives. Whatever little fantasy you've cooked up about being his savior or whatever. She waves her hand dismissively. Keep it to yourself. Your pathetic attempts to warn me are just... She rolls her eyes. Well, pathetic. Sarah, no. She cuts me off, her voice razor sharp. You don't get to play concerned stepmommy with me. My father will always choose me. That's just how it is. So do yourself a favor and keep your nosy little self out of my business. She glances over at Brad, who's scrolling through his phone at the counter. Now, if you'll excuse me, I have better things to do than listen to your amateur psychology. The dismissal stings, but not as much as watching her potentially destroy everything Charles has built. I press my palms flat against the table, steadying myself. You're making a mistake. Sarah throws her head back and laughs, the sound drawing attention from nearby tables. Oh, honey, the only mistake here is you thinking you have any right to be involved in Hudson family matters. Run along now. I'm sure there's a charity case somewhere that actually wants your help. My hand shoots out, fingers wrapping around Sarah's slender wrist. The diamond tennis bracelet digs into my palm. I've had enough of your superiority complex. Sarah's eyes widen, genuine surprise flickering across her features before morphing into contempt. Get your hands off me. No, you're going to listen for once. My grip tightens, not enough to hurt but enough to command attention. I've stood by while you've done everything possible to make my life difficult. The snide comments, the manipulation, the lies. It stops now. Or what? Sarah's lips curl into a cruel smile. You'll tell Daddy? Run crying about how mean I am? I don't need your father to fight my battles. The words come out steady, certain. But I won't let you walk all over me anymore. Sarah wrenches her arm free, rubbing her wrist as if I'd branded her. Her laugh echoes through the coffee shop, drawing more stares. Oh, this is rich. You really don't get it, do you? She leans forward, voice dropping to a venomous whisper. There's a natural order to things, Tiana. People like me, we're born to be on top. We run things, we make the rules. We decide who matters. And people like me? I ask, perking a brow. My heart pounds, but I refuse to let her see how her words affect me. She gestures dismissively at my entire being, her manicured hand waving through the air like she's shooing away an annoying fly. You're background noise, temporary entertainment at best, the help at worst. No matter how hard you try, No matter what you do, that's never going to change. Her lips curl into that practiced sneer I've seen too many times before. Her words are designed to cut deep, to remind me of every doubt I've ever had about my place in Charles's world. But I'm done letting her weapons find their mark. I've spent too many nights questioning myself, wondering if I'm good enough. Not anymore. Keep telling yourself that, Sarah. Maybe one day you'll actually believe your own crap. I lean back in my chair, projecting a confidence that grows stronger with each passing second. The old Tiana would have crumbled under her assault, but that girl doesn't exist anymore. Sarah's perfectly manicured fingers drum against the table, her emerald ring catching the light. You know what's truly sad? You actually think you're different from all the others. What others? A predatory smile spreads across her face. Oh, you didn't think you were the first, did you? Daddy has quite the pattern. She pulls out her phone, scrolling through photos with exaggerated care. Let's see. There was Amanda, the interior designer. She lasted 3 months before he got bored. Then Jessica, the art curator. 2 months tops. And who could forget poor little Monica from accounting? I cross my arms. If you're trying to make a point, get to it. The point is, they all thought they were special too. Sarah's voice drips with false sympathy. He has this way of making women feel chosen, like they're the only one who truly understands him. She leans forward, her designer perfume overwhelming. But eventually, he remembers who he really is. And trust me, someone like him doesn't end up with someone like you. You don't know anything about your father and me? Please? She rolls her eyes. I've watched this play out enough times. He'll wine and dine you, make you feel like a princess. Then one day, you'll say something that reminds him you're not from our world, or wear something that embarrasses him at an important function. And just like that, she snaps her fingers, back to the gutter where he found you. Heat rises in my chest. Your father isn't the man you paint him to be. No. Sarah's laugh rings hollow. I'm his daughter. I've seen it all. The women who thought they could change him, fix him, save him from his loneliness. She shakes her head. They all end up right back where they started, and so will you. You're wrong about him, and you're wrong about me. Keep telling yourself that. Sarah stands, gathering her designer bag. But remember this conversation when he's done playing his little charity case game with you. Gathering my things, I head for the exit of the coffee shop. The conversation with Sarah replays in my mind. Her cruel smirk, those calculated jabs, the way she wielded her privilege like a weapon. My feet carry me down the sidewalk as I breathe in the crisp Atlanta air. I'd come here hoping to get through to her, to make her understand the gravity of what she's doing. But Sarah Hudson lives in a world where consequences are theoretical things that happen to other people. The affair with Oswald isn't just about her anymore. Those business deals she's sabotaging, the rumors she's spreading, they affect real people. Jobs, livelihoods, everything Charles has worked for. My phone buzzes in my pocket. A notification pops up. Another Instagram story from Sarah. She's already back with Brad, their faces pressed together in a staged selfie. The caption reads, "Living my best life." Like our confrontation never happened. I pause at the crosswalk, watching traffic flow past. The weight of what's coming sits heavy in my chest. Charles already knows about Oswald, but he doesn't know the half of it. When the truth about everything else comes out, a horn blares nearby, snapping me from my thoughts. I cross the street, my shadow stretching long behind me. I tried to warn her. God knows I tried. But Sarah's too caught up in her games to see the avalanche she's triggered. Let her play with fire. Let her keep thinking she's untouchable. Sometimes people have to learn the hard way that actions have consequences, even when your daddy's a billionaire. I tried to be the voice of reason. Now all I can do is watch it all unfold. You know that feeling when a book pulls you in, wraps around you, and refuses to let go? When the tension is so thick, you swear you can feel it?
Welcome to 30 sinfully addictive romance audiobooks that will ruin your sleep.
Wow, I wasn't ready for this. One chapter in, and I'm already hooked.
Oh, you thought this was just another audiobook collection. No, sweetheart. This is the Dirty 30. Forbidden love, dangerous desires, billionaires with secrets, bad boys who bite back. And every last word is dripped in temptation.
I thought I could just listen to one chapter before bed. Now it's 2 a.m. and I need answers. Need.
So what are you waiting for? Click the link. Start listening. Let the Dirty 30 ruin you in the best way possible.
Escape your life with Miss Tyla.
Chapter 26. Charles. I sit at my desk, drumming my fingers against the polished mahogany surface. The city sprawls beneath my office window, a view I usually find calming, but right now it does nothing to ease my anger. My phone buzzes. "Mr. Hudson, your daughter still hasn't arrived." My assistant's voice comes through the intercom. "Let me know the moment she gets here." I release the button and check my Patek Philippe, 20 minutes late. Of course, the stack of contracts on my desk beckons, deals worth millions sitting idle, while I wait for Sarah to grace me with her presence. I could have scheduled 3 meetings in this time block, but this conversation can't wait. Not after what she pulled. My jaw clenches as I recall the photos that landed in my inbox this morning. The press would have a field day if they got their hands on them. The fact that my own daughter would stoop so low. The intercom crackles again. "Miss Hudson is here, sir." "Send her in." My voice comes out harder than intended, but I'm past caring. I stand, positioning myself by the window, staring down at the Atlanta traffic 40 stories below. My empire stretches for blocks in every direction, but right now, all I can focus on is the storm brewing in this office. The door opens with a soft click. "Daddy!" Sarah's voice drips honey, sweet enough to rot teeth. "I'm so sorry I'm late. Traffic was absolutely insane coming from—" "Sit down." The command cuts through her excuses like a blade. She falters mid-step, her designer heels clicking against the hardwood floor as she makes her way to one of the chairs facing my desk. I don't turn around yet. Let her squirm. The silence stretches between us, thick and heavy with everything unsaid. "Really, Daddy? If this is about lunch tomorrow, I already told Sophie I'd—" "This isn't about lunch." I pivot slowly, fixing her with a stare that's made countless business rivals wilt. Though your constant disregard for other people's time is part of the problem. Sarah's perfectly manicured fingers fidget with her purse strap. The innocent act might work on her social circle, but I've had enough. "Would you like to explain the photos?" Her green eyes widen slightly, a tell she's had since childhood. "What photos?" I reach for my tablet, swiping to the damning images before sliding it across the desk. "These photos." Sarah's face drains of color as she sees herself wrapped around Oswald Trenton outside Le Bilboquet, his hand on her waist, her lips against his neck. The timestamp shows 2 a.m. That's not what it looks like." Her voice wavers. "Really?" I slam my palm on the desk. The sound echoes through the office. "Because what it looks like is my daughter throwing herself at one of my key investors. A married investor." "Daddy." "Don't daddy me." My voice drops low, dangerous. "Do you have any idea what you've done? The Trenton Group controls 30% of our southeastern developments." Sarah's lower lip trembles. We just had drinks. It wasn't what? Wasn't going to get back to me. Wasn't going to threaten millions in investments. I leaned forward, my hands gripping the edge of my desk. Or wasn't going to destroy a family. Because Charlotte Trenton is a close personal friend, Sarah. Did that even cross your mind? She shrinks back in her chair, and for once the entitled princess act cracks. Real fear flashes across her face. Good. Maybe now she'll understand the gravity of what she's done. The sight of her cowering should make me feel guilty, but right now all I can think about is damage control. I want you to look at me and tell me exactly what you were thinking. I didn't... Her voice cracks. He was just being nice to me at one of my parties, and then you decided to seduce him! The words come out like ice, each syllable sharp enough to cut. Is this how I raised you? To be a homewrecker? My knuckles turn white as I grip the desk harder, fighting to maintain control. Tears spill down her cheeks, smearing her mascara. No, I swear it wasn't like that. We were just what? Having fun? Playing games? I straighten to my full height, using every inch of my 6'3" frame to tower over her. The muscle in my jaw ticks as I struggle to keep my temper in check. Well, congratulations. You've put everything I've built at risk for your little game. 25 years of work, connections, relationships. All of it threatened because you couldn't keep your hands to yourself. Sarah's hands shake as she clutches her purse. I've never spoken to her this way before, never let her see this side of me. But she needs to understand the magnitude of what she's done. I'm sorry, she whispers. I'll end it. I promise. And let's address the real reason behind all this. I release my grip on the desk, my voice lowering. This isn't about Oswald Trenton. This is about Tiana. Sarah's spine stiffens at the mention of her name. A flash of anger replaces the tears in her eyes. You know what? Yes, I'm with Tiana. I cross my arms, meeting her glare head on. I love her, and I intend to give her the world she deserves. Love her? Sarah springs up from her chair, her voice rising to a shrill pitch. Are you insane? She's my age, Daddy, my friend. Was your friend? I correct her. Before you started this vindictive campaign against her, and yes, I love her. She's kind, genuine, hard-working. Everything you could learn to be if you'd get past your own selfishness. How dare you? Her hands ball into fists at her sides. You're choosing some gold-digging. Don't. My voice cuts through the air like a whip. Don't you dare finish that sentence. You've gone too far with your pettiness, Sarah. First the rumors at your social clubs, then trying to sabotage our relationship with your fake texts, and now this stunt with Oswald? It stops now. But she what? Made me happy for the first time since your mother died. Showed me what it means to care about someone again. I step around the desk, closing the distance between us. Your jealousy is destroying you, and I won't stand for it anymore. Sarah's face contorts with rage, tears streaming down her cheeks. You can't be serious. You're choosing her over your own daughter? This isn't about choosing. This is about you growing up and accepting that my world doesn't revolve around your tantrums anymore. Sarah's mouth drops open, her perfectly lined lips trembling. What do you mean? As of today, your credit cards are frozen. Your trust fund access is revoked. The allowance stops. I walk back behind my desk, each word precise and measured. The apartment, the car, all of it goes back to the company. You can't do this to me! Her voice rises to a screech. She lunges forward, palms slamming against my desk. I'm your daughter! Which is exactly why I have to do this. I pull out a folder and slide it across to her. Inside, you'll find your last statement. The amount there should give you enough to find a reasonable apartment and start building a life for yourself. Sarah rips open the folder, scanning the numbers with wild eyes. This is nothing! This won't even cover 6 months in a decent neighborhood. Then get a job. The words come out sharp, final. Like everyone else. A job. She throws the folder, papers scattering across the floor. I went to design school. I'm an influencer. Then influence. But do it on your own dime. I lean back in my chair. I helped create this entitled monster you've become. Throwing money at you, letting you run wild. Well, it ends now. Daddy, please. Her voice breaks as she collapses into the chair. I'll be better. I'll apologize to Tiana. This isn't about Tiana anymore. This is about you. I stand, walking to the window. You need to learn the value of work, of treating people with respect, of being someone worth knowing, not just someone with a platinum card. I hate you. The words come out between sobs. I hate you and I hate her, and I'll never forgive you for this. That's your choice. I keep my back turned, refusing to let her see how much this hurts. But my decision stands. She lets out a wail that could shatter glass, but I don't flinch. The sound of her heels clicking across the floor, the slam of my office door, it all washes over me like a wave. I've done what needs to be done, even if it tears me apart. I sink into my chair, the weight lifting from my shoulders. The silence in my office feels different now, lighter, cleaner. My phone lights up with messages from the PR team, confirming the press release about my disowning of Sarah. Statement's going live in 10 minutes, Mr. Hudson. My assistant's voice comes through the intercom. Thank you. I loosen my tie and pour myself 2 fingers of scotch from the crystal decanter. The amber liquid catches the afternoon sun streaming through the floor-to-ceiling windows. For the first time in months, I can breathe freely. My phone buzzes. A text from Tiana. You okay? A smile tugs at my lips as I type back. Better than okay? Come over tonight? Her response is immediate. Of course. The scotch warms my throat as I take a sip. On my tablet, the PR statement appears crisp and professional. Clean, clinical, final. Sarah is no longer associated with me. She has been disowned. The chains of obligation and guilt that have been weighing me down dissolve. No more walking on eggshells. No more damage control. No more choosing between my happiness and appeasing Sarah's demands. I stand and walk to the window, surveying the Atlanta skyline. Everything I've built stretches before me, and for once, I don't have to worry about Sarah threatening it all with her schemes. Tonight, I'll take Tiana to dinner. We'll walk hand in hand through the restaurant without concerned whispers following us. No more hiding in private rooms or dodging photographers. Just us, together, in the open. My empire is secure, my heart is full, and finally, gloriously, I am free.
Chapter 27. Tiana. Charles's Navy Harvard t-shirt hangs loose on my frame as I sit cross-legged at his marble kitchen counter, spooning yogurt and fresh berries into my mouth. The morning sun streams through the large windows of his penthouse, casting a golden glow across the pristine space. The projections for the first quarter look solid. Charles's deep voice carries authority even through the laptop speakers. He catches my eye, and a smile tugs at the corner of his mouth. I give him an enthusiastic thumbs up, and he winks before returning his attention to the screen. We're looking at a 30% increase in foot traffic compared to our other locations. A woman's voice chimes in through the speakers. The Vegas Strip location is prime real estate. I take another bite of breakfast, watching Charles in his element. His shoulders are relaxed in his white button-down, sleeves rolled to his elbows as he reviews documents on screen. Even in business mode, he exudes a magnetic presence that draws all eyes to him. The construction timeline works perfectly with our fourth quarter goals. Another executive adds, "We should be ready for the grand opening by New Year's Eve." Excellent. Charles leans back in his chair. The marketing team has some innovative ideas for the launch. We'll position this as more than just another retail space. It's going to be an experience. I raise both thumbs this time, grinning at his passion for the project. His eyes crinkle at the corners in response, sending a warm flutter through my chest. God, that smile of his is lethal. We're all excited to move forward, Charles, the first voice says. This is going to be revolutionary for the company. The enthusiasm from the other participants fills the room as they discuss logistics and next steps. I finish my breakfast, content to observe Charles in his natural habitat, commanding the room even through a video call. His confidence is magnetic, and I find myself caught up in the energy of this milestone moment. There's something incredibly sexy about watching him lead, the way he listens intently, asks the right questions, and guides the conversation with natural authority. Let's reconvene next week to finalize the contracts, Charles concludes, his voice carrying that tone of finality that leaves no room for argument. Great work, everyone. Send any concerns to my office before Thursday. He clicks a few buttons, ending the call with practiced efficiency. The way he handles business with such seamless control makes my heart race just a little faster. Tell me more about this Vegas deal. I lean forward, genuinely curious. The way his eyes light up at business prospects fascinates me. It sounds massive. 3 full blocks on the Strip. Charles stands, stretching his tall frame before walking around the counter to pour himself more coffee. Prime real estate that's been underutilized for years. We're talking properties that haven't been updated since the 80s. And you're going to transform them? Complete overhaul. He takes a slow sip, those piercing blue eyes fixed on me. We're building luxury hotels that'll make the Bellagio look dated. High-end shopping, entertainment venues, the works. Initial projections put our return in the billions within 5 years. I whistle. That's incredible. How did you even manage to acquire that much space on the Strip? Patience. Been working on this deal for 3 years. He sets his mug down, bracing his hands on the counter. Had to negotiate with 12 different property owners, coordinate with the city planning commission, navigate zoning laws. But now, a satisfied grin spreads across his face. Now we own 3 consecutive blocks in the heart of Vegas. Sounds like you've thought of everything. When you're playing with the numbers this big, you have to. He moves closer, his presence commanding even in casual conversation. The Strip generates over $6 billion annually. With our new development, we're positioning ourselves to capture a significant slice of that pie. I hesitate, fingers tracing the rim of my empty bowl. Did Sarah's recent behavior almost mess this up for you? Charles's jaw tightens. He sets his coffee mug down with deliberate care. Yes. The board was concerned about her recent choices. I had to personally guarantee I'd handle the situation. The investors weren't happy. Having an affair with Oswald Trenton while he's not only married, but one of our key investors? He shakes his head. Appalling doesn't begin to cover it. The Vegas partners started questioning our family's stability. My stomach drops, grimacing at how Sarah just didn't seem to care about whether her actions carried any consequences. What did you do about it? Cut off her access to the family accounts. Charles runs a hand through his salt and pepper hair. Froze her credit cards. Suspended her trust fund. Told her she needs to prove she can behave like an adult. From now on, I've cut her off financially, so she'll have to deal with her poor life decisions. How'd she take that? About as well as you'd expect. Screaming, threats, the works. But I'm done enabling her. His voice carries the weight of a father's pain. She's 24 years old. Time to grow up and face consequences. That must have been hard for you. hardest thing I've ever done. But watching her spiral out of control, he meets my eyes. That was worse. Sometimes love means making tough choices. I trace patterns in the marble countertop, lost in thought. Despite everything, I actually miss her sometimes. The Sarah who helped me pick out my first designer dress, who showed me which fork to use at fancy restaurants. Charles cracks eggs into a bowl, his movements precise as he whisks. Sarah can be incredibly charming when she wants something. It's a skill she learned young, probably from watching me close deals. Yeah. My shoulders slump. I see that now. Still hurts, though. The sizzle of butter hitting the hot pan fills the silence. Charles moves with practiced efficiency, dicing vegetables for an omelet. She learned early on how to manipulate situations to get what she wants. I blame myself partly. I indulged her too much growing up. I couldn't help myself. She's my only daughter, my little girl. You were only doing the best that you could. True, but I should have set better boundaries. He adds the eggs to the pan, the rich aroma making my stomach growl despite having just eaten. Instead, I let her use people's sympathy to avoid consequences. By the time I realized what was happening, the pattern was set. I watch him fold cheese into the omelet with expert precision. She's not evil, though. Just lost, maybe? Lost implies she wants to be found. He plates his breakfast, shoulders tense. Sarah knows exactly what she's doing. She just doesn't care who gets hurt in the process. The truth of his words settles heavy in my chest. I'd wanted to believe in the friendship Sarah offered, even knowing it might not be genuine. Sometimes the illusion of connection feels better than admitting you're alone. I trace my finger along the edge of my empty yogurt bowl, gathering courage to ask the question that's been nagging at me since he first mentioned the development deal. With a project this big, will you need to relocate to Vegas to oversee everything? Charles pauses mid-bite, setting his fork down with deliberate care. Been weighing that decision? His voice is measured, but I catch the slight tension in his jaw. My heart clenches and my stomach drops to my feet. The thought of him moving across the country sends a cold wave through my body. Oh. It's all I can manage, my throat suddenly tight with emotion. He rounds the counter with purposeful strides, those intense blue eyes locked on mine. His hands find my waist, strong and sure, as he turns me on the bar stool to face him. The heat of his touch bleeds through my thin sweater, grounding me in the moment. Whatever I decide, wherever this takes me, you're coming with me. There's no question in his tone, just absolutely certainty. I am. My voice comes out breathy, caught between hope and disbelief. You are. His voice drops lower, rougher. Because you're mine, Tiana. And I'm not letting you go. The possessiveness in his tone sends electricity down my spine. His fingers tighten on my waist, pulling me closer until our breaths mingle. Yours? I whisper, tilting my face up to his. Mine. His mouth captures mine with fierce intensity. I melt into him, my hands sliding up his chest to grip his shoulders. He tastes like coffee and certainty, his kiss both claiming and giving. My legs part instinctively, allowing him to step between them, pressing closer until there's no space left between us. One of his hands threads through my curls, cradling the back of my head as he deepens the kiss. I've never felt more wanted, more cherished than in this moment. The way he holds me, kisses me, it erases every doubt, every insecurity. With Charles, I'm not broken or damaged. I'm treasured, protected, his.
Chapter 28. Charles. Tiana's fingers intertwine with mine as we step through the gleaming glass doors of Le Papillon. The warmth of her touch sends a current of electricity up my arm, and I have to fight the urge to pull her closer. The maitre d' recognizes me instantly, hurrying forward with a practiced smile and an eager bow. "Mr. Hudson, what a pleasure. Your usual table is ready." I guide Tiana past the envious glances of those waiting in the bar area, my hand protective at the small of her back. Her black cocktail dress hugs every curve, the gold accents catching the warm lighting. Damn, she's stunning. My chest swells with pride as conversations pause and heads turn to follow our path through the dining room. Let them look. Let them see exactly what they can't have. "This place is incredible!" Tiana's eyes dance across the crystal chandeliers and hand-painted ceiling murals. The wonder in her expression makes me want to show her every beautiful thing in the world, just to see that look again. "Only the best for you." I pull out her chair, letting my hand brush her shoulder as she sits. The silk of her dress is smooth under my fingers, but not nearly as soft as her skin. I have to remind myself we're in public, or I might forget myself entirely. The sommelier approaches with a knowing smile. "The 82 Bordeaux, sir." "Perfect." I nod, watching Tiana's expression of wonder as she takes in the intimate space. Our corner table offers a stunning view of the city lights through floor-to-ceiling windows. The soft glow from the recessed lighting catches the gold flecks in her brown eyes, making them sparkle. "I can't believe you got us in here. Sarah once mentioned there's usually a 3-month waiting list." Being one of their first investors has its perks. I reach across the table to take her hand, but honestly, I'd wait a year just to show you off like this. The truth is, I'd move mountains to see her smile like this. To hell with what anyone thinks about our age difference or anything else. Her fingers tighten around mine. "Charles Hudson, are you saying you want people to see us together?" Damn right I do. I stroke my thumb across her knuckles, savoring the delicate strength in her grip. "I want everyone to know you're mine." My voice drops lower, meant only for her ears. "And I want every man in this room to understand exactly what they can't have." The wine arrives, and I can't take my eyes off Tiana as she brings the glass to her lips. The candlelight plays across her features, highlighting the confidence that's bloomed in her since we first met. Gone is the hesitation in her posture, replaced by an assured grace that makes her even more beautiful. A few business associates stop by our table, and I introduce her proudly each time. "This is Tiana Williams, my girlfriend." The words roll off my tongue naturally, marking our relationship as something real and tangible. I raise my glass, admiring how the ruby liquid catches the light. This beats Sarah's Valentine's party by 1,000 miles. The company's much better here. Tiana's lips curve into a playful smile as she takes another sip of wine. Though I have to admit, the drama at that party was entertaining in retrospect. God, those parties. I shake my head. Sarah inherited her mother's love for throwing elaborate events. Sometimes I think she invites half of Atlanta just to prove she can. "Well," Tiana leans forward, her voice dropping conspiratorially. "We could make this our new Valentine's tradition instead. Just us, good wine, amazing food." She gestures to the intimate space around us. "I don't need the big parties or grand gestures. This is perfect." "Hell yes." The words come out before I can stop them, and I don't care who hears. Those society events are insufferable. Everyone's trying to outdo each other, showing off their latest trophy spouse or business deal. I reach for her hand again. Give me this any day. You, me, and no small talk with people I barely tolerate. "Charles Hudson, are you telling me you don't enjoy discussing hedge funds over canapes?" Her mock gasp of horror makes me laugh. "The only fund I want to discuss right now is how much I'm willing to spend to keep you smiling like that." The waiter glides to our table, presenting the first course with a flourish. Foie gras au torchon with brioche, fig compote, and candied walnuts. His white-gloved hands position each plate with precise movements that speak of years of high-end service. The chef prepares this by hand-wrapping the foie in cheesecloth, I explain, watching Tiana's eyes widen at the artful presentation. My chest swells with satisfaction at her obvious delight. It's cured for days with Sauterne wine and cognac, one of the most labor-intensive dishes on the menu. The figs are sourced from a local farm in South Georgia, our waiter adds, his practiced tone carrying a hint of genuine pride. Chef insisted on using only the ripest ones for the compote. Each batch is personally inspected before preparation. Tiana takes a delicate bite, and her eyes close in pleasure. Oh, my God. The soft moan of appreciation sends a jolt straight through me, and I shift in my chair. Try it with a bit of the brioche and fig together. I demonstrate, constructing the perfect bite on my fork. The familiar flavors dance on my tongue as I watch her. The sweetness balances the richness. I lean forward, lowering my voice. I made sure to request the chef's best table and menu for tonight. Nothing but the finest for you. The next course arrives, a seafood dish that makes Tiana gasp. These are diver scallops from the Atlantic coast, I tell her. See how they're caramelized? That's what gives them that golden crust. The sauce is made with vanilla beans from Madagascar and brown butter. We finish the dish with fresh winter truffles, shaved tableside, the waiter explains, producing an elegant wooden box. The earthy aroma fills our intimate corner as he shaves paper-thin slices over our plates. This is incredible, Tiana says between bites, her eyes closing in pure pleasure as she savors each morsel. I've never had anything like it. Wait until you try the next course. I can't help grinning as the waiter appears with 2 bowls of soup, the rich aroma making my mouth water. Watching her enjoyment of each dish fills me with a satisfaction I haven't felt in years. This is their signature mushroom velouté. They use 5 different varieties of wild mushrooms, each one adding its own distinct flavor. The porcini gives it earthiness, while the chanterelles add a subtle pepper note. And a touch of aged cognac, the waiter adds with practiced flourish, pouring warm cream from a small silver pitcher in a graceful stream. The cream is infused with fresh thyme from our rooftop garden. We harvest it daily to ensure the most vibrant flavor. I watch Tiana's face as she tastes each new dish, savoring her reactions more than the food itself. The joy of sharing these experiences with her, of watching her discover new flavors and textures, makes every bite more meaningful. The dessert arrives under a polished silver dome. With practiced flair, our waiter lifts it to reveal an architectural masterpiece of chocolate and gold leaf. The Valrhona chocolate sphere sits on a mirror-glazed plate, surrounded by edible flowers and delicate sugar work that must have taken hours to create. This is their signature Le Papillon d'Or. I lean forward, anticipating her reaction. Watch this. The waiter pours warm Madagascar vanilla bourbon sauce over the sphere. The chocolate slowly melts, revealing a center of passion fruit crème, salted caramel, and dark chocolate mousse. Gold-dusted butterflies made of tempered chocolate seem to take flight from the creation. Oh my! Tiana's eyes widen as she watches the spectacle unfold. Her spoon hovers over the dessert, almost afraid to disturb its perfection. The candlelight catches the remaining flecks of gold leaf, making them dance across her beautiful features. Go on. I nod encouragingly, leaning back in my chair. The head pastry chef trained in Paris for 15 years before perfecting this. He only makes 12 of these each night. She takes a bite and closes her eyes, savoring the complex layers of flavor. The look of pure pleasure on her face is worth every penny. Another soft moan of appreciation escapes her lips, and I find myself transfixed by her genuine enjoyment of something I've taken for granted so many times before. When the leather folder arrives with our bill, I slide my black card in without looking at the total. Money has never been an object for me, but tonight feels different. Special. The waiter whisks it away with a bow, his white gloves pristine in the dim lighting. I'm almost afraid to ask. Tiana bites her lower lip, her fingers playing nervously with the stem of her wine glass. What does a dinner like this cost? I sign the receipt when it returns. Just over $1,200. $1,200? Her hand flies to her mouth. Charles, I've never spent that much on anything in my life. Not even my laptop. And you deserve every bit of it. I reach across the table to take her hand. Get used to it, because this is just the beginning. I plan on showing you exactly how special you are.
This is it, baby. This is what you can get me that'll make me happy.
You know I'll get you whatever you want. All you need to do is ask me, and I'll give it to you.
This ain't just it. This is everything I could ever want.
Now I'm curious. What does a strong, sassy woman like yourself want so badly?
Baby, you know what I want?
I can't wait to hear.
The Big Baddie Bundle from Tyla Walker. It has everything I need.
20 ebooks with over 1 million words of sassy romance and spice that'll keep you on your toes.
10 audiobooks containing over 60 hours of that seductive voice telling me naughty things all night long.
You don't need an audiobook for that, baby. Right here.
You may be fine and all, but no one tells it like the way Miss Tyla does. And I need her in my life.
The Big Baddie Bundle is everything you need. You can get it for 80% off.
Go to TylaWalker.com to browse the bundles that earn you the best deals.
It's time you treat yourself. Because you deserve it.
Escape your life with Miss Tyla.
Chapter 29. Tiana. The cardboard box in my hands weighs heavy with memories as I place it near the growing stack by the door. Sunlight streams through the bare windows of my apartment, catching the diamond on my left hand. The sparkle still takes my breath away, just like the man who gave it to me. That's the last of the kitchen stuff. I brush my hands on my jeans, surveying the empty countertops where my coffee maker and toaster once lived. My phone buzzes. A text from Charles. Need help, beautiful? I've got this handled. Focus on your meeting. I type back, smiling at his protectiveness. Moving through the apartment, I trail my fingers along the walls. This place was my sanctuary after escaping Marcus. My first taste of true independence. Now each empty room echoes with the footsteps of my healing journey. The bedroom closet stands open, half empty now that most of my clothes live at Charles's, our place. My designer purses and shoes already grace his walk-in closet. Looking right at home next to his expensive suits, a laugh bubbles up as I remember Charles's face when he saw my shoe collection. Damn, baby girl, you've got expensive taste. He'd pulled me close, kissed my neck. Good thing I can keep you in all the Louboutins you want. The living room holds the most memories. That worn spot on the carpet where I'd curl up sketching late into the night. The window seat where I sat, nursing a cup of tea, wondering if my life was going to pan out the way I always dreamed it would. I pause at my drafting table, the last piece of furniture left. Charles insisted on making space for it in his home office. Your creativity deserves the best view in the house, he'd said, already planning renovations to accommodate my work needs. My engagement ring catches the light again. Months ago, I never would have imagined this life, living with a man who celebrates my independence instead of trying to crush it. A man whose love feels like freedom. A soft knock pulls me from my thoughts. Through the peephole, Mrs. Chavez's familiar warm smile greets me, her round face crinkling with warmth the way it has every time I've seen her these past 2 years. Come in. I unlock the door. Watch your step around the boxes. The living room looks like a cardboard maze, with every possession I own carefully wrapped and labeled. Mrs. Chavez shuffles in, her gray hair tied back in its usual bun. The aroma of fresh baked goods wafts from the container in her hands. She's been my neighbor since I moved in, always checking on me, especially during those dark days after Marcus. Michiello, I had to bring you something special when I heard you were moving out. She sets the container on the kitchen counter. Your favorite, chocolate chip cookies with pecans. Her eyes sparkle with pride, knowing how much I love her baking. My chest tightens with emotion. This woman has been more of a mother to me than my own ever was. Mrs. Chavez, you didn't have to. Nonsense. She waves off my protest with the confidence of someone who's spent decades mothering everyone around her. Let me look at that ring properly. She takes my hand, examining the diamond with an expert eye. What a beautiful piece. That man knows how to treat you right. Her smile grows wider, and I can see the relief in her eyes. Relief that I've finally found someone worthy of my trust. He does. My voice catches. Mrs. Chavez pulls me into a tight hug. I'm so proud of you, mi amor. Look how far you've come since... She doesn't finish the sentence, but we both remember that night. Her calling 911 while Marcus pounded on my door, screaming threats. I wouldn't have made it without you. Tears well up as I remember all the times she left food outside my door, knowing I was too scared to leave my apartment. Those first few weeks, your cooking kept me going. And now, look at you. Engaged to a good man, your career taking off. She dabs at her eyes. You deserve every happiness, Tiana. Every single one. The memory of her standing in the hallway that night, wielding her rolling pin, and cursing Marcus in Spanish until the police arrived, makes me laugh through my tears. You're my guardian angel, Mrs. Chavez. Ah, mi cielo. She squeezes my hand. You did all the hard work yourself. I just made sure you didn't go hungry while you found your strength. Promise you'll visit me in my new place? I squeeze Mrs. Chavez tight, breathing in her familiar scent of vanilla and fabric softener. Of course, Michiello. You better save me a seat at that wedding, too. After one final hug, she shuffles back to her apartment. I close the door, pressing my forehead against the cool wood. My heart swells with gratitude for all the angels who helped me rebuild my life. Back to packing. I wrap picture frames in newspaper, cataloging memories. Each item carries its own story, some sweet, some bitter. In the bottom drawer of my jewelry box, something glints, a delicate silver bracelet with a heart charm. Sarah's gift from when we first became friends. The metal feels cold against my palm. Sarah had been so different back then, warm, caring. We'd spend hours talking about everything and nothing. She'd drag me shopping, insisting on buying me proper accessories for a rising creative professional. The bracelet was her first gift to me. Every girl needs something sparkly, she'd said, clasping it around my wrist. I sink onto the floor, cross-legged among the boxes. How did things change so drastically? The woman who once championed my friendship now views me as competition for her father's affection. The bracelet represents a friendship lost, twisted by jealousy and misunderstanding. But even that can't dim my joy. Charles' love has shown me what true support feels like. Unwavering, unconditional. Our future stretches bright before us, full of possibilities. His strength doesn't come from controlling me, but from standing beside me, celebrating my independence. I place the bracelet in a small box marked keepsakes. Some memories are worth preserving, even if they're bittersweet. Settling on the floor between boxes, I pull out my phone. My thumb hovers over Sarah's Instagram profile. The last post, a champagne-filled brunch with her socialite friends, dates back to the day Charles cut her off. Her usual stream of designer purchases and yacht parties has gone silent. I scroll through older photos. Sarah and me at the art gallery opening she'd insisted on attending to support my work. Us trying on ridiculous hats at that boutique in Soho. Her genuine smile in those pictures tells a different story. then the hatred that twisted her features when she discovered Charles and I were together. My finger moves to the call button. Maybe she needs someone to talk to. The old Sarah, the one who dragged me to Sunday brunches and insisted on being my fashion consultant, might have appreciated the gesture. But the image of her standing in Charles's office, hurling accusations about me seducing her father for his money, stops me cold. The way she tried to destroy my reputation, spreading lies among our mutual friends. Some wounds are still too fresh. I lock my phone, sliding it away. Sarah needs to work through her issues with Charles on her own terms. Our friendship, whatever was real about it, can't be forced back together like mismatched puzzle pieces. Maybe someday we'll find our way back to some kind of understanding. But right now, the kindest thing I can do, for both of us, is step back and give her space to figure out who she wants to be. I hoist a box labeled art supplies and maneuver through the cardboard maze toward the door. The late afternoon sun warms my face as I step outside, nodding to the movers who've been hauling boxes down 3 flights of stairs. Last few boxes, I tell them, placing mine carefully in the back of the van. Back inside, I pause at my drafting table by the window. This spot has seen countless late nights of inspiration, endless cups of coffee, and the birth of designs that launched my career. The wooden surface bears paint splatters and pencil marks, battle scars from creative warfare. My fingers trace a coffee ring stain that refuses to fade. It's from that night I landed my first major client. When I was so excited I knocked over my mug mid-sketch. Instead of ruining the moment, it became a victory mark. The window frames the trees outside, their leaves dancing in the breeze. How many times did I stare at those branches while brainstorming ideas? Through 4 seasons, those trees kept me company during lonely nights when I questioned everything. Ready for the drafting table, miss? One of the movers appears in the doorway. Give me 1 more minute. I run my hand along the smooth edge one last time. This table witnessed my transformation from a scared woman hiding from her ex to a confident professional building her own path. Now it'll have a new home in Charles's. Our office, where I'll create new memories. Grabbing the last box from the kitchen, I take a final walk through each room. Empty walls echo with phantom laughter from game nights with friends, quiet sobs from healing moments, and eventually, the sound of Charles's deep voice as he led me into my bedroom. That day he brought me pad thai. This apartment sheltered me when I needed it most. But now it's time for the next chapter.
Chapter 30. Charles. Soft light fills the penthouse bedroom, casting a warm glow over every surface, including the smooth, dark skin of Tiana's back. She's stretched out on the bed, her face turned to one side, eyes closed in relaxation. I kneel beside her, hands moving with practiced ease over the tense muscles of her shoulders. "You're so tight," I murmur, working over a knot. Her skin is soft beneath my fingers, inviting me to explore every inch. She hums, a slight smile on her lips. "There's something about your touch. It's magic." I lean in, pressing deeper into the muscles. "Magic, huh? I'll take that as a compliment." Her laughter is soft, melting into a sigh as I trail my fingers down her spine. I can feel the shift in her, the subtle way her body responds to mine. It's intoxicating, a rhythm that pulses between us, growing stronger with each passing moment. "You know," she says, her voice barely above a whisper, "I never thought I could feel like this again." "Feel like what?" My hands slow, tracing patterns on her back, drawing out a response from her. "Safe. Cherished." The words send a ripple through me. I lean down, my breath ghosting over her ear. "You are those things, Tiana. More than you know." Her eyes flutter open, turning to meet mine. There's a fire in her gaze, a burning I can't resist. My hand slides lower, lingering on the curve of her hip before tracing the line of her waist. She shivers under my touch, her breath hitching slightly. Charles, she whispers, my name a plea on her lips. Shh, I murmur, my fingers tracing the edge of her waistband, dipping just beneath the fabric. Her skin is hot, igniting a fire within me. I lean closer, my lips brushing against her neck, her ear, her cheek. She turns her head, capturing my lips in a heated kiss. The intensity builds, her body pressing against mine as I deepen the kiss. Our connection is electric, every touch and breath layered with desire. I break away, my gaze locked on hers. You drive me wild, Tiana. Her smile is coy, inviting. Show me, she whispers. And with that, the air between us shifts, the heat intensifying as the massage turns into something far more intimate. Oh, Charles, she whispers, her voice barely audible. You're incredible. Everything about you. I could say the same thing about you, I reply, trailing kisses along the curve of her neck. You're beautiful. Radiant. Every part of you is this way. She turns to face me, her eyes soft with contentment. You make me feel so alive. I tuck a stray curl behind her ear, my fingers lingering on her cheek. And you, Tiana, make me feel whole again. Her smile is soft, genuine, and it warms something deep within me. I pull her closer, our bodies molding together, fitting perfectly like two pieces of a puzzle. The heat of our passion is slowly replaced by a gentle warmth, a comforting embrace that speaks of deeper emotions. Our wedding, I say, my voice filled with conviction. It's going to be beautiful. Everything you ever dreamed of. Her eyes widen slightly, surprise and joy flickering in their depths. You think so? I know so, I affirm, my thumb tracing her lower lip. You deserve the world, Tiana, and I'm going to give it to you. She nestles closer, her head resting on my chest, her fingers playing with the hair scattered there. I can't wait. And in that moment, with her in my arms, I know that I found my place, my home. Everything else fades into the background, leaving only the two of us, bound together by a love that defies all odds.
When Nyla Thomas agreed to a fake marriage, she wasn't expecting it to land her in jail.
Nyla Thomas, you are under arrest for the murders of Hilda and William Stone.
She wasn't expecting to find out the truth about her family.
You're adopted.
Marcus Swan is my father.
To get involved in crime.
The Sokolov family did this. They poisoned him.
And least of all, was she expecting to fall in love.
It's you, Nyla. It's always been you.
But now, everything is crumbling around her.
Interim CEO of Stone Hospital Group accused of murdering Hilda and William Stone to secure her position.
Alexander, you promised things would change.
They have. I'm in charge now.
No one knows who to believe.
Take the plea bargain.
I'm innocent. I thought you out of everyone would believe me.
Can you forgive her for killing our parents?
No one knows who to trust.
This is your fault. Did you ever think that Nyla would be just fine if she hadn't gotten involved with you?
I love her. I love her more than life itself.
Miss Thomas, the tests came back. There's a perfectly acceptable explanation for your condition.
And things are about to get a lot more complicated.